Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are in the world right now. All good things come to an end, and today sees the season finale of the SIM3D GT series by FTR events here from Road Atlanta, here on Total Sim Sports. Well, what can we say about Road Atlanta? It's the home of the famed Petit Le Mans, a 10-hour, 1,000-mile event that is annually drawn the biggest names and cars in sports car racing. However, we see the GT3s, the Porsche Cups and the GT4s of this championship take to the track in what's going to be a 4-hour endurance race. I'm Tim Cox. Later in the show, we'll be joined by James Parfit, but right now, I'm joined by Seb Bosher-Williams, who'll be covering qualification with me and the start of the race. And as always, we have Sean Cranleigh-Swash in the production booth. Seb, wow, we've seen so many highs, so many lows, so many spectacles from this championship. I'm sure Road Atlanta is going to be no different whatsoever.
I'm sure it's not. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to, yes, the final round here at Road Atlanta. I cannot wait to see the cars get on track. Of course, Road Atlanta is such a tricky little circuit out in the middle of nowhere in Georgia in the USA. It's going to provide some great racing. Of course, FTR has the software which allows them to automatically call out safety cars. So I think we might see a few sort of incidents here today. There are some really tricky corners around here, which do provide some incidents, especially, well, at least in the races that I've been raced around here in the past. So I think it's going to be good. We've got some championships up for grabs as well. I think we couldn't ask for more, Tim.
No, like I say, couldn't ask much more for a season finale, really. What it was said and done. We've got, just to take you through the proceedings for today, where we've got GT4s. They're about to head out onto track right now to start their qualifying session. I'll be interested to see how those. And then it'll be the turn of the Porsche Cups. They're followed by GT3. Each of them got 15-minute open qualifying sessions. And then we'll head off into the race. And we'll find out in around about 4 hours and 45 minutes time who has been crowned victorious in each of the relevant categories. You see the GT4s there, just out on track right now, making it in their first lap. And then they'll be heading out onto their first flying lap, and we'll see what benchmark times are going to be set. And going to be interesting, Seb. You know, seeing obviously the track, you know, starts to rubber in. It's a bit more trickier for the GT4s, obviously, as they head out first. You know, obviously the lowest power car category within this championship. All the drivers running the Porsche Cayman GT4, and it's just I'm sure it'll be close as ever. We've seen some really tough times between these guys throughout the season.
We have indeed, Tim. And yeah, I like the way you mentioned that all the GT4s are Porsche Cups. It's not a spec series in GT4. There are other GT4s to choose from. However, the Porsche is just that little bit better, so all of the teams have chosen it. So one thing to note is that when the session went live, the track had not been used. It started at 0% usage, which means no rubbers laid down on the track. It's completely clean. So then they've had about 30 minutes of practice, and now we've got into qualifying. So this track is still incredibly green right now. So it's really tricky for the GT4s and the Porsche Cups to go out there, because they're going to have very little grip compared to their GT3 counterparts. So really interesting to see, and I think it's going to be a question of last driver over the line will have the best conditions in their respective classes.
It will be indeed. We've currently got 5 runners in GT4 today. Just looking at the text, Sim Harold Stadler, he's on board for them during qualifying. Also got the JD Sim Racing and Thomas Mocek there. He's coming through the last couple of corners. We'll start to see what the benchmark times are during qualifying. It'll be interesting to see who has set what. And don't tell you, well, JD Sim Racing, they've just headed to the top for now. Some overlays very shortly, but yes, I'm sure it's going to be tight between them. We've also got that D-line. They are currently out on track as well. You see them there in that striking livery. I did their alloys there, but there's a pinkish reddish toned colour. Oh, it's just I think is that the No, it's not the FTR car. Apologies about that one. I think it's the TechSense machine there, running wide at turn 3. That was.
Well, the best way to go around turn 3, but that's all good. Still got another about 10 or 11 minutes left to qualify, so we'll all head back around and start another lap. One thing that was interesting, so TechSense currently pole position in their respective class with a 1 minute 25.432, as you can see on the timing stands there. The interesting battle is between second and third. So at the moment, it looks like the championship in GT4, as we see one of the cars, I think that was the D-Line Racing car, so that's even bigger incident than TechSense there. But Backmarker Racing Blue and JD Sim Racing are currently in the battle for the championship in GT4. Backmarker Racing Blue will need to win this race with JD finishing 4th or lower, so it's really crucial that Backmarker Racing Blue gets as far ahead as they can of JD, and similarly, if JD want to win this championship, they need to be ahead of Backmarker Racing Blue.
Worth mentioning is the drivers just head around now. We've got a couple of sponsors for this series. We'll be telling more about those guys throughout the show. Obviously, SIM3D, who are also the title sponsor. We also got to go for the gap. So we'll be talking more about them during the race, and we'll just mention SIM3D first of all. If you're looking to enhance your sim racing experience with custom designed parts, the sim racer in mind for both durability and ease of use. All their products are made to order. They're designed by sim racers for sim racers. You can head to sim-3d.co.uk to find out more about them. All the links are available in the description below. Of course, stay up to date with everything that's happening here. All our broadcasts at Total City Sport. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and turn on the bell for notifications of when we go live. Many great series as well as this one from a whole host of variety on the channel. So we've got Backmarker Racing Blue just coming around to complete a lap. Let's see how they get on. It's an improvement, but that time's going to get instantly scrubbed off there. They've had an off track somewhere, so unfortunately for them, an improvement. They actually went to they went slightly quicker, but yeah, due to that off track, unfortunately, no improvement time. But it's just, I mean, we were just saying not that long ago, Seb, about how close this championship has been in terms of times. Backmarker and TechSense right now, the top two in GT4 qualifying, 4 thousandths. That's 4 thousandths of a second is all that separates them.
Just what we like to see, isn't it? This battle is heating up perfectly in GT4, and we've still got two of the classes of racing to go. So yeah, really good to see, and that 4 thousandths of a second is so tempting to go out and try and get, because it's such a I always say it's such a little amount of time to gain or lose. It's a misshift, it's a slightly too much curb. It's such a small margin. As we see TechSense now starting their next flying laps, we'll see about 1 minute 25 if they can improve. A little bit of traffic there on the pit exit, but that doesn't affect them coming into this sort of turn 2 and 3 section. Always good to see. Wow, just look how much the GT4s can take that curb there. I mean, I've been used to driving LMP2s around here, and you can't even look at that curb without the car flying up in the air, but these GT4s are absolutely eating them up at the moment.
They are indeed, and just look at what was there at Harald Stadler. Let's take a little trip on board for part of the lap with him. So he comes down into the double right-hand of this turn 6 and turn 7. A bit more trickier this sort of section for the GT4s, especially once you get into the race proper as well. And we have faster classes coming around to lap them. That's going to be a potential bit of a key point for where we see cars trying to get past the faster classes and how they manage to manage that traffic. However, the run down the hill through turn 8 and 9, I mean, they're typical turns. They're practically kinks as we come down into turn 10 now. The chicane, it's going to be interesting. They've obviously got a long back straight with this big braking area in turn 10, which makes it easy for the overtakes. But if you catch them at the wrong point, it could be a bit trickier, and we could see cars potentially tripping up over one another.
That's the great thing about multi-class racing is you have this extra element of racing in jeopardy when it comes to multi-class. I really liked your point about how to manage traffic in the slower cars, and especially with the pace difference that we've got here between the GT4s and the GT3s, managing traffic can be really important. And if you're good at it, if you know when to let people pass, know when to take the wider line to get the better run out of the corner, you can gain so much time. So I'll be looking at that during the race to see who actually can manage traffic better. It goes both ways, you know, if you're overtaking, you've got to be good at managing traffic, and if you're being overtaken, you've also got to be good. So very interesting there. TechSense didn't actually manage to improve on that lap that we watched them go around with, so they're still second at the moment. JD in third, still in the pits, so they're waiting, I think, for their final attempt.
So just checking in with the weather here at Road Atlanta in Georgia. It's a relatively warmish day, 23 degrees Celsius. It's a track temperature of 29 degrees, so it's going to be a little bit slippery, as you can see. 1:15 p.m. local time. There's a 9-kilometer wind, which is going to maybe aid the drivers a little bit in certain parts of the circuit. So these cars not too heavily affected by wind. But definitely they'll be hoping that it's going to definitely maybe aid them a little bit as we see Belcher for FTR just come around. Currently 5th as it stands at the moment. No improvement there. 2 seconds slower on that lap. But only 0.03 of a second behind D-Line in 4th right now. But I'll tell you what, well, TechSense were on a bit of a flyer, but that's come to an end right now. As they've come off track. Let's see if we can take a little look at what happened to them. So this is just runs it a bit wide. We've already seen that once from TechSense, and there you go again.
Indeed, but before they went off there at turn 3, they did actually take pole position by about 2.5 tenths. So Backmarker Racing Blue are currently trying to respond to that to see if they can take that coveted pole position off them, as we see coming into the chicane of 10A and 10B, which is, we'll just call it the turn 10 chicane, I think, Tim. At least I will. Makes it far more simpler. But TechSense, really good lap there. They are showing some great pace, so they're definitely in contention for the win today. Can Backmarker Racing improve as they cross the line? No, they cannot. 1 minute 25.5 there, so about a tenth slower than their best lap time, and about 3 tenths slower than TechSense's best.
But interestingly, though, Seb, it was valiant effort from them. And interestingly, the final sector was the fastest that anyone has set so far. Well, it's actually equal. It was literally by thousandths of a second quicker than what TechSense had set, both 18.56 seconds in that final sector. It's going to be interesting to see how they all do in these dying stages. Not long left of GT4 qualifying, around about 3 minutes left, which is going to give the drivers 2 more laps. We've got D-Line there. Interesting to see how they get on and whether they can race themselves up the standings a bit more. A bit of a gap between themselves and JD right now, and I think I don't want to bring the curse of the commentator onto it, Seb, but I think the win is going to come from one of our top, based on what we've seen so far this season, the win is going to come from one of our top 3 in GT4.
I think that's a good guess to have, and I think I'd echo that as well. Yeah, I mean, we always say that qualifying isn't important in an endurance race, especially if it's a long race like a 4-hour event, which this race is tonight. But you've got to have the pace, and I think D-Line and FTR are looking at a little bit more at surviving and seeing what can happen. But of course, anything could happen in motor racing, and that's why we love watching it so much. And all it takes is a little bit of a poor move from a GT3 lapping you, a little bit of a moment on the grass, and all of a sudden down the field, and somebody like D-Line could be winning this race. So who knows? And
I think, Seb, you raised a really interesting point earlier about this championship. There's something that's really unique to it, is they use their own software called Race Director, which automatically throws safety cars based on a set of conditions. So if you've got numerous cuts, if there's, say for instance, I don't know, yourself comes off, Seb, at turn 1, and you take me out as well in my car at the same time, we're both stationary. It works out that, you know, how long we take to get moving again, etc., where we are on the track, lots of little variables, and that can then trigger the safety car. Now, as we've seen in previous races, I mean, I think back to Belle Isle. Paul Busby in the Total Sim Sport GT4 had built up, I think we had about 4, maybe 5 safety cars that day, and each one he built up nearly 30 seconds gap over second place each time, and that just got eradicated. I mean, he got lucky, you know, obviously in the traffic a little bit of where, you know, the second place car was, but it really does allow, and it was also seen in the previous season of this championship. Unfortunately, we didn't cover it here at Total Sim Sport, which is a bit of a shame, but you know, it really does allow that extra variable that it really isn't over until it's over.
It's certainly not, and thinking about back to Paul Busby with the lead in GT4, he ended up crashing. He ended up pushing a little bit too hard at Detroit because of the constant safety cars, and he had to reset every time, and that got to him a little bit, and he ended up losing the win there. So it's really important, actually. It's a really key feature of this league, and that's why we love watching it, we love covering it, and I think that's why everybody at home that's watching it loves watching it too, because it has that extra dimension of the safety car. Will we see it today? I think the jury's out. I mean, we've seen quite a lot, but Road Atlanta's a fairly good track for sort of, you know, your runoff areas, but having said that, there are some also really tricky points, so we'll have to see. But Tim, back on the track, as we're just seeing, this is the final lap here for the GT4, so can Backmarker Racing Blue improve on their time?
We're about to find out. This is it. Absolutely everything on the line. Currently in second place. They come across. Is it an improvement? Yes, it is. Only just... Actually, I think... I tell a lie, actually, Seb. I think they've just equalled their best time. I'll talk about consistency, but that's qualifying over and done for in the GT4's Tech Sense, taking pole. Backmarker a second. The JDD line and FTR rounding out the rest of the grid in GT4. Now it's time for the next 15 minutes. It's the Porsche Cup cars. That's the new 992 variant to the iRacing circuit service, not circuit. I was about to say Sim Party Racing there out on circuit, and heavily warming up their tyres there, trying to get as much temperature into them as possible. The team's currently on their outlaps. I'll tell you what, we see some cracking racing from these guys so far this season over at 11 tenths. They've been really good, and likewise as well. There's a few other ones. I mean, Vulcan, who we can see now, and that actually stunning livery that they've got going there. And also the guys over at Virtual Racing Compound, they've had a cracker. Greenleaf as well, they've put in some stunning performances. It's really been quite variable within Porsche Cup. It's gone absolutely anyway, and it could go absolutely anyway.
Totally right. Again, Tim, you're being right all the time. I don't have any contradictions to make to your point, because they're just perfect. Yeah, Porsche Cup, always great to see. It's been some great racing, remembering back to Belle Isle and that great battle. I don't quite remember who it was from, but the battle stretched on for laps and laps. I think it was almost an hour at the end of the race. So I think this is the class that I'm most excited to see what can happen. These are the hardest cars to drive in this race. No traction control, no ABS, tyre temps, very important here. And actually on the iRacing service, you don't tend to get many endurance races with these types of cars. You tend to only be able to do sprint races. So that's why I love watching Porsche Cups do endurance racing, because it's not something that you can necessarily get on the iRacing service without the without league racing. So really interesting to see. Cannot wait to see who will be on pole position. But I think if there's any class that pole position doesn't really matter, I'd have to say it's got to be Porsche Cup, because they are usually so close together that you can't really bet on anybody.
You're spot on there. Scania setting the benchmark time at 1:21.6 for now. Greenleaf just behind them. Well, there you go. Vulcan, we were only just talking about them. Porsche Cup team heading the way and just nipping them. And Sim Party Racing as well, in amongst the mix, constantly changing at the front end. B-Sim heading up into fourth and getting themselves between Scania and Greenleaf. 11 attempts at the moment. They are sixth, and Kazar Sim Racing Gemini rounding out your field in Porsche Cup at the moment. That is a big lock up there. There was the B-Sim Racing Team. Let's see if I can try. Let's see if I can pick this one out for you, Seb, and we'll take a little look at how that unfolded. Oh, he's already lost it there.
Indeed, I think that's going to be one of the most typical accidents that you'll find here at Road Atlanta, which is just the old too much curb and round you go. So easy to do that at turn 5. It's such an inviting curb that you feel like you can just take so much leeway with it, and then you just take that little bit too much. There's a nasty bump, and round you go. So, but lucky to not have any damage. I think the tyres will be a little bit hotter than they would have wanted to, but. I think that you're very lucky, I think, to not hit the wall there. So hopefully B-Sim haven't used up all their luck in qualifying, because that would be very disappointing, as we see. I think that was a different car. I didn't quite catch the number there, sort of cutting across the turn 3 runoff there. So really pushing out there at the moment, these Porsche Cup cars. Watching them down the S's is a great sight to see. These really move around both under power and braking. Not that much aero, so they are a handful to drive. Very fun as well. Have a look at Greenleaf at the moment, coming onto the back straight. They are 3rd place at the moment, 2/10 off pole position, so they definitely can take that pole position. It's not too far away at all, and what I'm noticing is that there is a little bit of a slipstream game going on here, Tim. Everybody just wants to be in the slipstream, and who can blame them?
No, just absolutely maximising it to, if teams like this right now, 11/10 right at the back of the field in qualifying. Of course, there's still plenty of time left in qualifying, so we're going to expect to see those guys improve. They've got Oliver Carwadine currently at the helm during qualifying. As they come through the last couple of corners, can they improve their previous best of 1:22.56? Kazar head up a place there, up into 6th, and just having a little look. It's an improvement in time, but not in terms of places right now for 11/10. Just over a second, covering a whole field in Porsche Cup right now. But interestingly, B-Sim, they seem to be on a bit of a move right now. On an outlap, actually, so I apologise about that one. But on the outlap, interesting, in the second sector, they went fastest of absolutely anyone. But just having a little look at Vulcan, here they are, managed to find them in the end. They're on a definite improvement, the fastest of anyone in Sector 1. Dominic Forster at the helm for them right now. Interesting, I've been watching Dominic in another championship in Porsche Cup, and he's been really making some moves in that and applying himself to the Porsche Cup, and definitely those skill sets transferring over here today.
Certainly are. Pole position by just over a 10th at the moment, but you're right, he's setting the timing towers alight at the moment. Purple in Sector 2, I think only an improvement on his personal best in Sector 3. Let's have a look and see what he can do in this final sector. Oh, very wide, massive oversteer moment there, and he's going to pull into the pit lane there, so unfortunately he won't be able to complete that lap. That was definitely just a little bit too much right foot there in round he went. Caught the grass as well, and actually that's allowed me to arrive at another point that Road Atlanta is really difficult for, and that's just pit lane entry. I don't know how many people have raced here, but I've always struggled with the entrance here. It's so high and narrow and downhill and off camber, and if you lock the brakes, you could be in the wall. So I know certainly that whenever I race here, I have to do a lot of practice around the pit entry. So will we see any incidents? And the other question: if somebody crashes in the pit lane, does that call out the safety car? Can we have a safety car incident because of somebody's pit lane entry?
I believe so. I might have to scout the walk, Seb, and have that a good scout, but I do believe so, yes. It's all part of the track, and I think you have raised a really, really interesting point there, is that pit entry. It is tight, and as you come out, we'll see if we can get on board with one of the cars so we can witness that entry. We'll see it across to the right-hand side. There we go. On board right now with Greenleaf. You're going to see it as you come across the brow there. Oh, there it's just there, over to your right-hand side. And it comes in really quick. And like you say, Seb, especially opening stages shouldn't matter too much. However, when when it gets into the later stages, it's going to prove tricky where you've got lap traffic, and especially if you find yourself on the outside and you've pushed your fuel that you need to come in this lap, this is very last lap, like as you normally would do during racing, that it could get a bit tricky and a bit awkward trying to get yourself back across the track to get into the pits, and could catch potentially a couple of our drivers out over the course of the 4 hours.
It certainly could, and it's such a tricky pit lane, and I'm sure that everybody here will be trying to push their fuel numbers as much as possible, so I don't think many people will have leeway to go, there's somebody behind me, I guess I don't have to pit this lap, even if I have to save a little bit. I don't think that's going to be an option at all, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few close calls over the hill. Maybe some drivers might be opting to use their pit-in button. There's a quick message that you can put into the game chat that says pitting in with your driver name. So I know that some leagues, not this one, but some leagues do sort of not mandate it, but they've asked drivers in the past just to pop a message in. Of course, that brings its challenges that people are then looking at their text box rather than where they're driving. So very interesting to see what's going to happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see at least a few close moments at the brow of the hill.
Definitely, and just while we're talking there, SIM3D Racing heading to the top, the timing sheets in Porsche Cup. Not long left, about just over 4 minutes, and I think you're saying, Seb, if you find a gap that you'll have to go for it when coming to the pit entry, which is a lovely segue to the second sponsor for this championship, Go for the Gap. If you're looking to find the very best F1 and motorsport art and graphics, head over to the Etsy store now and use code 10TALSIMSPORT, so hopefully spelling total, for 10% off their motorsport prints. You can also head over to @GoForTheGapCo on Twitter to find out more information, or the discount code, and information is down below in the description. Make sure you give them a check out because they have some absolutely stunning artwork. And not long left now in Porsche Cup, 1:21.1 leading the way. The benchmark time, wow, there we go. Having said that, that just instantly displaced by Reynolds of SIM3D Racing. 21.0 is now the new time to beat, and interestingly, I think it's going to be tight as anyone can beat it. Greenleaf, they've headed into the pits. I don't know the time that's left, Seb. They're cutting it fine if they want to try and get out again and another faster lap.
They are indeed. I think that they're going to really struggle there. So have Greenleaf decided on third place? Maybe just... Oh, no, they're out on the pit. So they have decided to come out. So it's whether they can make it round. We'll have to find out. That was a great lap there from SIM3D Racing Esports, though. 2/10, exactly 2/10 quicker than Vulcan Sim Racing in second place. So Vulcan got a lot to work to do at the moment. But the top 8, or all of the Porsche Cup, are only separated by about 1.2 seconds. 1.2 seconds separates one of the Porsche Cups. So this race is wide open when it comes to the actual race. It's you couldn't. I don't think you could bet against any one of these drivers, any one of these teams. It will come down to strategy, fuel management, and just plain luck at times. So very interesting. But we're saying about Greenleaf not being able to make it out. If SIM3D Racing Esports decided that that's their best lap, they can't go any quicker. So we'll come into the pits and we'll just watch it from the sidelines. Very Sebastian Vettel-esque. I think he did that a few years ago at Singapore. Just watching from the pits. Are they going for the same strategy?
Well, it looks very much that way right now, and just looking at it as well. So, interestingly, Seb, obviously you're saying about 1.2, 1.3 seconds covering our whole field. 11/10 just struggling a little bit right now in terms of outright pace, but 0.8 of a second covers all the way down to 7th. Just really tight times. B-Sim set another new fastest lap last time for them, an improvement of 1:21.5. Likewise, Vulcan went quicker as well with a 1:21.7. Now we're right into the dying stages here, and I think this is probably going to be the last chance for a flying lap for any of these drivers. And can anyone improve? Can Vulcan take the fight to SIM3D Racing They've only got 2 more corners left. Let's find out here at Road Atlanta who's going to come out on top at pole. And it's no improvement from Forster. But BSIM have displaced them. They've got it up into second place. A great lap from Ronzani. An absolutely spectacular one right at the depth. And I'm actually looking at the timer, Seb. I think they can potentially squeeze one more in here if they get a bit of a wiggle on and have no mistake.
I think they will. I think everybody that started the lap at the moment will be able to complete it. So Vulcan are on their lap. BSIM can also complete. Greenleaf, Sicania. Virtual Racing Compound Blue did pit though, so they are out of qualifying, down in 6th place at the moment. 100th away from Sicania in 5th, but they will not take part in this session anymore. Neither will our pole sitter SIM3D Racing Esports. They are out of qualifying. They will not be able to set another lap time. So can BSIM, Vulcan, Greenleaf or Sicania, even Quasar, can they displace our current pole sitter? Only a few more corners until we can tell. We're on board with BSIM at the moment. This is Vulcan Racing though. They have got probably one of the best chances to see.
Oh, that's it, gone!
Another mistake! Again!
Oh, just right at the depths. The same corner last time. It's been the nemesis for the German Dominik Forster. And that is qualified and dusted for them. Let's have a look. BSIM, they've come across the line. It's an improvement in time, but not good enough for pole. A 1:21.21 for them. Likewise, Sicania as well. An improvement for them. 1:21.46. Not quite good enough. 0.08 of a second between themselves and Greenleaf. Greenleaf are just the lap there. Looking at the time, so they're going to be the last one across the line. What can Benjamin de Pepe do? And it's down into turn 10 now, onto the brakes. Can he keep the car settled? Not long left. And
nope.
No, he's abandoning the lap, so that is Porsche Cup done and dusted here. SIM3D take pole, as you said, Seb, in Sebastian Vettel style, just sat waiting, watching on from the sidelines as the remainder of qualifying played out. BSIM up into second, displacing Vulcan. Those mistakes on the last 2 flying laps costing them dearly out turn 10. Sort of a third, Greenleaf 4th, but now it's the time of GT3 AM Pro to find out who's going to come out on top. But of course, the 4 different manufacturers. We've got the Porsche 911 GT3. You can see the Ferrari 488 GT3 just behind there of Patrick Gannon RPM. We've also got the BMW M4 GT3. There's one of them. It's the Prismatic Motorsport DB team. Alex Zaya, she is currently at the helm, the American. Just having a little look. Oh, of course, how can we expect to get these guys? Next Level Racing had an absolutely epic race last time out in race 1 at Charlotte Roval. Got right up and amongst things at the sharp end. Helped out a little bit by the safety cars, some might argue, but then it all fell apart from them. Space of a few corners, they were devastated. I think we all were for them. GT3 and we've got the Mercedes. Mercedes, the Sunday drivers. They're going around turn 1 right now. They've got Preston Rudke at the helm for them. Let's find out all together what's going to happen in GT3 AM. Well, of course, in the next 15 minutes or so, who will come out on top? Who's going to take pole in the season finale here at Road Atlanta in Georgia? And wow, I think this is going to be really interesting. We've got some incredibly quick drivers. You know, we've got likes of Emily Howe of Prismatic A. We've seen quick drives from her all season. Just having a little look, of course, at SIM3D Sport. We've got James Armstrong. I've watched him for a few seasons, so we've got people coming across the line right now. And there's so many potential ones. We've just seen the benchmark times being, well, these are rudimentary ones, the drivers on outlaps, so these are all going to improve. Wouldn't read too much into these. And of course, Vin Glenn over at Deutsche Payments, the young German, came along to the championship at Spa It's a co-pilot with Daniel Muth, and wow, this young lad has definitely got some raw speed.
He certainly has. Currently 4th overall in GT3 Pro, so good result for so far for Deutsche Payments Esports there. But you're right, Tim, we've got quite a long time left to go in this qualifying session. Lots of people making improvements. I think some notice having some really slow sectors out there, so I think a few mistakes there which will all be corrected in the coming laps. It's all very nice to see a non-Porsche car out and about at the moment. RPM Racing in the Ferrari GT3 Evo, the updated version of the Ferrari GT3, chasing that slipstream from the Porsche there. Oh, and he gets on the grass, and he has a little bit of a embarrassing issue there. So there's a little bit of a car park out there at the moment, Tim. There, it's I wouldn't expect that to see that in qualifying. I think I'd expect to see that in the when they start the race, but not in qualifying. Very interesting scenes there again.
That's the one of the Ferraris off there. I think that was Dabby who just took to the grass there. Let's take a little look at how that unfolded from above, and just misjudged braking, turning point into turn 1, off onto the grass. And I mean, we were saying about potential danger points during the race, Seb, and I think that could well be one. That wall, you know, if you get out onto the grass on the exit of turn 1, especially early on, it's so tricky because the grass just keeps coming at you really quickly, and and also the wall does, where it seems to come, you know, back at you, and we could see potentially a couple of drivers purchasing a one-way ticket to the barrier there.
It's such a tricky corner, and of course you don't really tend to stop on grass there. So I think if you end up getting your braking wrong, if you end up touching the grass on exit, there's a really high chance that you're going to end up in the barrier. That accident there, it just seemed like the car was just far too on the nose, at least for the driver's preference. You just saw how much movement the rear had. Once again has a little bit of an issue there coming onto the straight. It just seems that qualifying setup is very on the nose, and what I mean by on the nose is all the grip is the front end's got more grip than the rear. So you turn the car in and the front tyres go, I can handle this, and the rear tyres go, well, that's too much movement for me, and they lose grip. So and of course these drivers wouldn't have really practiced qualifying that much, especially in endurance races. You do like 98% of your driving with full fuel, even warm tyres. You're focusing on getting to the end of the stint in the fastest, most consistent way possible. And all of a sudden, when you're unleashed with a qualifying setup, low fuel, especially if you haven't tweaked the ride heights to account for the less fuel, you can be driving a completely different car than what you spent hours driving before, and it could really catch some drivers out. So I wonder if that's what's happened to the Zabi Racing team at the moment. Talking of that, they're currently 3rd in class though, so obviously not doing too bad as we just have a look at them coming down the S's, having a look also at SIM3D Sport as well. That's where we saw that Porsche Cup go very wide and have that spin on the exit of that curb, but the GT3s have a little bit more grip, a little bit more aero grip, but crucially traction control there, so makes it a lot easier to drive, especially at the top of the hill there. So really good from them as we see SIM3D Sport leading the way at the moment. So they just for your benchmarks time, they did a 1 minute 18.1 to a tenth quicker than RPM Racing. It's nice to see some non-Porsches on the track, but a great mention here, Tim, from a great qualifying even from 11 Tenths Racing Team. They are 3rd overall, and they are an AM team, so stunning lap by Mark Baxter-Jones out there.
You just beat me to that. Was going to be our next exact point, Seb. Great to see 2 of the AMs up there. Obviously, as you mentioned, 11 Thames Mouth Baxter-Jones out the helm for them, and Luke Lamel over at B-Sim Racing, 5th overall right now, 2nd in class. Great to, well, then instantly displaced by Emily Howe, who, for now, Seb, a bit further down, likewise with Deutsche Payment as well. They've actually had a drive, interestingly, Seb, these guys have had a drive change, and Daniel Muth's got into the car during qualifying. Obviously, Vin Glenn doing the first lap, and they're definitely feeling the pressure and know it's tough out there today, but RPM, we've not used to seeing them at the front in the Ferrari, and those guys are really taking it to them. But I'll tell you what, Baxter Jones, he was on a bit of a good lap there, and it was an improvement, 18.25, only 300ths of a second slower than RPM right now, but going quicker and quicker again is James Armstrong at SIM3D Sport, coming down into turn 10. What can the Brit do? BMW, of course, incredibly good over the curves, we know that. However, it's a bit more flatter sort of section throughout here as it comes across the line, and it's an improvement. There we go, 117.9. The first person into the 170 is a great lap by Armstrong there. Some 3/10 quicker than second place, and wow, the SIM3D at the hands of Armstrong right now look absolutely on fire.
Indeed, and that's always demoralising for everybody back in the garage, especially when you hit that barrier, that threshold of like, you know, the extra seconds. So now you're into the 17s. It's almost like you feel like it's quicker than it really is, because you go, he's got a 17 in front of their name. That's really quick. So I think everybody's going to come out again, but SIM3D Sport looking super quick at the moment. RPM as well, looking quick, but do they have 3/10 in their pocket? It's quite a lot to find around here. Maybe we're looking at a little bit of slipstream needed. So we actually have a look. RPM not getting the slipstream, but providing the slipstream to not one but two cars in the background there. So that's not the way that they need to do that. At least if they want the slipstream, they're going to have to swap that one around. Of course, you do get a little bit of a benefit being the second car in the train. So that Porsche there, can't quite see the number. We'll have a look at it as it comes past. So that's Deutsche Payments there. So they are getting a great tow at the moment. So they're going to want to try and stay there as much as they can. And actually, they could even dislodge RPM Racing, about 100th of a second between those two at the moment. So can Deutsche Payments take second place away from them by using RPM's draft? That would be a story and a half.
It definitely would be, indeed. As just waiting for a few drivers to come across the line and see how they get on, but once again, incredibly tight. I mean, just look at the distance between Matt Chili and RD, 7th and 8th respectively right now. Only 5,000, well, that whole little group around there, Seb. I mean, a 10th covers from stage 1, 6th at the moment, who we just couldn't see. Bart Parrott currently on board for them. And then, just trying it up now, Seb, roughly about a 10th is all the covers from 6th to 12th. That is, wow, it's very rare that I'm left speechless, but how wow, it's within a 10th. You can't explain how close it is as Stage 1 Senior bouncing across the curbs there, but that is just alarmingly close. That's ridiculously fine margins between that cluster of cars there.
It's insane, and yeah, you seem to be really speechless around me, Tim. I wonder if there's some correlation there. Yeah, it's honestly, I think for qualifying, you go, okay, it's kind of close. We'll take it. But when it comes to race pace, if you're all similar on quali pace, roundabout going to be similar on race pace, and that's when it gets really interesting, because you've got you know, a group of about sort of 5-6 cars that are all lapping within a 10th of each other. That's a real good battle there. And if you're RD Sim Sport or even Mad Chili Racing, sorry, even Stage 1 as well, like all of the groups that are at the top of the field, that's great for them, because it means that the cars behind them don't have necessarily the pace to overtake them, because you do need quite a big delta with pace to overtake. So you really want to be at the front of this gaggle when they're all so close, as we saw Deutsche Payments there having a little bit of a spin on the grass. So really interesting there, seeing everybody pushing now to the limits. And I think, you know, we've got about 2.5 minutes left to go in this session, so I think everybody now is going to be pushing as hard as they can, delivering the absolute max they can out of the car, because at this point it doesn't really matter. So it's going to be a really good little finish to the qualifying session, and just 11/10ths, I just can't get over it. They are 3/10ths off the overall pole position time. Great effort by them.
It is absolutely stunning. Well, wow, there you go. Once again, Mark Baxter Jones delivers second place overall, top in AMS, a 1:18.072. incredibly close to SIM3D. But they are really vying for that front row overall. The AM team, I mean, it's not quite, I know, because they're the same car category set, but I think back to Le Mans, I think I'm digging deep in the memory bank here, Seb, so bear with me a second. I'm sure someone in chat will correct me. But around about, I think it was 5 years ago, we had an LMP2 lead overall, and I know these guys are the same car class, but even so, it's almost evocative and, you know, stirring of those sorts of types of moments. I mean, wow, never say never. Can Mark Baxter-Jones get it on pole overall? I think that would be an absolutely epic way to end the season. Qualifying coming to a close here for the GT3s right now. I'll be able to take you through the grid once we are done with qualifying, but this really could go anyway. SIM3D, looks like I think they are into the pits right now. What can Mark Baxter-Jones do? Can he go quicker again? The answer to that one is no. Around about just over a tenth slower that time around. I think that's qualifying done and dusted for them. They play the long waiting game now. As RPM come down to turn 10. Dave Twain is just making a bit of an improvement there. Yeah, with a 118.18. Then you move up into 5th place, 4th in class. But what can RPM do? They're going to be ecstatic with this result so far. 2nd in class, 3rd overall, the 2nd row of the grid. It's an improvement in time to secure that place, but no promotion in places. So that looks like that's going to be qualified, potentially done and dusted for them as we start to run into overtime. Just having a look, FTR, Red, Richard Barwick and the Ferrari, they are on an improving one as well. What can they do in these closing stages? I'm just having a little look who else are on a bit of flyers. I think Timothy Vanderbroek of Stage 1 Green is on a bit of a quicker one as well. We'll just stay with FTR and see how Barwick gets on for them in these closing stages of the lap. And he's bailed that lap, so that's qualifying done and dusted for them. Twitch Payments are going to have one last gasp go at this to try and get themselves higher up. And a little bit surprised from these guys in qualifying. I think as well, they are a bit surprised to find themselves currently in 4th.
I think they are indeed, sorry Tim, trying to do many things at once, trying to prepare for this amazing race. Deutsche Payments, I think, doing a really good job. You're right, I think they are a little bit surprised, but does it look to me like they've backed off, or? I think they have.
I think they have, Seb. I think they have, and I think this is going to be qualifying done and dusted for them. Yep, there we go. German team head in. It's qualifying done, and the clock ticks down now. We're going to be able to bring you up your official grid here for the 4 hours of Road Atlanta for the season finale of the SIM3D GT Trophy by FTR Events. And let's just wait for the session to move over into the race. Be able to bring you up with your grid here for the final round of the season. Here we go. So, just take you through your standings. So, your overall... There we go. Just sorting itself out. James Armstrong on pole for SIM3D with the AM team of 11 Temps Racing in 2nd place. And on that front row of the grid, RPM, they are in the 2nd row with Prismatic Motorsport A's Emily Howe for company. The 3rd row of the grid, that's made up of Deutsche Payments and Arctic Racing. And then the 4th row, another AM driver, qualifying high, Loic Lamo for B-Sim Racing. They've got the Audi of Next Level Racing Blue. Corey Peters of Funk Motorsport, he's got the Stage 1 Senior outfit alongside on the 5th row and rounding out top 10, Morgan Driscoll of Mad Chili. He's got fellow Brit of RD Simsport, Rod Sutherland alongside on the 6th row. And there we go, just wants to move down. There we go. FTR, Richard Barwick, he's got Kevin DeVinter, Stage 1 Junior for company. Then it's the Prismatic B and Zabi making up an all-AM row. And likewise on the row behind, Stage 1 Green, and the Mercedes of the Sunday drivers. Then it's into the Porsche Cup cars. It's Sim Party. They took pole with B-Sim starting alongside them on the front row. Dominic Forster of Vulcan Sim Racing is the Greenleaf car for company on the second row in Porsche Cup. Roberto Di Filipis, he's got, of Sicania, the Italian's got Virtual Racing Compounds Pete Plasto for company in the third row in Porsche Cup. And then the final row in Porsche Cup, it is Kazar with the 11 temps Porsche Cup outfit. Paul Stout is going to start the race for them. Then it's into the GT4s, while TechSense, they got pole. They're going to have Backmarker Racing Blue starting alongside them. JD are on the second row with D-Line Racing Red. Rounding out your 31 car grid. Last of the GT4s is FTR Esports White. Lee Boucher is going to be piloting that machine. Wow, Seb, I think it's time to take a big, deep breath and get ready for this one, because it's going to be... I think it's just going to be crazy. We're going to have drama, we're going to have excitement. Anything can happen. I think anything will happen as well.
I think you're right. I think that everybody on the grid, I think, will be taking deep breaths as well. I think all of the drivers that are watching the race as well, I think, will be taking a deep breath. This is important. Final race of the season, you want to do good, you want to end on a high, and there's championships up for grabs. So really crucial race, crucial first corner, crucial few laps, and then we get into the great bit of endurance racing, the long sort of endurance stints, and then we'll get to that final hour, and I think things will start to kick off once again. The track temp is up to 30 degrees now, so a little bit hotter than qualifying. It will only continue to get hotter throughout the race, so very interesting to see how that will affect the drivers out on track, especially the Porsche Cups and the GT4s. I think will feel the effects more than these GT3s, which have more power and certainly more downforce. So really interested to see what's going to happen, Tim. I don't think you can place a bet on anybody of who's going to win, and that's exactly how we like it. I think we're in for such a treat, such a good race.
I don't know about you, Steph. I can already feel the hairs start to stand up on my arm. It's wow. I'm just bubbling with excitement. I want to get this one started. Of course, the cars just separate into their separate groups now. That's what you can see at the back of GC3. The big gap just over the crest of the hill. Now come the Porsche Cups. We'll be heading off of racing very, very soon. The Porsche 911 safety car just rounding turn 10 with the GT3s. That's going to peel in incredibly soon as we get ready to go racing. There it goes. Let's get ready to start the 4 hours of Road Atlanta, the SIM3D GT Trophy by FTR events, and we are away as Armstrong leading the way, and then the 11 temps Porsche Cup coming under attack. There, everyone just getting a bit tight in the midfield, but our team, they're going to head off into second. A great start from them as everyone behind just left squabbling right now. Let's take a little bit of a look back through the field. Porsche Cup are just going to be getting underway now. Here they are. What's going to happen between these guys? They've been so competitive all season long, and it could go absolutely any which way between these guys. Sim Party Racing leading the way in Porsche Cup. They've all got off in a relatively meek and mild affair compared to the GT3s, which seem to be all scrambling around over one another as they come down through turn 5. Brilliant sight to see them all stream through. But let's take a little look as they get underway in GT4. It might be the slowest of the categories, but my golly, definitely not short of action, and already Backmarker losing a place. JD Sim Racing getting ahead. A look at the jump. TechSense has gone on everyone in GT4 as they come round turn 4 and head down turn 5. They've already pulled out a 1.5 second advantage in these opening stages here at Road Atlanta. But let's just take you a little bit look through. They've already completed just over 1 lap. That is the gap between first and second. 1.7 seconds between RPM and Sim3D, who lead the way. Armstrong, the Brit, making an absolute flying start. 11 tenths. They've just dropped back a little bit. You can see them just in the Porsche there. A black and red car. They've got Deutsch payments all over the back of them right now. They come down in towards turn 5 and 6. So 6 and 7. See everyone just all on top of one another a little bit now. Wow, Seb. An absolute blinding start here at Road Atlanta.
Absolutely great. Really clean from everybody there. GT3s were 3 wide going into turn 1 there. I jumped back from my screen there, sort of expecting a huge accident, but no, they all managed to make it through. Crucially, in the GT4 race, JD Sim Racing getting ahead of Backmarker Racing Blue. They've actually lost another position, according to my timing stand, so they are down in 4th place. They need to, as I was explaining in qualifying, oh, there's a move there going down the inside into the final corner there. Oh, that's really close, but a great move there from, that was the
H1 Xenia, that is getting ahead of Next Level Racing Blue.
Great move, brave move to do, especially on lap 3 of a 4-hour event, but clearly wanted to get past the Audi of Next Level Racing Blue there. So up ahead, good move there. Very risky, but it's only risky if it doesn't work. And if it works, you just look like a great driver, and that certainly was a great move. Yeah, so Backmarker Racing down in 2nd to last, so really vital that they gain those positions back if they want to win the championship. Still 4 hours to go, of course, and that's true of everybody on the grid. So good start, but I can't wait to see what happens. Again, that Porsche as well, moving, yeah, sorry, the driver that managed to get ahead, stage 1 racing, the Porsche, got a nice gap over Next Level Racing Blue, so clearly was a good decision to make that risky move to get ahead and press on to gain more positions.
Getting tight in the Porsche Cup right now, a top 3 covered by just under a second. Greenleaf, you can see him just in the background there, just dropping off this lead 3 right now. The Sim Party really starting to pull away at the hands of Stuart Rednall's. Zanari of B Sim just behind them, and we've got lots of chat for Prismatic in the chat. Lots of support for Prismatic in the chat. Likewise, SIM3D, they've got their fair share of love going on right now as well. As we see this intriguing little battle. What can Rosanari of B Sim do? Is he going to make a lunge into turn 10? He's having a good look, but decides just to back out of it. And you see Forster of Vulcan, he's just at the back of this train, just then instantly being brought right up into him here, Seb. And this is where it could get tricky, and it always is tricky being the middle car, because as much as you want to make the attack, you have to have it, in the back of your mind, a little look at what your competitor's doing behind, because if you leave yourself exposed, you can easily, instead of potentially taking the place, you can actually lose a place.
You certainly can in the older homages. Sometimes the best form of defence is attack, and I think when you're the middle car, especially if you've got more pace than the driver ahead, your best form of defence is to attack, as we see the GT4s now being lapped by the GT3s already as we have a look. So Backmarker Racing on the back of D-line there, so we might see a move for position in a minute.
Well, D-line, look, they've got JD right in front of them, and look, this is the worst thing for the GT3s right now. There are 2 battling GT4s. There is JD and D-line side by side. JD just comes out in front. They all decide to let the GT3s through, and you can see lots of flashing of the lights going on right now. Everyone's starting to trip up over one another, and the big difference in pace is really starting to be displayed, and there's a lot of GT3s being held up. We've got Arctic, then Next Level, and then we've got who else is in there as well? There's Mad Chili, they're sucked up involved. RD are in the mix as well. So it'll come out of turn 5, everyone racing through. You see him coming down now, and this is where, for this absolutely stunning overhead shot that we've got here, Arctic, you see him just trying to slip up the inside. Mad Chili making progress over D-line as we head out down the straight, and all that is incredibly close there, Seb. Almost having to, thread the eye of the needle there. The Next Level Racing Audi. That could have been instant disaster there.
That could have been really good driving by them. They've still got the GT4. They're going to go 3 wide into the braking zone at turn 10. Oh, Next Level Racing really cuts across there. But down the inside goes the BMW of Arctic Racing. Great move by them. Upper position, so very good from them. In the GT4 category, what I noticed is Backmarker Racing lost a lot of time there. JD as well. But TechSense 2 seconds out in the lead at the moment. Perfect start from them. Exactly what they would have wanted. Another driver that's had exactly what they wanted is James Armstrong from the SIM3D Sport. He's currently got around about a 2-second gap. So great start from him. Perfect start for SIM3D Sport. Looking really confident through traffic too. So really nice start to the race for our GT3 leader.
About up and down the field, as you can imagine, early on. I tell you what, Zabby, they've got a little train that they're tagging along with. Just in front of them, you see them, the blue Ferrari there, as they come past the TechSense GT4. Everyone trying to make their way through. FTR just hold up there. They've got Funk Motorsports in that quite liveried Porsche ahead, number 97. And Zabby on the attack now, trying to get past the Stage 1 Junior BMW. That's Kevin De Winter in the cockpit for them right now, and you can see they've not got the best of exits there, and that's what's cost them. And Zabby nearly just caught Stage 1 Junior napping, and Vincent nearly lost the place to the AM team there.
Yeah, indeed. It's all kicking off at the moment, isn't it, Tim? Really close racing. It's exactly what we were expecting to see at the start of the race, but I think some of the drivers need to be reminded, maybe a little bit of a radio communication from their drivers, that it is a 4-hour race and they do need to calm down. But we're having a look at the back of the Porsche Cup field, so they are quite some way off, actually, Tim, the leaders in their class. So
they've lost a big chunk of time there, Seb. Let's see if we can. I think De Filipis is caught up in one of them. Let's see if we can take a little look at what happened. Oh, there we go.
So Quasar there. So that's the Quasar Porsche Cup, just sort of going side by side into the chicane, and that's the perils of that chicane. There is, it's so easy to end up sort of in the same position. You're each going for the apex there. As we have a look here at the Backmarker Racing blue car, going very wide there, managing to just stay on the track, but Porsche not making it easy there, going down the inside, Tim, and that's yeah, it's not what you want to see, especially for the slower car in the final corner, just a car sort of diving down the inside at the last minute. Talking about diving down the inside, Tim, this battle is certainly heating up.
It is indeed. Between 11 Temps and Sicania, they may be at the back of Porsche Cup, but these two are definitely having a good old hard go at things here. As they head down through the S's. Incredibly close between them, and Sicania have just managed to get ahead of 11 Temps. That's got themselves up into 7th. Recovering drive begins for them. These guys all well off the field, the back of the field right now, and wow, it's I mean, to be fair, Seb, I'm sort of semi-amazed that we've got away with so many incidents. Oh, this is like getting our lead 3 in Porsche Cup. Sim Party, they've dropped 2 places here, Seb.
They have indeed. Not quite sure what's gone on there, but BSIM have managed to make a little bit of a break there. So really good driving from them. Yeah, it's I'm a bit confused.
Let's see if we can say this is BSIM being overtaken. This Rosanari of BSIM heading past Sim Party. Too many sims, so much racing. So that's that move, and then does then Forster? No, let's find out then. Dominic Forster. We see the slipstream train begins. That's well, a continuation of the move. So spaces of many corners. Sim Party losing 2 places from the lead in Porsche Cup.
Yeah, it's really not a good few laps there from Sim Party, but they're right on the back of Vulcan. So they're still in the way, and that was a great move as well by Dominic Forrester to send it down the inside there. Really tricky with the Porsche Cups with the no ABS and the tendency to lock the brake. So great move from him, but I don't think Sim Party Racing Esports are very happy with that. At the moment, they're in the slipstream trying to get past. Stuart Reynolds on board for the Sim Racing Party Esports car at the moment. Doesn't fancy a move very akin to Dominic Forrester into the turn 10 chicane, but while they're battling, this is just allowing BSIM just to escape up the road. So BSIM will be wanting Vulcan and Sim Party just to continue this squabble for a few more laps. Another person that'll be wanting this battle to improve is Greenleaf.
Well, that's Zabby, Seb. That's Zabby. They're off the road. You can see him just in the background there. The Ferrari, they've incurred damage. Something has happened to them. Let's see if we can take a fight. Here we go, a replay incoming. Oh, they've caught the curbs on the exit. On the exit out of the S's.
They were so unlucky with how the car managed to hit the barrier as well. They managed to hit the nice soft tyre barrier, but the rear just ended up just sort of hitting the concrete wall, and that's given them the most damage. And disaster for Zabi Racing Team there. They were looking really quick, and it's such an easy thing to do there. We saw drivers doing that in qualifying. There is a fast repair. So they can come into the pits. They can fuel it up. Probably won't need a new set of tyres. Oh no, they're continuing. So they've chosen not to come into the pits, but it was bound to happen. But it's sad to see that it was the Zabi car that was the first victim of Turn 5.
Yes, indeed. And interestingly, Seb, while this top three in Porsche Cup have been battling away, just look who's in the background there, just quietly chipping away. That's Greenleaf coming back into the mix of what was a three-way fight for the lead between B-Sim, Vulcan and Sim Party. And we've now got Greenleaf coming in, wanting a piece of the action. This battle for the top four in Porsche Cup. And now, I'll tell you what, we've got Deutsche Payments having a slip up the inside at 11 tenths there. That for a fourth place overall. Of course, 11 tenths. They're still leading GT3M right now. B-Sim are the closest to them. They are currently 10th overall. Look, Lamol for B-Sim. See them head up through the S's now. Zeb, it's getting incredibly close between some of these battles that we've got going out on track right now. And I think this is where, with one of the beauties of this circuit is, it's a nice mix between, it's not too short, but it's not too long. So as us, for the viewers, we're going to get plenty of action with cars coming through and overtaking one another, you know, and lap traffic, and playing a large part of the story and getting involved in the mix here.
Certainly, yeah. It's such a great track. I really am a fan of Road Atlanta, and you're right. That's a great shot. We just watched the GT4s go through turn one, and this gaggle of Porsche Cup cars. Oh, they're going to make it 3 wide there with a GT4 team. They are really racing.
Seb, I mean, look, Greenleaf are now right on the back of these guys. To put it into perspective, Seb, I'll see if we can get some timings up for the viewers at home, but I mean, these guys are last time around, Seb, lapped some nearly half a second quicker than the group of 3 ahead of them, and that's what's brought them right into this fight in Porsche Cup. They come down into turn 6 and 7 now.
Are indeed, and that's what you were saying to around the traffic making a big difference into this race. If you catch a GT4 on the S's, you're going to lose so much time. It only gets more time lost as you go up the classes from the Porsche Cup to the GT3. So it's going to be really crucial to catch, and you're going to see the gaps ebbing and flowing. And this has allowed Greenleaf to catch into what can they do. They need to capitalise as much as they can. I think if you manage to catch up to somebody via traffic, you really want to be able to capitalise on that as quickly as you can to maybe get past them. And even if you don't have the pace over them, if you can get track position, it's vital around here. So we're really going to see a lot of moves, a lot of switching places, but we'll have to see at the end. Oh, and Greenleaf makes a very late move there. The backmarker racing car turned in there, and you don't want to see, because it's so easy for one to turn in a little bit too much, one to understeer wide, and you end up having a bit of an incident. So, good racing so far. Again, really surprised at how clean it is. Zabi, I think, are the only ones to have major issues, but RD Simsport now coming under fire from the number 97 car of Funk Motorsport there. So racing really heating up here at the moment, Tim.
It is indeed, Sam. It's close between so many of our teams right now. We've got this battle playing out over 11th overall between RD Simsport, Funk Motorsport, BMW versus Porsche. Around about a couple of tenths separating them. I think 11 tenths. They come off track. Something has Yeah, Baxter Jones looks like, I think, according to our software, Seb, he's come off track. What has happened to him? Oh, no, that's a replica of what happened to Zabby not that long ago there, Seb.
No,
it's carbon copy almost.
Carbon copy, apart from the 1110's got lucky with the hit in the tyre barrier, and I can't actually see any damage on the track at the moment. So this is the Zabby incident. No, it's a different incident from Zabby. So they've already got the damage, a little bit too much grass there, and round she goes. No damage done, as long as they hold the brakes, which they have, and off they go. Easy to do there, but I think Zabby Racing Team really not having an optimal start to this 4-hour race. 1110's very lucky, I think, to get away with that, and I don't know if you can see any damage on that car, Tim, but I certainly can't.
No, I think they got away with that one. No damage from that one. This is what's happened to D-Line, and they've gone around. They've kept it out of the wall, but that is gutting for them. That's put D-Line right to the back of GT4. It's always an awkward one when you're stuck against the wall like that, trying to rejoin. Tricky stuff, and after a stunning qualifying, Max Jones now finds himself 6th overall for 11 attempts. However, still worth mentioning, they have 3 cars between themselves and second in Class B sim.
Yeah, I think that's really key for them to remember. It's still a great start from the GT3 perspective. I think they might be a little bit disappointed, starting second overall, but great start from 11th so far. That little mistake, but I think they've managed to be really lucky with the little damage that they've got, as we see Zabby Racing Team coming into the pit. So no doubt they've used their one and only fast repair. So they will offset with fuel now. Wonder if they've taken tyres. It didn't look like they took tyres, so it'll be a force to see what they can do with that. Definitely be playing the long game there, but got rid of the damage, so all good as we see the SIM3D Sport getting past the GT4 into the S's. I was talking to some GT4 drivers earlier today, and they were saying that they really dislike it when any car tries to overtake them in the S's, because they are so grip limited in these cars that they really have to stamp on the brakes to avoid sort of running over the curb. So I don't think I think that was the backmarker racing car. I don't think they'll be too thrilled with SIM3D Sports overtaking there, but it's understandable from the GT3's perspective as we see a move for the lead, Tim. We
do indeed. Well, I thought that was coming as well, as much as you did there, Seb. So Sim Party, who are currently behind B-Sim. This feels the lead in Porsche Cup right now. 3 attempts separating these two. Interestingly, Vulcan and Greenleaf have both dropped off the back of these guys a little bit. Well, they've run about just over 2.5 seconds. I think they've managed to pull over them as they come down through the turn 5 section. And a bit of a, I don't know, I mean, this is the joys about the beauty and the beast being played out right now of multi-class racing, where obviously, Greenleaf managed to come up onto the back of them. See Greenleaf and Vulcan maybe just to the top of your screen right now. Come down through the S's, there they are. But equally, where they've clearly had a bit of traffic somewhere around the lap, that's why their gap has managed to extend out as far as it has.
Yeah, it's the real ebb and flow of multi-class racing, and it's something that I always find that if it goes against you, it will end up coming back to you, as we see very close now. Sim Party Racing Esports really trying to get past, but not fancying the dive down the inside into this final chicane. So I wonder if Sim Party playing a little bit of the long game here, maybe sticking behind, saving a little bit of fuel. Of course, you can do a little bit of lifting codes, especially if you're in the draft. Just lifting off the throttle before you hit the brakes can save quite a lot of fuel. It can be the difference between gaining an extra lap of fuel, which can be vital at the end. So maybe it's more strategic here from Sim Party. But going back to the traffic and how it can vary, you end up, it goes against you, but it will end up helping you out again. So you've always got to be reminded of that. But I know that I'm certainly a driver that can get really frustrated in the car, especially if you've been really unlucky for a few laps, and that can start to affect your driving. So you really need to be very cautious and be really aware that as long as you're racing the drivers... Oh, as we see an incident there.
That's the Sunday drivers. They are off the road. Preston Rutger, the Canadian, taking a trip into the gravel. That's had a turn 10, isn't it? Let's see if we can find out what's happened to them. Look down from above. There's nobody around them. If they locked up the rears on that Mercedes AMG, no. He talks about the car being on the nose earlier. The Prismatic beating Lilac Zai having to take evasive action as well.
Yeah, that was
definitely showing exactly where you were talking earlier about the car being on the nose. Really good way of showing it there from above, where the front end grips and the rear says, no, I can't cope with this.
Yeah, it's. I'm looking forward to using this quote. It's always one of my favourite. I think there was a little bit of an ambition over adhesion there. He was really ambitious into the braking zone there, and the rear tyres again just went, can't handle that. You must be joking. That's far too much load than I'm willing to take. And yeah, it's another victim of the very on the nose car. The rear being very light, and I'm surprised to see the Merc go around. Actually, it tends to be one of the most stable cars, and tend to get a lot of understeer there, so I'm always impressed that they've managed to get that car to rotate rather than understeer off the track, although I don't think they'll be too pleased. And now they've got the awkward stage of having to come through the field, and they're racing people that they shouldn't be racing in terms of, the Porsche Cups are slower than them, but they don't have the blue flags to be able to get past them, so the Porsche Cups aren't entitled or they don't have to get out of the way. The GT3s aren't entitled to be able to come through. It's good racing, and it's a good idea to let the cars through, but you don't have to because there's no blue flags involved. So very interesting. Oh, and I think that's Greenleaf managing to get past Vulcan there.
They have got past. While we were chatting about that one, let's see if we can find out what's happened to them. Let's see if we can take a little bit of a look. So this is perennial standard slipstream move here, Seb, on the braking into turn 10. We spoke about it during qualifying. Expected it to plenty of action down into there. And Greenleaf showing exactly how you do it to get ahead of Vulcan.
Certainly, very textbook move, great. You could really see that they weighed up the risks there. They knew that they'd be able to make it, and that's exactly what you want to see with endurance racing there. So great move there by Greenleaf. They need to just make sure that they can push ahead and don't get involved in a squabble between the two, and I think they both are understanding that because they really do want to be able to catch up to the leaders in their class. Another thing I've noticed is how much Sim3D Sport has managed to get a gap up. They're almost up to 6 seconds now ahead of RPM Racing, so really great opening stint here from Sim3D Sport. Exactly what they would have wanted, so great. It's exactly what we want, and it will really give them great confidence going into the next 3.5 hours of this race. And RPM as well, just to make it a little bit worse for RPM, they've got 2 cars right behind them, less than a second separating the top 4 at the moment, or second, third and fourth even, so really close racing, and if they start to squabble, Sim3D Sport will be laughing all the way up the road.
We're right on board right now with Finn Glenn, the young German for Deutsche Payments Esports right now. Well, worth a mention. There you go, you can hear the fuel saving. You spoke about it earlier, Seth. They're just coming up on the back of Vulcan and Greenleaf in Porsche Cup. There's some definite fuel saving going in from Deutsche Payments, hoping it will pay them dividends from later in the race. And just mentioned, while we watch these guys clear as they head through the S's, there is some, well, before I mentioned about one of our great sponsors for this series, Sim3D, there is some absolutely massive fuel saving going in right here from Deutsche Payments. Every single corner, micro opportunity. Deutsche Payments are putting a micro, they're just building it all up across the whole lap. I mean, I'll tell you what, if you have a little listen in for the next section, we'll speak about Sim3D quick while we have a chance. We'll listen into all the other drivers, Prismatic A and the Hal, currently in front of us right now in 3rd place overall. So Sim3D, enhancing your sim racing experience with custom designed parts with the sim racer in mind for both durability and ease of use. All their products are made to order, designed by sim racers for sim racers. You head across to sim-3d.co.uk to find out more. The links are in the description below. And I'll tell you what's interesting one here, Seb. Oh, hello, as you see Vin Glenn. Oh no, that's contact! That's contact! That's Prismatic gone, they're off into the wall, Seb!
Oh, did Deutsche Payments manage to avoid the incident? We had the perfect view there, and I thought they were going to be taken out. Disaster for Prismatic Motorsports A there. Contact, I think, with the Porsche Cup. Let's have a look now.
Oh, it was!
Just not aware, I think, of the Porsche Cup at the apex there. Disaster for Emily Howell. Not too much damage at the rear. I think the suspension will be A-OK, but quite a substantial amount of aero damage there. You can see damage to the rear wheel arch and the rear wing. So, disaster. And that's the difficulty of being in that big pack with many different sort of classes. And yeah, let's have a watch. Oh, it's sort of sandwiched there with I think there was a Porsche Cup on the outside, Porsche Cup on the inside, and
that was Vin Glenn of Deutsche Payment, who was on the outside, Seb, just trying to get round as well safely as possible. But a big turn of events here. The 4 hours of Road Atlanta after half an hour of racing. One of our favourites for potential overall victory. I mean, it's still not done and dusted yet. However, as you see, the ASB-Sim getting past Mad Chili there. That for 9th place overall right now. But wow, that is a big turn of events for one of our overall potential favourites, and it's so tricky through that corner, Seb. I mean, we're going to have a little listen in as well at that stage to see if Emily Howell of Prismatic 8 was fuel saving. We heard on the lap prior just how much Vin Glenn of Deutsche Payments was fuel saving. However, I think certainly for Howell, that is fully out the window, long gone now with the used bathwater.
Yeah, it's certainly just disaster for them. And yeah, I want to pick up, so we were listening to Deutsche Payments fuel saving, and when you were talking about our sponsor, I had a quick listen in the braking zone for the turn decade, and they were saving lots, even pulling in the clutch, which is some like Daytona 24 strats that we saw last weekend in the 24 hours of Daytona. So really interesting strategy there, and looks like Next Level Racing Blue not happy with the BMW up ahead, trying to flash their lights in anger, almost for just existing. Why aren't you getting out of my way? And of course, you don't have to get out of your way, but yeah, you do see, especially sort of GT3 and GTE drivers flash their lights to try and almost trick, almost distract the drivers even into making a mistake. We saw, can't quite remember who it was, but in the real life Daytona 24, I think last year, a BMW flashing his lights all the way around the track. So certainly something that real motorsport drivers use as much as the sim drivers do.
We definitely do. I mean, it's not just used as a distraction tool. Also, it's handier for the faster class cars to, especially, we won't obviously experience it here today at Royal Atlanta, but when night tends to fall as well, and it's hard to tell what is exactly behind you. What's coming up behind you is the faster class cars will be using that to, say, look, just so you know, I'm here, I'm coming through, I'm catching you a race, just so you know I'm here. And it's not so much a distraction tool, more as a communication tool of, look, I am one of the faster cars, I'm going to come past you, just so you know I'm coming. And I mean, they've got it right now. That's one of the Porsche Cups there, they're coming past, and you see, everyone's going to file through. But this is where Arctic can possibly get a jump on the next level Audi. 278 Virtual Racing Compound Blue there, Pete Plastow currently at the wheel for them, and you can feel it right now. Well, you can see it, just how much time Arctic managed to pick up there. What will, well, you can see rather gingerly there and a bit unsure, the Prismatic A car of Emily Howe into turn 1 with a Porsche Cup, a sense of maybe of deja vu occurring once again, and not sure whether to commit to it, so there's not a repeat of what's just happened.
Certainly, it's good to see Emily Howe really sort of just, as we see Zabby trying to go down the inside, trying to lap this battle, so they're still battling in the Porsche Cup.
Although Zabby obviously out in the faster car here, so obviously after that issue, and I have to say that early pit stop, this is actually for position, so Greenleaf third in Porsche Cup, 20th overall. They've got Vulcan just behind them. Then Zambi, who seems to have lost almost a bit of top line speed. The Ferrari GT3, oh, is it going to have free wide down into turn 10? This could end in tears, but it doesn't. Somehow they've got the 11/10 Porsche right behind them. That is the GT3 5th overall right now, leading in GT3 AM. Just selecting to sit behind them for now, and yeah, you know, the Ferrari in GT3s is probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest, in a straight line. And I mean, Zabby, you do have to wonder if there occurred a bit of floor damage from that earlier accident, that, you know, excursion into the barrier, because they seem to be almost struggling a little bit there for straight line speed.
Yeah, they do indeed. Although they did get the fast repair, so I wonder if they've had another excursion somewhere out on the track that we haven't quite seen. Because yeah, they did not look quick in a straight line whatsoever. Of course, the Ferrari being the underdog of the Daytona 24 or iRacing Daytona 24 with its incredible straight line speeds. I also really liked 11/10's racing team's attitude there to those two cars of just, I'm going to let you three deal with it, and I'll just get you when it's safe. You can really tell that 11/10's racing team are acting like leaders in their class, not wanting to take unnecessary risks, and they're doing a perfect job so far. And I think Vulcan's lost a little bit of time here to Greenleaf, but they're still really looking like they're going to battle. There's about a 4-second gap now, Tim, up to BSIM Racing and Sim Party Racing, so they have definitely lost out in that little kerfuffle at turn 10.
See Arctic, the stream behind Arctic, next level, and then Prismatic, BMW, Audi, BMW 6, 7, 8 overall, 5th, 6th, 7th in class. Of course, that is due to, oh, it was Prismatic A. Emily Howe heads to the pit there. That was out early on. That's going to promote a few. Feeling a bit caught up behind people and electing to jump into the pit. As we see our pit, this could be a change potentially for third place here, Seb. So second place even. Deutsche Payments trying to find their way past right now. And that's up the inside. That's surely going to be moved then. But what can RPM do? The fight back begins. They've been on that outside line. They're going to carry more speed. The Ferrari is stronger in a straight line. They're trying to demonstrate and flex their muscles with all that power as best possible. The flash of the lights. They've got a GT4. That's the FTR they're coming up onto the back of there. Can they get the GT4 between themselves and Deutsche Payments? They move out of the way and everyone gets through, but more crucially, Patrick Gannon has pulled out a few crucial attempts right now in this battle for second place.
That was a real flash of the lights there, real use of them to say to that FTR GT4, get out of the way, we're fighting here. There's a big dive into turn 10. Glad to see no contact there as I winced away from my screen thinking that there's going to be contact as we see the Zabby Racing team overtaking BSIM Racing. What I noticed about that fight, Tim, is RPM Racing and Deutsche Payments are 10 seconds off the lead. So all while they've been racing and we've been watching other sort of battles out on track, SIM3D Sport have just been consistently just putting in the laps and building a gap, and 10 seconds is not something to be sniffed at. That is a great gap for strategy, for the ability to not have to push. It's really going SIM3D Sport's way at the moment.
Talking of gaps, a nice little segue to our sponsor, Go for the Gaps. You've been over in the chat on YouTube. As always, we always love to hear from you. Make sure you drop your messages in there. We'll always get back to you during the race. But a big shout out to them if you'd like to find the very best in F1 and motorsport art and graphics. Over to the Etsy store and use the code 10TAL Sim Sports for 10% off motorsport prints. So you can check them out on Twitter where they are at Go for the Gap Co. Find out more information, all the description, all the links, etc. are below in the description along with the code. Make sure you check them out as we see these two have been scrapping out for a long time. RD Simsport, Rob Sutherland in that BMW take covering off the inside line. But Motorsport of Corey Peters, the American in the Porsche, still struggling to find that killer edge to just get past. It feels like it's been held up, but Sutherland has just been casually using the wideness of that BMW M4 GT3 to all of his advantage and casually just say, right, if you want to get past, you've got to get at least alongside, and really struggling right now.
It is indeed, and yeah, a bit surprised that the Porsche isn't a little bit quicker at the moment. I wonder if it's maybe a little bit of a BOP thing, because yeah, it looks like Funk Motorsport are really struggling, and I wasn't expecting them to do so as we have a look at the Ferrari ahead of this battle. Actually racing there, just getting past some Porsche Cups.
That's the Vulcan, isn't it? I think they're just coming past.
Indeed, so good moves from them, and Vulcan have actually dropped off the back of Greeny if you didn't think that battle before. But I also saw a few laps ago, Tim, when all of the carnage was happening in the Porsche Cup field, that I think actually did have a little bit of an issue. They dropped a position and lost about 4 seconds with the driver ahead, so something did happen there, but the car looks A-OK from what I can see. Though I don't think they'll be too happy about that. Let's actually have a look at the Magically Racing incident at the moment, and that's far breaking far too late there, and Hopper skipping a jump across the grass there, Tim, but no damage done.
There's last of the late breakers, and then there's just missing your braking zone altogether, I think there. I think you'd say it is that one.
Yeah, certainly, as we have a look at another replay there of another person missing their braking zones in deciding that. Yeah, they didn't like those cones, did they, Sakanya there? They managed to take out all but one, so good job to them. And Sakanya have not had the best start to the race, of course, being involved him in that little bit of an incident with Quasar at the start of the race, so really not going well for them so far.
And they've had another off-track later in the lap, Seb, or a lock-up, and you already see the tyre marks there of Mad Chili, the ones that they left, and just had Roberto Filipis, the Italian, just adding another set to the collection. So I'll tell you what, so this traffic of Greenleaf, just coming through the Porsche Cups right now. RD Simpson or Sutherland has managed to pull out just over a second, nearly, well, just over a second, a quarter in fact, to Peters of Funk Motorsport in that Porsche behind. You see him Porsche with the Greenleaf Porsche Cup well and truly nestled in between them, and daylight even though the Porsche Cup.
Certainly is, so really good from them. RD Simsport there. Bit for the side, Tim. Actually, we'll have a look at the replay first. Oh, big contact there. So Sunday drivers again being involved in an incident. That was the Porsche ahead. Didn't quite see who that was, but really struggled at the top of the hill there, and he was that. So that was stage 1 racing green. So let's see what's going to happen through the S's at the moment. Just a little bit too quick in, and to try and save the car, they slammed on their brakes to try and keep the car from spinning. But I don't think they're aware that Sunday drivers was driving so close behind them. So damage for Sunday drivers, and of course the Merc is a front engine car, so that could quite easily be a little bit of engine damage. So we might see the Sunday drivers team hitting and using their fast repair if they feel like they've got a little bit of engine damage.
Yeah, it'd be definitely, I'm sure we'll find out very soon. Be able to look at, obviously from the telemetry, stage 1 green are into the pits. We've got pit windows starting to, well, where's the time gone, Seb? We're already 40 minutes complete here. 4 hours of Road Atlanta, and let's just run you through your order right now. So your leader, wow, it's been flawless so far from this driver, James Armstrong of SIM3D Sport. 11 seconds clear, second place. He's been out in a league of his own today. Top 3 are RPM, and they are the Ferrari, Patrick Gannon, the American, having an absolutely epic drive here. It's could be argued this is home circuit, Road Atlanta. Got Vin Glenn not too far behind in that Deutsche Payments car. That's your top 3 right now in GT3 Pro and overall. Well, let's move down to GT3 AM. Wow, it's actually 4th overall after a brilliant qualifying. There they are. See the 11 Temps Racing team. Not Baxter Jones in a stunning display here. He is leading GT3 AM. B Sim. Not too far behind. Only a couple of cars in between them now. They've only got Arctic and Next Level in between them. But still, 7th overall, 2nd in class. Then it's a bit of a gap down to Lilac Zaya, who for the Prismatic B team, 13th overall and 3rd last place on the podium in GT3 AM. Then let's talk Porsche Cup. Wow, that's been a bit of a hotbed of the action, to be fair. As Stuart Reynolds' Sim Party rating started well, then fell back down through the order. It's come back through again. 3.6 seconds clear of second place B-Sim Racing. And after falling back and then closing back up to the battle that was going on between our top two and also Vulcan, and they managed to get past Vulcan. Ironically, it's Greenleaf. They're occupying the last podium position in Porsche Cup right now. GC4s, we haven't really mentioned them too much since the start, but a quiet race up in front. Texans, they've pulled out 7 seconds over second place, which is Thomas Mocek, JD Sim Racing. There is the 376 Porsche Cayman. And then another 3 seconds behind back. You'll find back marker Racing Blue. But they've got the last podium position in GT4. I tell you what, so we've got our leaders. There we go. Our leader is in. Pit window well and truly open here at Atlanta as they head to pit row. And let's take a little look at who's pitted so far. So RPM, they are in as well. That means Deutsche Payment have taken the lead. We've got our leader and second place from GT3 AM, 11 temps of B-Sim. They are in as well. Next level in the Audi are in. Mad Chili Funk Motorsport are in. A real hype of activity going on pit row here, Seb.
Certainly is, and if anybody's a little bit confused about why the cars are in so early, especially if you've driven in the race last weekend, the Daytona 24, the BOP, or balance of performance, has only allowed 75% of the fuel capacity of these cars, which is about a 45-minute stint. So we are expecting all of these drivers to be in at the moment, but it's really interesting to see who hasn't stopped at the moment. Deutsche Payment Esports, we knew that they were saving fuel, and they've managed to save at least one more lap of fuel, so really good from them. Stage 1 Racing as well, and FTR Esports, so really interesting there as we see the 11 tenths racing team car exit the pits now, so they are coming back out onto the track at the moment. A little bit of a scary, I mean, we've spoken about the pit entrance, Tim, but the pit exit's pretty scary too. It's not the best of pit lanes here, especially not for endurance racing. It's pretty darn scary. So Deutsche Payments are now in the pit lane, so they have managed to I've only managed to get one more lap of fuel out of their car, but that's still really important for them, especially as the race goes on. If they can do that it gives them quite a strategic advantage towards the end of the race, even so much as working out if the other drivers around them are taking tyres and whether they should or not. That one lap can be really crucial, so great to see that they've managed to do that. SIM3D Sport have now taken the lead once again, so everybody now has pitted in the GT3 class, unless I'm missing anybody down the order. So James Armstrong still driving for the SIM3D Sport car, Patrick Gannon as well. So no driver changes yet, Tim.
We have had a couple, so I've just as you were saying that, Seb, Stage 1 Junior, they are currently in pits in the BMW. David Van Slambrook has got into the car for them. Brian Crawford of 11 temps, they're just coming around again with that 1-1 machine. He's jumped into the car as well. Other than that, I'm just having a quick scan through, and I believe there are only 2 driver changes. Our Sunday drivers, Christopher, he's got into the Mercedes, so that is a change for them. Also, Stage 1 Green, Dion Neweld has got into their Porsche as well. GC3 AM as they just come past the D-line. GT4 there, Tyler Langberg. Just getting a little bit clumsy there on the exit out of the corner. You can see they really started to slow up there at turn 7, and D-line a little bit unawares there as we're trying to make progress off the corner exit.
Yeah, a little bit surprised there by D-line. There was almost felt like they were racing the Porsche Cup into the corner, but I think it was more of a mixed match of speed, and I don't think the GT4 was expecting the Porsche Cup to be so slow at the apex. But of course, these cars do all have their strengths and weaknesses at different parts of the corners, and you know, you might think, well, just because the GT4's the slowest over the lap, it must be slower everywhere, but actually mid-corner apex speed is pretty impressive in these GT4 cars, especially when you account for how much curb that they can take. So yeah, it's a real skill to drive that close in traffic and to know the strengths and weaknesses of every class, and I think that was B-Line actually coming into the D-Line, sorry, coming into the pits so they are in. Just another aside is that Martin Pearson has now gotten in the Backmarker Racing blue team there, so some driver swaps up and down the field, but not as many as I think I was expecting, Tim.
No, it's definitely playing out interestingly at the moment. What you were just chatting about that, Seb, we've had a bit of a changeover during the pit stops in GT4. Let's just take you up to date with what's happened there. So, TechSense are yet to hit. However, just having a little look at it, there we go. This graphic will show us a bit better. FTR also yet to pit. JD, they have been in. Mochek's remain in the car. Backmarker blue. Pearson has got into that car. Likewise, D-Line, they've had a driver change as well. Trevor Anderson, the American, has got inside the car for them. We've currently got FTR. They are just heading into the pits from second place right now, but TechSense really starting to push it out here with the fuel and much longer than anyone else in GT4. What has Harold Stadler been able to do? The Austrian, how much fuel saving has he been able to do? So, Austria burning, bordering Germany and sharing so many traditions and similarities, but surely some of that German efficiency and connection definitely coming through.
Certainly is. He's still going. Let's we'll have a look and see if he pulls into the pits of this lap. But that's cementing TechSense's lead in the GT4 category even more, as we see the two second and third place GT4s having a little bit of a race battle there. They're really trying to. I think Martin Pearson is really eager to get ahead of JD Sim Racing. I spoke to him earlier, and he was very clear that Backmarker need to be ahead of JD and as far ahead as possible if they want to win the championship. So I think we're seeing that mentality coming through at the moment as TechSense do come into the pit. So really, really impressive fuel saving from TechSense there, really showing how it's done, and that will be a bit of a marker, and I think that will grab the attention of at least the GT4 drivers to know that it is possible to go that extra few laps on the fuel, and if you can, you certainly need to do it. And I think honestly, even the GT3s and the Porsche Cups will be.
Here we go, Seb. Sorry to cut across you, mate, but it looks like Backmarker, they're going to make the lunge down into turn 10, and that is for a change. Up into second in GT4. Backmarker Racing Blue have made it past JD Sim Racing. That is a great move there from Pearson. Didn't hang around, straight out of the pits. Got straight back on it, fresh into the car, fresh impetus, ready to strike. Got the move done early on, and Seb, you were just saying about they need to get past JD. Pearson definitely not hanging around there. TechSense, they've had a driver change in the lead of GT4 while we're still on. Then Ethan Bass, the Scot, has got on board for them. And just having a little look up and down what else we've got going on. Of course, the Porsche Cups, they tend to run in a bit deeper. Got a few of those into the pits. Rosanari, B-Sim and Forster of Vulcan currently in. Our leader, where are they? They've got the Stage 1 Junior GT3 Pro behind. That is for position. This is 16th, 17th overall. Of course, the Porsche Cup are leading the way. They are in 16th, and I would imagine that David Van Stamborg will make this an easy one down into turn 10, or will he? Because that's almost a little bit of a defensive line from Sim Party there.
I think yeah, I was going to sort of make the argument of I don't think he is. I think he's just sort of letting them through. But he was really racing the second BMW there. So I mean, fair play to him. He's not come into the pits yet, so he's got to do something. Let's have a look at the replays. Abbey Racing Team now coming into the chicane of turn 10. What's going to happen? Oh, I think we're going to have a little bit of a spin, just like the Mercedes of the Sunday drivers. Just exactly the same, just too much speed in. That was another one of the cars that we saw in qualifying being really on the nose, so not surprised. And also, is that a move in the Porsche Cup?
No, hold on. That is our leader, and just having a little look behind them. That is B-Sim behind them. So no, that is not a move for position. That is actually B-Sim putting a lap on them. However, that is Sim Party putting a lap on B-Sim. Too many Sims here's for me, Seb, on a Saturday. But having said that, Sim Party are yet to pit. Likewise, Porsche Cup, and they are the only two cars so far yet to pit. We've already got Kazar. They are just on pit exit right now. It's all happening up in front, and a few little micro battles starting to happen here, Seb. So these three have been pretty similar the whole race long, but during this round as pit stops, I'll tell you what, Stage 1 Senior have made a bit of a jump up. I know they did. I mean, they stopped early compared to the rest of the field, but even so, they managed to get themselves, well, they had a bit to fourth, but here comes Prismatic. Obviously, Emily Howe well out of alignment compared to the rest of the pit stops. She stopped on lap 25. But that is for position. That's got her up into fourth place. She tapped out early of her battle that was looming in front of her, but I tell you what, Stage 1 Senior not letting it go. That Porsche locked in and locked on to the gearbox, that BMW M4.
Certainly is. I think Emily must have been a little bit scared there to see a Porsche going to the inside of turn 1. Of course, after her incident earlier on with the Porsche Cup. But yeah, Prismatic very much out of sync with everybody, around 7 to 8 laps behind. So they're going to have to make an extra stop, I think, if my maths are correct, which they're probably not. But the advantage for Prismatic is that they kind of just have to go full on. They can be rating it on the limit every lap. It allows them to do something different, and even so, Tim, you know, they've had that spin, they've had the early pit stop, they were involved in that battle which they had to pit early from. They're still fourth, so they've definitely got pace. So I think they're one to watch out, especially if we get a safety car. Of course, we haven't even, for me certainly, I've even forgotten that we have the whole extra jeopardy of a safety car. So this race could be turned completely on its head in a matter of seconds.
It could be indeed, sir. It could be indeed. It is the absolute, you know, beauty of this series, because just anything can happen and will happen, and quite often does. It's always definitely an interesting one. It's just Steep Man, Chile coming through there. They've got Funk Motorsport not too far behind. Those two have been pretty close for what's been for the last 55 minutes. I'm not too sure where that has gone in racing time, but as we see Arctic, who close right up onto the back of 11 tenths, and I tell you, that Porsche of 11 tenths, mighty during qualifying, however, just seems to be, you know, not having the best of luck during qualifying, during the race even.
Sorry, Tim, I was just trying to sort something out. So, were you talking about 11 tenths there?
Yes, sorry, yes. They were, yeah, they said, look, yeah, mighty during qualifying, and then not the best during race pace. Yeah,
certainly, and it's almost not unexpected. I mean, they are the GT3 AM team, but their qualifying pace was absolutely rapid. But I mean, they're still 17 seconds ahead of Arctic Racing behind them. So they've driven really well, and I don't think they'll be that upset with their race pace. You know, they're still six overall, first in class by, if my quick maths are right, about 25 seconds there, as we actually see. Oh, so that was Arctic Racing getting past them. So I think my timing screens are a little bit wrong there. So they've dropped another place now. So I do apologise for the confusion there. But yeah, so 11 tenths, really good. I don't think they'll be that upset with their pace. And who knows? Maybe as the race goes on, the track grip increases. Will we be able to see them being able to push like they did in qualifying and make a comeback through the field? So definitely one to watch, but I don't think there are many. I think almost everybody out on track, Tim, has got some form of story that you can think, you know, that you'll be watching for them in a few laps. It's such a good race so far, and it can only get better.
I can do indeed, and getting better. Welcome James Parfit to the commentary booth, as always. James, He's going to take over from myself for an hour, and welcome along, James. It's been, I mean, you'll be pleased to know, because I know you've missed majority of them during the season, unfortunately. No safety cars, but we've had some cracking, cracking start, and it's been all going Porsche Cup, definitely.
Yeah, I've been watching for the last half an hour, to be fair. So I've seen some of the incidents involving Zabby Racing and poor old Emily Howe at Prismatic in turn 1, and it's all been a bit sort of, you wouldn't think there was still 3 hours left, to be fair, the way these guys are sort of really putting it in with each other, Tim. You know, no. It's been a bit nothing.
No, it has indeed, and I think, like you were saying earlier, talking of Prismatic, where hopefully just moving her across, we're joined by Jess Martin, the team manager for Prismatic. Wow, Jess, what can we say? Got a bit unlucky with the traffic there, which took her off at turn 1.
Yeah, it's gutting, to say the least. I think we were incredibly pacey at the time. We were really getting ourselves stuck in, and yeah, it's unfortunate. I kept watching the replay back, sitting there. I was wanting to figure out that someone had done something wrong, but I don't know, it just seemed like a cluster of different circumstances, and yeah, unfortunately Emily got the worst out of it, but I don't think I would be able to blame anyone. It's part of racing.
Definitely, it did look like one of those racing incidents. I mean, Finn Glenn at the time at Deutsche Payments, who was just right behind, he was lucky to get away and just find a gap through it. I mean, having said that, she is back in the mix up into 4th, and definitely out of sync in terms of pit stops. After we've seen already from this championship that it's definitely not over until literally the checkered flag flies. I mean, it's still definitely plenty of chance for her to come fighting back, and only some 7 seconds behind Deutsche Payment. Plenty of chance to make that time up and some more.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest with you, Emily, like I said, if there's anybody that's going to want to put in the best performance to finish off the season, it's going to be her. I trust her to do it, and I can see her giving it a good go. And yeah, if the safety car gives us an opportunity, I think she can get stuck well back in with this one.
Yeah, Jess, it's James. How are you?
I'm not too bad, other than obviously the immediate, but...
To the immediate, you're sitting in 4th, and you've got Lyle Zaya down in 4th overall in AMS. 3 hours to go. Are you sitting there like a tactician and sort of working it all out and seeing if you can get these guys any higher up than they are at the moment?
I definitely am going between the 2 channels right now, just trying to make sure that both parties are doing everything. I'm sitting there trying to figure out ultimately what to expect, or what we can expect going forward. I know that Emily's got her strategy built in. She's altered her strategy, and yeah, I know with Lilac and Elise, they at the end of the day they're just going to keep the pressure on Zabby. While of course they were in 3rd and Zabby's overtaken them, we do know that Zabby's had a bit of a rough time around turn 5, so we're just going to keep the pressure on and see if we can make sure that we can end up with their first podium of the season. But so far they're driving absolutely fantastically.
One final question from me. Does Emily have a partner, or is she going solo?
She will be going solo for the final race of the season.
Okay, well that's all I wanted to hear, really, because she's been solo pretty much most of the season. So I just thought, just for the odd chance, she might have had a partner with her. But no. Lilac's got Elise this race then.
Yep, Elise is going to most likely join a bit later on in the race to split their stint, their time in the car. Emily might not from next season. I think Emily we're looking to potentially have another driver in the car with Emily come next season, as we've got a stable of good drivers. So yeah, I'd say watch the space for us.
Wow, there you go, guys. You've heard it first from Jess from Prismatic. Emily's going to get a partner next year. Hopefully, touch wood, we'll see that announcement. Are we going to see it live on Twitter, Jess?
Most likely. That's typically where everything gets announced. So.
I do follow you on Twitter, and I have seen most of the announcements coming out on there, so I will keep an eye on that. But I'll let you get back to the guys, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. Best of luck to you all.
Take care, mate. There you go. That is Jess, Prismatic Motorsports manager for Emily Howe, and Lilac Zaya there as well. So there you go. Seb is rejoined us again. Seb, welcome.
Thank you very much. Got some caffeine and some food and ready to watch the next hour of racing.
Yeah, we've got just under 3 hours remaining. We've got Morgan Driscoll in Mad Chili. Martin Backmaker Racing now. You can get them past them fairly straightforwardly. Now, you know, you've been here for the first hour or more, Seb. You know, what if I said to you, can you sum up the first hour, give us the recap? What could you tell us about it?
I think I'd have to go for craziness, but it's just been crazy everywhere. Really good battles, and it's been really clean as well. I think there's so many points to choose from that I'm struggling to find like one defining moment, because you know the Porsche Cup battle that we had for the lead, it settled down a bit now. The GT4 battle as well was really good. The GT3 both been a little bit stagnant at the moment, especially in the lead with Armstrong just carrying away from everybody. But it's been so good and really nice, clean racing. So I think I'd sum it up as that really nice, clean racing. Lots of stories as well that are developing, and that's, you know, certainly for me, one thing that I love about endurance racing is you have this sort of narrative that you can sort of just continue and watch people sort of develop and watch their races develop. So it's been great, and I'm sure the next 3 hours are going to be hopefully even better.
Yeah, as we see Corey Peters there from Funk Motorsport climbing all over the back of Morgan Driscoll. From Chili's, they head down the back straight now, coming into turn 10. On board with Corey Peters, takes the inside. We've got Morgan Driscoll on our right. Is this going to be an inside move? It's going to be Corey Peters from Funk Motorsport. Job done on Morgan Driscoll, and that puts him up into 7th. Seb, you know, it's not impossible, as we've seen with endurance races, for people from 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th to come out winning, because, you know, there's always that chance of contact with the front three, isn't there?
Oh, you're exactly right, and yeah, you've got contact, you've got fuel strategies, and especially with this league, you've got the chance of a safety car that mix everything up. So yeah, and that's what I love about this league, is it really keeps you guessing, because you know, at the moment you say that Armstrong's got a great lead and he's got a good chance, but one safety car can switch the whole race around, and all of a sudden, you know, you've got the likes of Driscoll and Peters being able to challenge for the win. So it's exactly what we want to see, and you're going to have to stick around for the next 2 hours to see who manages to win.
Yeah, don't forget, guys, as well, if you are in chat, welcome in. Thank you very much for joining us for the next 2 hours and 55 minutes. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button, turn on the bells for notifications, and sit back and enjoy the racing that TSS bring to you every week. We can see the battle here in the GT4s from Thomas Mochek of JD Sim Racing and Martin Pearson of the Backmarker Racing as well. I know Martin was out on a mission to try and get this title wrapped up. He did mention in the last one that they were looking to go out and try and just full ball win this one, Seb. So they've got that chance at the championship, haven't they?
They have, and currently they're doing half of what they wanted to do. They wanted to go out there and win. Unfortunately for Backmarker Racing and luckily for JD, is that JD are currently 2nd, which will give them the title. JD need to fall to 4th or below for Backmarker to be able to take the championship. So although it's looking good for Backmarker at the moment, JD's strong start to the season and honestly strong performances throughout the season will allow JD to take the title. So as it stands at the moment, JD's looking good, but Martin Pearson, as you're right, really has been out on a mission today to take the championship and to take the victory. So we'll have to see what happens. That's what we've been saying so far, James. Is we'll have to see what happens, and this is another one. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, so, you know, we've got 2 hours 53 minutes. Anything can happen in that short period of time, and we've seen it all the time in endurance races that we've covered previously. You know, the leader's out in front by 30 seconds, spins, hitting the wall, and is in the pits. It's just, endurance racing all in all altogether. You know, JD are lucky. They are at the hand of Thomas Mocek, a very experienced driver, very quick driver as well. You know, we've seen him all season really drag that GT4 to places where you think it shouldn't have gone with the hand of Thomas. You know, he is an exceptional driver, as we see, unfortunately, getting in a tangle there with the GT3. So, and flashing frantically, as if to say, well, that wasn't nice. But this is the sort of things that can happen. You know, we talk about anything can happen, and there you have it on screen going into turn 10.
Exactly, and you know, a battle that was looking like it was going to swap places really quickly is really sort of spread out. I thought it was a bit funny that Thomas was upset with the Porsche GT3 there, because I think Thomas was racing him a little bit too much, especially if you're racing for the lead or anybody really. You've got to weigh up what's going to lose you less time, and sometimes just lifting off, letting the driver go through will save you more time in the long run. It was what I was talking about. If anybody was watching for qualifying, is that, you know, you've got to know how to overtake people, and you've got to know how to be overtaken, and sometimes it's real skill to be able to lose as little time as possible by being lapped by other cars. And I think that's a really good visualization there of Thomas not really doing that, and has lost a lot of time, almost 2 seconds, James. There, it's not gone well for him at all.
I think that's the thing, when you sit back and you look at backmarker racing at the hands of Martin Pearson. You know, he didn't put his car in a difficult position. He didn't make it difficult for the cars to get past him, but he made them wait till the straight. And when you're on the straight, as you know, you're losing less time because everybody's up to full speed. Unfortunately for JD, he got caught in a very not a very great place on the track. Therefore, he just hung him out. But Martin sort of definitely come out the better end of that deal as we swap over onto James Armstrong. Now, James has been strong. He's got a 14-second gap here. So, there's not a lot we can really say about James, because he's just outstanding. There are times when you just sit back in awe and you watch James driving, and he's 14 seconds. It's just absolutely incredible. You know, what he does with the car is just, unbelievable at times.
I completely agree, and he's every time we go on board or watch James, he's not put a foot wrong. He's driving on the limit, not over the limit. Just he's putting the car exactly where he needs to be, and it's proven. And he's almost got a 15-second gap now. I think RPM have got involved in a little bit of traffic on this lap. But great job from SIM3D Sport. They are looking really strong at the moment, and with such a big gap, it allows you to do, you know, so many things that you wouldn't think of before. You know, maybe do you maybe take some tyres when you weren't planning to take tyres, so you have more grip, so you're safer? Do you decide to fuel save more or fuel save less? It gives you such a strategic advantage there. Oh, and that's the 11 tenths racing car going really very wide, and they've lost the lead in GT3 and there.
Yeah, look, Lamar has overtaken Byron Crawford there, as you see it run wide, and now this is where that toe effect takes place, though. You know, yes, if you're in the car with Byron, you're going to be looking, and you're not going to be too happy about it. So you see him do the overtake. I believe he's coming down. He's gone past Sunday Driver down into turn 10. And are we going to see a lot of attempts? Not on that one, I don't believe we're not. But there is Byron Crawford. Now he's got to be trying to keep in sort of contact, hasn't he? We know the draft down that back straight is quite strong, and if you start dropping out past that draft zone of about 1.2, 1.3 seconds, it's very difficult to get it back again. You know, especially if the driver in front of you, you know, is quick. As you see, Luck's done a 120 in the last one. Obviously, Byron with his off track did a 122. So it'll be interesting to see what they do on the next one, to see how close they are and whether or not Byron Crawford has got the pace to stay with Lock Lomo. And I think that's going to be his biggest mission at the moment.
I think you're right. Yeah, it's all about the slipstreaming. I think the replay we saw was Lowick getting past or lapping actually the fourth place in the GT M class of Sunday drivers, and that was really crucial for him, because that allowed him to put a gap between the two, and Crawford has lost out quite considerably there. So I think he has lost the draft, and you're right. It's really difficult to regain that draft and just to get your head back in the right mindset. Especially if you've lost the lead, it's really hard to then sort of refocus. Talking of refocusing, Martin Pearce is going to have to do that as JD right back again. They've caught up that gap after the being stuck or being after losing the time in the traffic. So this battle is once again on. You have to say that Thomas does seem to have quite a lot more pace than Pearson at the moment.
Yeah, I think the main difference was coming around that second part of the S's, round 3 and 4. Martin seemed to have a lot better line, and he opened the gap up a little bit. But then as they come round 5 and this section down through 6, 7, 8 and 9 leading into 10, it looks like Thomas has got it back again. So it's a bit of sort of cat and mouse, isn't it? It's that swings in roundabouts. Is Thomas going to take a dive? He's not. He's settling in. We've still got 2 hours and 47 minutes remaining. So it's going to be interesting to see Lucas Provenik there. He's got Chris Suffer behind him in the Mercedes as they head up into turn 6, going into turn 7 and off on the straight now. This is going to be take us through, Seb, the replay.
Yeah, so this is the Zabi team. They've had quite a lot of issues just threading it 3 wide there and getting past the Sunday drivers Mercedes, who have also had their own issues. Great move from there. Very brave there, James, just to make it 3 wide and to also get past that GT4. But great driving for them, and it's almost good for both the Sunday drivers and the Zabi Racing team. They've unfortunately had issues that weren't really their fault. Zabi had that spin at the top of the hill at turn 5, and Sunday drivers actually were caught up in somebody else's spin at turn 5. So it's good that they can still race, and they've got something to do, because it's awful when you're just lapping by yourself.
Yeah, you can imagine the 4 hours would be how can I put it? Well, you're just hot lapping, aren't you, basically, for the whole 4 hours if you're not involved or not near anybody else. But David Van Slambrook for Stage 1 Racing Junior and Lilac Zaya there from Prismatic are involved with each other as they're coming down start finish straight off up the hill into turn 1. Slight dab of the brakes, flick of the gears, and away we go up the hill. And I don't think you can really express how difficult this next section of corners is. As you see there, Lilac making it a point. That section up into 2-3, that swap over, is really quite a difficult swap over.
It's blind, it's off camber, you've got the curve that you've got to hit, but you can't hit too much of it. It's really tricky, and I remember for everybody that's driven in the Petite Le Mans series around here, the 10-hour race, you have to practice a lot of that corner. That's it looks fairly simple from when you're watching the broadcast, but within the car, it really is one of the trickiest places to overtake, or actually to even to drive. So yeah, and you were proving that by both of them cutting the grass there. So
it's just one of them corners that no matter what car I drive it in or how many times I drive it, I probably done tons of laps at this course. It's still always that precaution corner, and I think that's the thing with that corner. Go up the hill, you're like, yeah, this is nice and straightforward, and then you've got an off-camber, blind, right-hander with a curb on the inside that's going to literally kill your car. As we wait with Thomas Mojek close right back up to Back Market Racing going into turn 10. As he takes the right-hander hard on the acceleration, out we go. Up over the hill, hugging the right-hand side and then letting it drift out again. And here we go down to turn 1 and let the car through there on the inside. But that's what I mean. There's so many variables to it, and that turn 2, well, it can just it's just death if you get it wrong, isn't it?
Oh, completely. And then just to add into the mix, you've got the pit exit there, just to add a whole another level of complexity every few sort of 30 laps or so when people pit. So yeah, this track is deceptively tricky. I think when you look at it on a broadcast or watching other people race, you go, understand the layout, looks pretty easy, and actually it's really difficult to drive. I think that was just going back to the GT4 battle there. Thomas is getting really unlucky with Porsches, especially diving down the inside there. We're on board with him, and I didn't see the Porsche until quite late, and I was a bit surprised. Oh, and I think there's some racing here James.
Yeah, David Van Slambrook there just got past Lilac's eye into turn 10 as they're running up over the hill, down the other side, coming round the last corner, down onto the start-finish straight. Lilac looks like, unfortunately, that was for 14th overall. She's still third in class, which is a great effort. So, you know, there's no, yes, it is a loss. Yes, you are 2 hours and 42 minutes away. But do you have that attitude, though, that David Van Slambrook's not in your class? You're not kind of racing him, if you see what I mean there, Seb, and Lilac's just thinking, well, I'm not racing you, you know, I'm trying to get up to the back of Loic and Byron. You can take that position. I think that's where I would be if I was Lilac, because they're not in my class.
Yeah, I think I'd be the same. You know, it's all about that. Yeah, the rationalisation of it, just realising who you're racing, who you're not, and yeah, it's. But at the end of the day, they're all racing drivers, and losing a position hurts. But I think it's made easier by the different classes. What I did notice is that Martin Pearson flashing his lights at a GT3 into turn 1, so I think he's had a bit of an incident with maybe the same as Thomas, just an opportunistic move from a GT3, and this is really closed this battle now, James, and I think Thomas Bocek is just looking super quick at the moment.
Oh, that's Sakanya Endurance there, trying to weave through. Oh, that was very tight. See Thomas Bocek, oh, Martin Pearson just comes straight across the front of Thomas, going down into turn 10. That was absolutely ruthless. Took the opportunity while the gap was there, and he literally just swept across the track. And Thomas literally didn't have anywhere to go apart from just follow and just go, okay, Martin, well, all right, the position's yours. We've got 2 hours 41 of this. So it's going to be interesting to see what these guys can do. And I think these two caliber of drivers, Seb, I think, you know, anything can happen for the next 2 hours 41. They're just so good at what they do that the racing is just going to be amazing. And, you know, if you are watching at home, please just sit back and enjoy it, and just get a cup of tea every now and then and fill it up, because you are in for an absolute treat with just coming under 2 hours 40 minutes, Seb.
I think they are, yeah. And if anyone's making a cup of tea, could you send it up to the commentary box as well, because I think we're going to need quite a lot of fluid to commentate over this race. And what I love about this race so far is that this is one battle, and there's about 10 other ones going on at the moment that we can't cover, so it's amazing.
Back there, would you be a producer Sean in the background trying to catch up with all of this, because he's just there going, I don't know where to go, guys. It's just absolutely all over the track. You can see from the track map, guys, as well, that there is not really, there's probably about 500 yards between the the start finish straight and that anyway, so you know there's not a lot of room for these guys. We can obviously see that there are battles all over the circuit, and if you pit out of sync, it's going to be really put you out, isn't it? Because there isn't a lot of place for you to come back out safely.
No, there isn't whatsoever. So really key. It's really key. I'm sorry, I'm distracted by just watching this battle. I'm completely engrossed in it. It's great as we see BMW getting past. I think won't appease JD Sim Racing whatsoever. I think these GT4s are really starting to. I thought there was going to be contact there as well with the GT3, the BMW again, almost making contact with the Backmarker Racing blue team there. This is just some amazing racing, and I hope everybody at home is watching, is enjoying this as much as we are, because I'm certainly enjoying this. Yeah,
so what we're going to do, guys, we're going to bring you and mention one of our sponsors today. That's SIM3D, enhancing your sim experience. Custom designed parts with a sim racer in mind for both durability and ease of use. All products are made to order, guys, and I can vouch for that, because a button box I was ordered was made to order for me, and designed and logoed and tagged, and it looked absolutely amazing, guys, as well. It's designed by sim racers for sim racers. Head to www.sim-3d.co.uk to find out more. All links are in the YouTube description, guys, as well, so please go and check them out. You won't be disappointed. They do literally everything that you can think of. Button boxes, rumble packs, everything that you need to enhance your sim racing experience there, Seb. And I really did think, Seb, looking at that little patch of racing that we've just seen there, it was all going to go a little bit wrong. I've got to be honest, I gasped as much as you did.
Yeah, that was it's certainly getting intense out there at the moment, and it's just what we love to see. And it's really interesting at the moment just seeing the gaps of ebb and flow with traffic, and JD seemed to be overtaken by a GT3 in not the best place, and then Backmarker manages just to extend the gap by a second or two, but then they get unlucky and it's all back to being status quo. So
we've both done endurance races, so we know the difficulties of it. You are in a GT3, you are quicker, you do want to get past because you don't want to lose places, but there's also got to be that sense of racing maturity, I like to call it, where you can't be diving people in situations where that line isn't really there, is it? Because the last thing you want to do, unfortunately, we've seen it with Thomas Mocek and Martin Pearson, both of them on the lights. They've been dived into places where you sit back and think, just have patience, wait a minute, and it'll be a lot easier. But we have got racing drivers, and it didn't end badly. Don't get me wrong, but that frustration really does kick in as a driver, doesn't it? When you are being bombed from behind, and it's really hard, isn't it?
It certainly is. It's really difficult for the car that's being lapped and been dived in. I know I'm certainly one to hit them to flash a button and go, what are you doing? But from the faster car side, sometimes you almost have to do it if you're in a battle, or if you broke too late, you're either going to have to make a move that maybe isn't what you'd want to do, but it's better than hitting them. It's really hard. I'd certainly prefer to be the GT4s, I think, today than the GT3s, because they've got such a tough job at the moment to be able to get past people safely. As we actually look at that at the moment, there was, I think, the Audi there getting past both of these drivers before the end of the straight. But it's really tricky out there at the moment. I certainly would really not like to be any of them, because it looks like the GT4s are also really struggling to allow the GT3s to get past. It's providing good action, but I certainly would want to do it.
No, I think that's the thing, isn't it? These are all experienced drivers. They've been at this all season. They're sensible. You see Thomas Mocek flashing Martin Pearson now. I'm probably guessing that's just to put him off, but Martin's an experienced racer. He's probably not even looking that far back, Thomas, to even realise that you are flashing. He's just got his head down, trying to open that gap up. Now, this is a section that over the last couple of laps that Martin seems to be a lot more cleaner and a little bit more faster, but then in the backside of the track, Thomas has kind of got the upper hand. He's kind of watching, a boxing match with two different styles, the southpaw and the orthodox, they're going backwards and forwards, aren't they?
They are indeed, and it's making this battle that little bit more intense, because you get the sense that Thomas is really trying to make up where he's quicker and to push in the places that he knows he's stronger. But unfortunately for Thomas, it's not really in places that he can easily make an overtake, so he's almost either relying on Martin Pearson to make a mistake, or to be able to improve in the sections where Martin is just that little bit quicker, but they are running so close together.
Oh, do you see that wiggle? That wiggle from Thomas there. I've had it at times when I've had a wiggle and I can't stop the car, and unfortunately the car in front was my brake. But lucky enough, Thomas managed to get that GT4 stopped before him and Martin had a ceremonious accident live on the broadcast there, as Martin tucks up behind behind Emily Howe, going down to try and pick up some of her tone, try and keep this gap with Thomas. But here they go. Oh no, Thomas just settled back in behind again for another lap, and he's going to have that same moment, isn't he? They're quite fortunate at the moment with this 5th place in the AMS, which is like Zaya is quite far back at the moment, so they're not going to have that sort of almost hassle of other drivers trying to get past them, Seb. So, they're going to be going at this for a full lap now. So this is them literally full pacing it, because they've not got these other cars overtaken. So as you can see here, this is where Martin seems to be a little bit quicker as he takes the S's, a bit of a different line to Thomas, runs down the first part. We've got Sean Campbell is taken over the car from James Armstrong. They are in the pits currently at the moment. But then this is where Thomas lines out, as we see Ethan Bass's tech sense on the left-hand side of your screen, and Lee Belcher getting past and going down into turn 10. That's down in GT4. That's for 3rd and 4th respectively. Of course, up front of that is Thomas Mochek and Martin Pearson. But I don't think this battle's going to be done yet as we're heading down into turn 1 with Ethan Bass trying to go a long way round Lee Belcher. Is he going to make this stick? He's kind of settled in again back behind him. On the run up the hill, takes him more narrower line. Round that tricky turn 2, the blind entrance into 3. There we go, back down Joe, and that was a nice sensible pass there. Got it done, Joe. Got it done there, Seb, and he's now Lee Belcher's now up into third.
It is indeed great pass, great defence from Lee Belcher. Really good to see. It's also a little bit sad to see TechSense down in 4th place. Of course, they were leading during hour 1 there, so not quite sure what's happened to them. Talking of the leaders, as you mentioned, James, the leader overall has pitted. Quite a lot of GT3s have now come in for their second stops. B-Sim and Funk Motorsport currently in the pits at the moment. This is Lilac Zaya in the Prismatic Motorsports B. Oh no, it's made contact with the barrier, exiting the pits, and that's so easy to do.
Yeah, that was as Martin Pearson, I believe, and Thomas Mochek went past us, because I heard that in my ear. And I was wondering, did I hear somebody just literally hit the wall? And as you can see, yes, we did. We saw Lilac Zaya there. Oh, that car does not look healthy. That didn't look like it was a massive tap, but it has done damage. Look at that BMW is not sitting comfortably at the moment. And the hands of Lilac Zaya, isn't it? It's crapping all over the place. No speed, trying to stay out of the way. You got GT3s taking GT4s. These guys are racing position as well. We've got JD Sim Racing, Martin Pearson, and Backmark are racing position. And in the middle of all that, you got a very badly damaged Lilac Zaya in the... Oh, hold it, slow it down, Lilac, get it back to the pits and see what your repair time's going to be. That could have been quite drastic, as we see Lucas Provident go for Zabi Racing again. And that's the thing there. You know, we were speaking to Jess earlier. We said that Lilac's trying to push up to the back of Zabi, and you know, we knew Zabi had issues before. We've seen him go off track. We've seen him spin. That could have been, in hindsight, Lilac's chance, couldn't it, to close right up to back of Zabi as we saw Zabi going off.
It really could have been, and it's so unfortunate that such a little mistake there, just slightly too quick, coming out of the pits is caused so much damage. And you know, you're right, so they've obviously taken the fast repair there, so they did have that available to them, which is allowed them to repair the damage fast. It's instant. If you're unaware of what happened there, you can tick a box and that repairs your damage. They've only got one use of it through this race, so that is their use of it gone. But yeah, in hindsight, it's coulda, woulda, coulda, but yeah,
it's just it couldn't have happened at a worse time, could it? You know, Lilac's just hit the wall, and in front, Zabi Racing goes and spins, and you're kind of sitting back thinking, what if? And you know, how much further up the road can you go? As we see going into turn 2 here, oh, we got GT4s, GT3s. They're all managed through. There's a group of 2, 4, 6, 8 cars all fighting together, and the Porsche's in the middle. This is absolutely astounding. We've got 3 classes across a very small section of track, all jostling for position, and we've got Sean Campbell, the leader, trying to get past them all safely, not to jeopardise his lead. And we got Ethan Bass trying to get up to Lee Belcher. We got a Greenleaf car there as well, trying to get through it all. It's absolutely getting a bit manic at this corner of the circuit. Sean Campbell's just got to be careful, Seb, out of all of them. You know, Sean Campbell's just got to be patient, hasn't he? He's just got to wait until he can find a gap, because he is in the lead. Well, he's down to 7 seconds. I've got on my time in tower, but I think it's a lot longer than that. But he's got to try and get that car home safely. And obviously, we've got Daniel Murph's just taken over the car for Lloyd de Payment in the pits as well. So there he is. So these are going to be very close together. Daniel's not moving. No, Daniel's gone up. So they're taking tyres. And on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the Sean Campbell has just gone past. There he is, Sean Campbell from SIM3D. Has gone past back into the lead. So we've seen Daniel take tyres from Deutsche Payment. So second stop, taking tyres there.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if I haven't managed to keep an eye on who's taking tyres and who's not. But yeah, interesting that they are taking tyres. Obviously, they didn't feel like they wanted track position on an old set of tyres. but Campbell had to be super cautious through there. He did a really good job, actually. You could see that he was really sort of telling the drivers when he was going to make a move, being really clear about when he was going to overtake and allowing everybody to race around him. It's a real skill to be able to get through traffic like that without getting any damage, which he's managed to do. I think he's got around a 20-25 second gap to RPM Racing at the moment, because Emily Howell is out of sync in the Prismatic Motorsports A car, because she had that bit of an incident.
2 seconds, we've got Aaron Ackles making a move on Brian Spikeman going down into turn 10. Glazer Racing overtaking Greenleaf. They're down into turn 10. Nice straightforward pass. Popped it in the inside. Oh, Lee Belcher very close to the Greenleaf car, and that's one of the fears of that pit entry. Right there, we've just seen it. Greenleaf peeling in, Lee Belcher picking up the toe. Bang, he goes straight across him into the pits. It's so dangerous, that entry.
It really is. We've seen a victim of the pit exit before the pit entrance, which is a bit surprising, because I was anticipating some real incidents there, and luckily there was no contact there, and I think there was a GT4 very upset as well at a GT3, all happening at the final corner. Talking of GT4s, Backmarker Racing have pitted, and the driver swap as well, so Ed Kukstas is now in that part there, so and Thomas Morek is just coming into the pits at the moment, so we'll see will Backmarker Racing be able to maintain their lead, or by staying out that few extra laps, have they managed to get the overcut? It would be staying out later and gaining some laps, so Ed's going to have some really good laps at the moment to maintain that lead, and only time will tell as he comes round up the back straight through the turns 8 and 9, although they're not really turns, are they, James? They're more numbers.
It's more just somebody thought we better put a number on that. It's like doing dot to dot and forgetting to add the nose, really, because they're not really turns, it is just really one long straight, because if you named every corner, say for instance on the long left hand as a Daytona, you'd have 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 before you got to the end. So, I think somebody's just put it on there and thought, well, there you go. But here is the Backmarker Racing on the right hand side. You can see Thomas Mojek, so they haven't driver switched for JD. He's coming out of the pits now. Is this going to be a resume for Ed? Has he got through? Coming up over the hill, is he going to get it? Oh, he didn't. He didn't get it, Seb. Thomas Mojek pitted and retook the lead. He just didn't get that. He was unlucky with traffic. And he just didn't get it job done, did he, unfortunately?
He was indeed, yeah. Great strategy there by JD, getting the track position. We saw how hard it was for him to overtake the Backmarker Racing car, and Backmarker Racing have now got to do that. And yeah, I didn't manage to check with the lap time to see if Ed was just a little bit slower on the fuel, and or was Thomas just that much quicker in clean air. And I think my producer just said in the ear, and in my ear, and I think it's right, is that I think JD are just going to run away with this at the moment. They certainly had a little bit more pace with Martin driving, and Ed's been just a little bit slower in his stint, so I think JD looking really good at the moment.
Yeah, the hands are still on the hands of Thomas Mojek now. It almost feels like kind of underwhelming when we say, like, Thomas is going to run away with it. It's nothing disrespectful to Ed down at Backmarker Racing, is it? That's not what we're seeing, but we just know how quick Thomas is, and we'll see it over the next couple of laps and see where their times are kind of coming out. Obviously it's a bit harder to do this one because we've got Thomas Mojek doing a 2:23, which we know ain't good if you come out the bits, but it's not disrespectful. It's just kind of what we're expecting, and we're hoping that Thomas doesn't run away with it, because that will really sort of like hinder the GT4 battle that we've so come to love over the last 45 minutes, but if not for the whole start of the race. But he's just got to try and pick he's got to kind of pick the same line, hasn't he? If you were Backmarker Racing, you've just got to kind of pick the same line, try and follow as closely as you can and stay in that draft. I think that's going to be the important thing. He's got to stay in that draft, doesn't he?
He certainly has, and I'm teammates with Ed in the Backmarker Racing car. He's really smart. He'll know how to to optimize it and get the best result from it. So whether he's thinking about fuel saving behind Thomas or going for the attack, I know that as a team they'll be working. It's hard to make sure that they try and keep on the back of Thomas, because they are really invested in this race. They do want to take the championship victory, and they really need to be ahead of JD to do that. So we'll see what happens. Ed hasn't actually fallen away from Thomas as much as I thought he may have, as much as I might thought he would have. So that's really good news for the battle. Also, Texans, they're out in the lead at the moment. They have yet to pit. They've yet to do their second stop, but that's just showing their fuel economy. It's just amazing at the moment. Their first stint, they had really good fuel economy, and this stint is certainly exactly the same. But yeah, unfortunately they have lost a second from Thomas and Ed behind them, so they are sacrificing some pace to get their fuel mileage. But it's really, really impressive nevertheless that they've managed to take that car for so long, and it might give them a little bit more of a strategic advantage as we come into the final 2 hours and 22 minutes of racing.
Yeah, as we see Loic Lamel there and Christopher Van der Put going at each other now. Is Loic sitting back thinking, I need to pass you? It is another step closer to Rob Sullivan, which gets me another step closer to Johnny Elia. He's got to be looking up the field again. We've talked about it before. Van der Put is not in your class. You are quicker. You want to make the move. He's got to be looking to get it done. And I think Loic is quicker. And he's just going to want to get this job done, isn't he? Because he's just really kind of wishing Chris would kind of almost move out of the way, because they're not in the same class. But at the same time, Chris is not going to want to give up that position.
Yeah, certainly. And as we see the...
Backmarker Racing, JD. We're talking about the difference in times. The last lap times, we're talking barely 0.13 of a second between Thomas Mocek and Ed. So, the thing about him looking to run away is kind of not really happening, because they're so close together for lap times, aren't they? The only smart thing, and Thomas has done it a couple of times, is he's used the overtaking traffic to his advantage. He very smartly did it down the straight. He pulled to the right, knowing that the GT3 was going to come in behind him to overtake him to go left. So that, unfortunately, leave nowhere at the time for him to go. He's done it again there. Look, he's pulled to the right, used the car, because he knows that the car's going to come on the inside, which stops Backmarker Racing coming on the inside. You see, he's using his brain while Thomas is driving, and that's quite an extraordinary thing to be looking for.
It is, and it's just a marker of how good these drivers are, because they are able to think about strategy and where to place the car. It's all down the inside goes another 13, and I think it's going to really annoy the Backmarker Racing car there. But actually, it looked pretty dangerous, didn't it? I think we both sort of winced, but Stage 1 did a really good job there to not make any contact. And actually, luckily for us and the GT4 battle,
yeah, they managed to get through safely. As we see Daniel Mav overtaking car number 73 there to follow the position on track. So that's Roy Maas being overtaken by Daniel from Deutsche Payment, getting the job done. There was a little bit fortunate, but his job done there for Daniel Mav was Robert Lancaster from RPM. Hit that curb. There you go. That's what we said, didn't it? And that could have been a lot different for him, but he managed to held it well there.
Could have been so different. The car could have spun off in the opposite direction. It could have been a mega accident. So lucky for him, only lost the position, still within a second. It's really not the worst thing that could have happened. So I think RPM I think will be feeling pretty lucky after that one, actually. So all good. This battle for GT4, by the way, is heating up. 2 tenths separating them at the moment.
Yeah, we've just had a driver change as well. We've got a driver change as well. There you go. They're overtaken for the lead on the GT4. Ed getting the job done on Thomas Mocek. It'd be interesting to see why we've got the flash. If we can just get that move a little bit further back, you see the materialisation of how that move come about. Because obviously there was something there that we didn't see. We kind of caught the back end of it. Seb, run us through and see.
It's the Porsche. Okay, so it looks like the Porsche, the 11 tenths there has overtaken them and slowed down JD more than the Backmarker Racing car. And so the Backmarker Racing blue has just gone right around the outside of the final two corners. I have to say, a stunning move there from Ed to take the lead once again. And I think JD will be feeling pretty upset with that. I think while we're talking about Backmarker Racing, we actually have Martin Pearson in the broadcast waiting room. James, why don't we have a quick chat with him and see what the Backmarker Racing camp are talking about?
Yeah, I'll bring Martin in now. Martin, welcome in.
Hello, how are we doing?
I'm not bad. How are you?
Oh, good. This is a little intense, isn't it?
Well, from our point of view, it is. You know, what's it like in the camp? Is it sort of? Are you all biting your nails? Do you have any left?
I think I chewed my legs and this I've done from the end of my arms. Yeah, it's pretty nail-biting stuff. It's really awesome. It's really good fun. I can't say that there aren't any nerves around, but it's good clean racing between the two of us. And track is definitely giving and taking, that's for sure.
Yes.
In a way, it was different at Charlotte. It's got interesting.
Yeah, so what are you doing to calm, Ed down? He's in that car.
Ed's fine.
It's the battle. Huh?
Ed's fine. It's me that's the problem.
Oh, are you the nervous one? And Ed's just in there chilling, like, yeah, don't worry about it, mate. I've got this.
Yeah, Ed's doing a great job. He's pretty chill. There's not a lot of communication between us. We're just focusing on driving and whatnot. I'm assuming he's fine because he doesn't say much, but yeah, no, I know I've got a few notes and I'm not driving the best. I don't have the pace that I have had in previous rounds, which is frustrating, but it is what it is, and Ed will get the fair share of driving today, so just tease that.
So are you back in the car again?
Yeah, so we're just single stinting. Driver swap can be done with the tyres and the fuel, so just keep each other fresh and pedal to the metal, really.
That's the plan, isn't it, for you guys today? You're just going out full board to try and win this one.
Yeah, we need, I think, JD to effectively not finish, which I wouldn't wish upon them, but that's how the maths works, and we need to win it. So, yeah, we're doing what we can, and whatever else happens, happens.
I think that's the thing. We were talking about it earlier. We said we are really, obviously, it is a 4-hour endurance. Anything can happen. You know, there's traffic, there's GT3s, there's P-Cups. They're all in the mix together. It only takes one mistake and it could spell the end for JD, but you've still got to do your job, haven't you? You've still got to take this win.
Yes, we have a number of points that we can get, so that is minimising incident points. I did City 4X with a P-Cup out of turn 7, I think it was, where it didn't accelerate as quick as I thought it would. So yeah, and then win the race, and as you say, you know, traffic can actually end our race as well as JD. So yeah, it can happen in the blink of an eye. So yeah, fingers crossed it doesn't happen to either of us, and it's a fair fight all the way through.
As we're just witnessing Ed there kind of having to jump out the way of Sean Campbell, the leader there, Martin. Well, Martin, I'm going to let you go and have a rest. I would say rest, but, you know, please leave some nails on your body, mate, because it can get uncomfortable after a while. Don't try and relax. So, you know, if that's possible, is that possible, Mark?
Yeah, I've got a bit of food now. I'll as a professional racing driver, say I'll take on some fluids, and they are non-alcoholic. My stress. And yeah, that'll be right. Just sit back and watch Ed do his thing, and watch Thomas do his thing as well. And, yeah, it should be fun.
All right, well, you take care. Enjoy the rest of the race, and we might catch up with you again later.
Cheers, then. Enjoy.
So there you go. That was Martin Pearson from Backmarker Racing joining us in for his regular chat there. He does jump in the box quite a lot for us, so that's a big, massive thank you to Martin there for joining us again. That's the thing, Seb. He mentioned it in the interview. The nerves. You know, he said he doesn't got much nerves. He doesn't really talk a lot. You can obviously vouch for that because you're his teammate. Is that right? First off, doesn't not really speak while he's driving?
No, Ed's not much of a talker. Normally he mutes himself quite a lot on Discord, and we've got into situations before when he hasn't spoken for a whole stint. Then we ask him the question, and he can't respond because he forgets to unmute himself. I was going to actually ask Martin, make sure he's not muted, because we've run into situations before. But Ed is super cool in the car. He's a driver that you can tell him to get in the car, and he'll run an amazing stint. You don't have to worry about it, and you can like go out. In Daytona, for instance, we all left him. We all went out. We had dinner, and we just left him, and he gained like 3 positions when we came back. So he's awesome. It's really good to see Ed at the front of the field and actually being really pushed by JD as well. They are so equal, and that's exactly what we want to see. And I just hope that this battle continues for the next 2 hours and 12 minutes.
Yeah, right, guys. Well, we've got this little bit of a break, and I'm going to do it really quickly. Don't forget, guys, go for the gap. Find the very best F1 and motorsport art on graphics. Get over to the Etsy store now and use 10 Tau Sim Sport for 10% off your motorsport prints. www.etsy.com/shop/go for the gap, or head over to @GoForTheGapCo on Twitter for more information. And as normal, guys, all links are down in the description. So if you'd like to go and check them out, get your new motor racing prints for your wall, for your sim room, for your cupboard, for under the stairs, wherever you're set up. So you should be absolutely amazing. Head over to there as well. So we're still seeing Thomas Mocek wrapped up right behind Ed of Backmarker Racing as we see the Greenleaf GT3 go past us there, Seb. This is got to be nervous times. Surely Ed must feel something, because I'd be a nervous wreck about now.
I would agree with you, but knowing Ed, he wouldn't be feeling a thing. He's probably thinking about when he's next going to have a cup of tea. Knowing Ed, he's cool as a cucumber. I don't think I'd want anybody else in the car at the moment other than Ed. Maybe Martin as well. I think Martin was a little bit harsh on himself in that interview, saying he wasn't driving great, because his defence was pretty amazing from Thomas. So yeah, I think Ed's doing exactly what he does really well, and head down, focusing, not making a mistake, and just prioritising the victory at the moment. But knowing Ed, if Thomas starts to look a little bit more aggressive, if he starts to make moves that maybe they don't feel is I think that knowing what they were saying before the race, I think Backmarker are prioritising finishing the race first, then getting the victory. So if they have to let Thomas through to maybe catch him at the end, I'm sure they would do that.
Yeah, as I see there, it's all got a little bit crowded down into 6 and 7, guys, with the Backmarker Racing and JD Sim Racing. But here is D-Line coming up to the back of Harold Stadler from Texans there as well. D-Line have done an absolute stellar job. Obviously, Texans went into the pits. They've come back out in front of D-Line. And Trevor Anderson, they've had a swap. They had Ethan in the car for Texans. So Harold Stadler's taken over the car now. 2 hours, 10 minutes. This is another pocket of battles. We can look down the timing tower, and there's just pockets, isn't there? There's one or two here having a battle, one or two there having a battle, and a great battle in GT4. You've got the first two together, and now we've got 3 and 4 tucked right up together as well. We couldn't really ask for much more, Seb, with 2 hours, 9 minutes remaining.
We certainly couldn't, and that's all within one class, and we've still got 3 other classes on track. And yeah, of course, TechSense was our race leader and pole sitter, so not quite sure what's happened to them to be 50 seconds off the lead. So yeah, not a great so obviously something must have happened, but TechSense do have the pace, and D-Line as well, staying really close to them. So I think we're in for battles up and down the field. It's I'm enjoying this race so much, James.
Yeah.
It's just amazing.
I think the thing with that class, with the GT4 class as well, only 4 seconds, he's just gone out to 5 seconds now. You've got Lee Belcher. So all of these, there's Lee in the background for FTR. With all these traffic getting past, it's how can I put it in words? It's easily done for Lee Belcher to catch these guys, because of the traffic plays a massive part, isn't it? It's not like MX-5s and officials where you're at the back and it's difficult because you've got drivers all over the place. Once these GT3s have done it kind of makes it a little bit more straightforward almost for Lee to be able to catch up to the back of these groups, because the traffic does play a big part.
Certainly, yeah. I think that you'd really take comfort from that if you were Lee or anybody really that's a few seconds behind the field because of the traffic. So yeah, it's certainly I think that's what we love multi-class racing, is we have a look at a replay, James, of the Sunday drivers Mercedes, and they've had some issues into this corner so far this race, so they're going to have exactly the same issue once again, just looping the rear tyres. It's not the first time we've seen them do that exact thing, and they have really not had the best of races.
Yeah, Preston Rutker there for Sunday drivers. I've seen Mercs in other series. Seb, is that a trademark of the Merc, where the back end does get loose at certain points of the track? I've not driven the Mercedes, so he's obviously he's got a little bit of damage. You can see he's building his own pyramid on the bonnet there, but is that a bit of trademark of the Merc? Because I have seen it in other series where it does go round as well.
You wouldn't have thought so. It's a front-engine car, normally known as quite stable, but actually, you reminded me of an issue that the Merc currently has. At least I've heard sort of rumours of it, and have driven the Merc and have experienced the same thing. Is that sometimes the diff, so the differential at the rear, sort of controls how much rotation difference there is between the two rear wheels, and it has this weird diff lock system where the diff just locks, and so you've got two wheels trying to go at the same speed, and that causes you to spin. And actually, the Merc has got an issue at the moment, and I think saying that, and you've reminded me, I think that's what's happening there to the Sunday drivers team. I think they're probably pulling a gear change a little bit too early than what the Merc wants, flipping them around. So it's unfortunate for them, and even more unfortunate that they're the only Mercedes on track, so nobody else has got that issue.
We see Emily Howell here currently over Simon Van Dijk on the Audi. Now, it's really unexpected for me, because the last time out I saw the Audi, they were absolutely flying. Now you see Emily Howell now just lapping that Audi. Are there some tracks where we can sit back and go, look, you need to be in a BMW, you need to be in an Audi, you need to be in a Ferrari? Are we looking at then that this track just is not suited to that Audi? Because Simon Van Dijk does look like he's having a little bit of an issue trying to get up to the back and forth with Driscoll. Is this track just not suited to the Audi?
I think it isn't. Unfortunately, the BMW is one of the quickest GT3s out and about right now. It's got a really good mix between straight line speed and mid-corner stability. The Audi has always struggled really with its mid-corner stability. It's a mid-engine car, as we see. Oh, an issue for Greenleaf, and they're going to hit the wall there. Oh, that's disaster for them. Managed to not flip it as well. That was very lucky for them.
Yeah, that's I can't say I haven't done that, unfortunately. Hit that outside grass and away I've gone. So it is easily done. A lot of things that we see, Seb, on these races are kind of, we've all done them, haven't we? We've all done that, caught the grass on the edge. We've all hit the curb on turn 2 that's killed the car. We've all done these situations. We've all done that as well. From Isaac Barkley, from Quasar.
We all have, and it's so easily done. And I think he's actually just come out of the pit, so I think he's on probably fresh cold tyres, and it's even easier to do. Yeah, it's so easy for us to be in the commentary box and go, well, this is what you did wrong, and you shouldn't have hit the grass. But when you're driving it's so easy. Oh, FTR Esports made contact with Sakanya there. FTR Esports in the wall there, so damage for them. I think Sakanya managed to get away with just the contact from the GT4. There was a nice escape right there, but it's all happening on track at the moment, James.
Yeah, that's a shame for Lee Belcher in FTR. He was looking like he was making progress up to the back of Harold Stadler and Trevor Anderson. So it is a bit of a shame that to be involved with that incident. It's a difficult one, unfortunately, for Lee. He's just now got it's that mental attitude that we talked about before, isn't it? Where you just got to kind of get your head down, pick yourself up, rub it off, and just keep going.
Exactly, yeah. You've just got to do that. We're actually watching the replay leading up to the accident at the moment on board with Scania Racing, see that they've chosen the outside line there, but I think there's just a bit of a miscommunication there. I don't think the GT4 really expected the Porsche to be able to brake that late and to go around the outside, and it's one of those sort of messy moves. And I always find from a lapping perspective, if you're in a faster car, that you almost need to be, like, say 100 meters back from the braking zone. You need to be on the right side of the track where you're going to overtake, and you need to be really like 80-90% confident that you're going to be able to make the corner without understeering wide into the other car there. So I think it's a little bit of a miscommunication there. Unfortunate that the FTR car is got such damage afterwards. Really unlucky for them, but I don't think too much damage has been done in terms of they hit the tyre barrier, which is always better than hitting the concrete. And Lee Belcher, I think will be able to calm down, reset his mind, and go. And we are just one safety car away from the whole race being turned upside down on its head, and Lee Belcher's right back in the mix again. So it's not all to play for. Sorry, it is all to play for.
Yeah. Don't worry, Liz. We're not saying you're finished, mate. Honestly, we're not. But we've got Corey Peters in 5th for Funk Motorsport. We've got Robert Lancaster up the road there, but we've also got the Backmarker Racing Thomas Mochet battle. They've opened up a little bit of a gap there, is that he's got a little bit, 1.85 seconds. So that's quite an interesting development there, that he's managed to open up that gap. There is Robert Lancaster from RPM. Same got Corey Peters trying to chase us down from Funk Motorsport. We're not going to let him. Last time out, we're on a 1:20.03 for Robert. We got a 1:20.18 for Funk Motorsport. So it'll be interesting to see what that developed over the last 2 hours there, Seb. I think, Seb, to be fair, we're coming up to the top of the hour. I think it's a good time. Why don't we have a run through the standings of each series tonight, each class, sorry, should I say.
Yep, I think it's a good time as any. So, your leader currently, Sean Campbell, for the SIM3D Sport team. Great start from them. They've been leading all the way through, just knowing how it's done. Really good from them. Emily Howell is in 2nd place for Prismatic Motorsports A, although she is a little bit out of sync there with the pit stops, so she's not in 2nd place at the moment. It's all due to pit stops, but she's still really quick and still within a chance for the win. In 3rd place, you've got Daniel Muth from Deutsche Payments Esports. Great race from them so far. 4th place is Robert Lancaster from RPM Racing in the Ferrari. Good race from them so far. Dropped down the order a little bit in this stint, but still 4th place and catching Daniel Muth for the Deutsche Payments Esports team. Corey Peters is in 5th, Funk Motorsport. Great race from them so far, up 4 positions in class. Really showing how it's done in that brightly coloured Porsche there. Roy Mass, Stage 1 Racing senior team, is in 6th place. We see once again a great race from them, up another 4 positions as well. 11 tenths Racing Team Black are in 7th place overall, but 1st place in class in the GT3 class. They've had a good race, a little bit of a shaky stint, I think, the previous stint, but they've managed to rectify that and are currently leading. Just behind them on track is 2nd place in the GT3 AM class, Loic Glamel in the B Sim Racing G team. They are up 10 positions on their starting point, so great from there. Rob Sutherland in the RD Sim Sport is 7th in class in the GT3 Pro team. Great place from him, up 8 positions in class. Christopher van der Put is in the Arctic Racing team in 8th overall. 8th in class or 10th overall. Great race from them too, just lapping away. Of course, all of these drivers can be in contention for the win if there's a safety car at a certain point. Of course, this league has safety cars. Moving down, 11th overall is Morgan Driscoll for the Mad Chili Racing. Really good race from him. Seen a few incidents as well, but doing really good to recover through the field. Kevin De Winter in the Stage 1 Racing Junior team is 12th overall, with Jackson Lowry for the FTR Esports Red. 13th. Simon from Next Level Racing Blue is in 12th place in the GT Pro class. Moving down to 15th overall is Lilac Zia for Prismatic Motorsports B. They are 3rd overall in their GT3 AM class. Zabi Racing Team are next, 4th place in their class on a recovery drive after a few incidents earlier on in this race. Timothy Vanderbroek for Stage 1 Racing Green as well, coming through the field as well, 5th in their class after, again, a few incidents earlier on. And Preston Rutger rounds out our GT3 entries for the Sunday Drivers team after having, as we've seen recently, a few more issues, but still going strong in that Mercedes. Moving on to your Porsche Cup class, Matthias Renizzi in the B-Sim Racing team currently out leading at the moment with a 16-second gap back to Brandon Blakeslee for Vulcan Sim Racing P-Cup. Great race from them. Of course, we've seen them racing a lot earlier on in this race, and I'm sure that will heat up as we get towards the end of the race. Stuart Reynolds for Sim Party Racing Esports is in 3rd overall, the last of the Porsche Cups to be on the lead lap to the leader. Isaac Barkley, Quasar Sim Racing Germany in 4th overall. We saw him have that spin a few laps ago, but recovering very nicely, and his pace is great. He's actually just set the fastest lap of his team on that last lap. For Federico Rosano for Scania Endurance Motorsport in 5th place after being spun around by Quasar earlier on in the race and having a few more incidents, up to 5th in class. And Colin Wynn in 6th for 11 tenths Racing Team Red, who is about a lap off Scania ahead of them. Moving to your GT4 class, Backmarker Racing Blue currently a 6 tenths gap over JD Sim Racing in 2nd. Of course, these have been battling all over. That's dominated the last hour of coverage here on Total Sport. Here, moving into 3rd place, we've got TechSense, who were our pole sitters and race leaders for quite a while, but unfortunately have dropped down the field into 3rd position. D-Line Racing Red just behind them, 4 tenths of a second separating them in 4th, and Trevor Anderson is piloting that car. And right at the back of the field, after being involved with Scania Esports at turn 3, is Lee Belcher for FTR Esports White, who's got a lot to do, but as we've been discussing all throughout this race, is that anything can happen, and to be honest, it normally does.
Yeah, definitely on that one, and that's such a shame for Lee Belcher as well, because he was closing up onto the back of the guy, up into Trevor Anderson and Harold Stadler. You know, he had 4 seconds, and just to see it go all at the same time, we got Rob Stadler there with Morgan Driscoll on coming down into turn 10, and Morgan Driscoll going to get it done from Mad Chile. He gets it done from RD Sim Sport. That's Morgan Driscoll up into 8th in class, 10th overall. Nice straightforward pass, kind of what we're expecting. Now we've got Stuart Reynolds here from Sim Party Racing Esports in 3rd place currently. You know, that kind of overtake is what we expect, Seb. Are we going to... I thought that was all going to go wrong there with Brandon Blakeslee there. I thought they were going to make contact, go around the corner, you know, down the back straight into turn 10. Kind of a standard place for overtaking.
It certainly is. It's been one of it's the standard position. We've seen a lot of overtakes there during the race. But the disadvantage of an overtaking spot that's really...
I think there's 2 seconds. We're going to see another one now. Brandon Blakeslee. Stuart Reynolds from Sim Party Racing goes up into 2nd in class. He gets the job done as we were talking. Zip down into turn 10.
Down into turn 10, yeah, it's proving to be the easiest spot to overtake. But what I was going to say is that, you know, when you've got a place that's so widely known as the best place to overtake, you can start to see drivers getting wise to that, and it's starting to defend. But I'm going to take my leave and leave you to finish out the rest of this race. It's been a pleasure commentating with you, and good luck for the rest of the race. Good luck, I think is
no problem, Seb. You take care. Have a good one. I think we're going to welcome Mr. Tim Cox back into the booth.
Indeed.
There
James,
you go. How was your hour off?
Wow. As normally happens with these races, James, you know,
you
for a while
watched
you
it.
sat. I sat there with a coffee, eating some wedding cake. I was at my friend's Haley and Miles' wedding. I know sometimes they tune in to watch some of the races. If you're listening, congratulations. Fantastic day. Was it just, that was going to be a bit close there.
Yeah, Kevin De Winter and Jackson Lowry at the top of the hill. We have talked about that corner earlier on with Seb. It's such a dangerous corner, you know, and to go to make that pass there is kind of a, you know, a big brave boy.
It is indeed. There's been a few favourite overtaking spots. We've seen a few moves done. Funnily, if where they are right now on the track has been another place to try and get moves done in turn 6. It's a very thin line then into turn 7, but it's the exit you get out of that all the way down here through the classified as turn 8 and 9 before you get down to the chicane at the end of this turn 10. Kink, really. I know we've sort of said about those earlier, but it's some big braking moves. And I'll tell you what, James, one of the things is you can really see from certain camera angles the elevation, the way the track dropped down into turn 10. It's you know, it just shows there's some real big elevation change around it, and also it poses a little bit of jeopardy in terms of coming onto the brake, especially for the Porsche Cup cars, which of course don't have any anti-lock brakes, ABS, and hence why I think, you know, I noticed during, you know, the last hour or so, quite a few mistakes starting to creep in from some of our drivers. The first hour, incredibly clean, as we all saw. Those who maybe just tuned in, it was a really clean start. I think we only had about 2, maybe 3 incidents, and then definitely as people are starting to extend their stints on the tyres, definitely, you know, tyre wear starting to thin out and not as much grip available to them from the rubber on their wheels, and that's probably why we're starting to see a few mistakes come in right now. But I'll tell you what, it's good to see that we've got RPM still up there in 5th overall in GT3 Pro, 4th in their class right now. Roman Lancaster currently in the car, but I mean, even so, Johnny Elia currently on board for 11 attempts, 4th overall, leading in GT3 AM. It's been a great start for those guys, but there's been so many great battles up and down the field. You know, GT4, wow, that is really going to go down right to the wire, as well as what we've seen in GT3 Pro as well. It's fantastic racing. I can't wait. You know, an hour and 50 left to go, and it's still all up for grabs. This really could go anywhere, and all we need is one safety car, and this could really shake things up once more.
Yeah, there's you know, I think the safety car would be an interesting thing in this track. But I think at that point we were just looking at Rob Lancaster and Loic Lamau. You know, Loic is on a charge. He got up past Morgan Driscoll, got up past Christopher Van der Poel. He's now on the back of Robbie Lancaster. You know, he's only got to get up one more, and there's Johnny Elia from the AM lead. You know, Loic is doing an absolutely stellar job in that car at the moment.
Yeah, we've got currently this interesting battle within Porsche Cup as well going on. Our leader Sean Campbell, SIM3D Sport, just coming through past the Porsche Cup car. So we've got Sakanya just at the back of this little train here. They are a couple of laps down, so there's out of the running in sense for the victory. Well, as it stands at the moment, of course, we said out the end, it can happen and will happen. But Vulcan, I tell you what, they've was a really close start. They're still on the shout of coming well back into things here, and wow, I'm not sure. I mean, GT4, that could go absolutely any way. I mean, like I think you said, I caught you saying, James, gutted for Lee Belcher of FTR Esports, because he was closing right into that freeway battle for third, well, what would become a freeway battle for third place. And, you know, like I say, gutting, he's dropped off the back of them.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. You know, it was one of them moves that, looking back, you kind of think, should Sakanya have made that move? You know, should it have been there? Did he not really? Was it not precaution enough? There wasn't a lot of cooperation. There was just a misinterpretation. But that would have really kind of put him on to the back of Trevor Anderson and Harold Stadler. You know, he was only 4 seconds back. There was a lot of traffic that played his part. Yeah. He kind of got that job done, you know. And now, unfortunately, he's, you know, a good 20-odd seconds back now. And it's just got to... Lee's kind of just got to plod away and get on with it, you know, and hope for the best that he can try and make something more now with an hour and 49 remaining. It is very much a bit of a sad one for him, but it does multi-class racing, Tim, and we say it.
It is, and he's just watching the battle for the lead in GT4, already 2 attempts separating these two. That marker ahead of JD Sim Racing, and I mean, these guys have been close for the majority of the race. I mean, a bit good. Yeah, similar style series there. Obviously, Texas had a great start at the hands of Harrell. The Austrian, really got off to a flyer, but unfortunately fell behind these two and is now currently holding the last place on the podium as they sweep around the 11th Porsche Cup there. I'll tell you what, you get a bit worried. I know you do as well, James. To see the Zabi Ferrari just trying to sieve their way through them. Some of these camera angles make it look a little bit closer. You get a bit worried it's going to be contact.
I think the thing is, you're trying to breathe in and you're not even in the car. That's the worst thing for us as commentators. I mean, we sit here and go, okay, it's fine. We probably do that quite a few times for our endurance race. But some of it does look very close, and it looked very close there with the 11th temp JD and Zabi Racing all vying for the same bit of track.
They are indeed, and Zabi definitely creating an extra gap. That's gaps between first and second in GT4 extending out right now by an additional 6/10 of a second. But you can bet your bottom dollar that Mocek in that JD Sim Racing Porsche Cayman, the flash of the lights there, is hooking up and trying to get as much slipstream off that 11th Porsche Cup right now to try and close that gap back up once more to Kushkas, who's in the back marker racing blue, but it's, I tell you what, if anything, actually, James, they've extended that ever slightly. That's our leader in. That is Campbell of SIM3D Sport, heading back out again. Looking at that looks like that's just a fuel stop for Campbell. So what's becoming a really, really tight battle between himself and the Deutsche Payment team for that win overall.
Yeah, to be fair though, Tim, as we can see Sean Campbell there, that leads us nicely onto one of our sponsors today, our SIM3D. So enhancing your sim racing experience, custom design parts with the sim racer in mind, durability, ease of use, all products are made to order, and as I said earlier, I can vouch for that. Designed by sim racers for sim racers. Head over to www.sim-3d.co.uk to find out more. Oh. And as always, that's the 11th temps there. As always, all links down in the description, guys.
I'm just trying to tell if that is the... Hold on, bear with me, James. Because obviously they run the Porsche as well in... that is the Porsche Cup team. That was them off. Of course, the Porsche, it doesn't help us. Oh, hold on, here we go. JD onto the brakes into turn 10, giving a good lunge there. They're having to back out once more. Marker just about keeping ahead, but they're going to come loose to tell. That is how close the gap is right now here at Road Atlanta. As we look back from back marker, we head across the start-finish line down into turn 1. We're going to see a lunge here from JD. No legs, just to back out of it once more. I'll tell you what, just behind them, that's an absolutely cracking seat to be in. There's a stream of cars, they bump across the curves, and back marker just extend that gap out as we see this brilliant angle of them swooping down the hill through turns 2, 3, 4, and then into 5 through the S's. Who's going to come out top? I think anyway that Thomas Mocek of JD is going to make this work. It's going to be down in the braking zone into turn 10, but they're going to have the Porsche of that's of stage 1 nestle in between them, and that's just going to give back marker a little bit of breathing space for now.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with these guys. Is also one of the things you notice over that first half of the track is Lee Belcher is sat at the back of these, and he's looking a little bit quicker than Thomas Mocek. So he's kind of in a different sort of difficult position. He's like, do I kind of look at going past him, but I don't want to get involved in the lead battle, but I'm also trying to get some of these laps back. It's a difficult one for Lee, isn't it? Because he's in that situation where he is looking a little bit more quicker, I've got to be honest, but then again, traffic might play a part.
That's back marker in. They're in. Now, what can JD do now? They're going to have clear track, but they're going to get, obviously, the draft off the 11th Porsche in front of them. This is their time to shine, to lay down some quali-style laps and extend that gap and get the jump in the pit stops. We've seen them make it work before. Where a back marker going to come out in relation to JD after JD have taken their stop? This is getting really interesting right now at the front sharp end of GT4.
Yeah, they're going to driver swap as well. I don't know if you heard, we obviously spoke to Martin earlier on. He said they're just single stinted driver swapping every time they need fuel. So Martin's going to be back into the car. So that's going to be an interesting. We'll see what Martin can do. We obviously saw earlier on him and Thomas having an absolute great battle there. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one. Hour 43 minutes remaining, Tim. I don't recommend if you are viewing at home, leaving your seat. You know, sit back, enjoy, get a drink, grab the popcorn, and enjoy this great racing.
It's definitely one to get up to on a Saturday, and shout, it's going to be a nice, fascinating 1 hour and 40 minutes, well, 43 to be precise, left. It's all a lock up there from the Porsche into turn 10, and Matt Chile nearly getting right into the back of JD at the same time as well. As we see them clear the JD now. Just interestingly, on that line there, James, for Matt Chile, Paul Driscoll more than welcome to take it, have the line, but this is where it gets a bit tricky. I mean, Seb was talking about earlier during qualifying, the entrance to the pits, and you could find yourself on the outside, like Mochek did for JD there. You need to come back in to take your pit stop because you've got no more fuel left in the car, and you could end up, well, missing the pit entry, which means either you cut back across and you incur a 40-second penalty, or you keep going and then have to pull the car over and get a tow, which is going to cost you even more so.
I think that's the thing, and looking back at Thomas now, he's not running comfortably, I've got to be honest, but
it's not.
If he was going into the pits, then he clearly couldn't. You know, there was no chance of him making that. He was too far along that pit entrance, Tim, that he was not going to be able to get that cut back in anyway with the Matt Chile on the inside. So we're just obviously hoping, I'm sure Thomas wouldn't have jeopardised going another lap. He kind of would have made sure he would have took that line. He's an experienced racer, Tim. We've seen him in all season. You know, I'm sure he's got enough fuel to get to the end. And but that could have been a lot worse. I tell you that if JD hadn't had that backup fuel to get them around this lap.
Well, I think looking at the strategy and last pit stop, James, that JD Porsche Cayman has got to be due in very, very soon. See him going around once more with our second place car there, the Deutsche Payments team just coming past them. They've obviously just come out after their pit stop. They're running a slight different strategy compared to the SIM3D Sport. But we heard earlier, I'm sure it's going to be no different. The amount of fuel saving that was going on from Deutsche Payment early on was absolutely massive. You just see Xavier, I tell you what, they've had a mixed race, James. You know, been in the wall a couple of times, but we know they've got pace, and showing it once more, up to third in class. And wow, I mean, they are the cars in and around them due to these extra stops due to that damage. They are on a slightly different strategy. So this battle it's going to be third, fourth, and fifth. We're not going to find out the true result of it until pretty much the last half hour, I would say, of all these different strategies playing out. But that's going to be an interesting one to see. Of course, they're after a bit of a redemption. Remember back to Spa, where they were leading in class and lost it twice within the last couple of laps, and it all fell apart for them from what was a very, very comfortable leaders. Suddenly, drivers taking a bit of an excursion there, and that's into the barrier once, twice. It's just lost it. I think they're just having a little look. They've lost a couple of places overall. The Porsche Cup cars of BSIM and Vulcan have got past them, but yeah, I mean, it's all there. We go. JD are in. So let's take a look at where are they going to come out. Here is back marker. They're coming down the back straight. Now they're going to get a bit of a draft there after the stage 1 green team. Timothy van der Broek on board for them, currently 5th in GT3 AM. I'm just trying to keep half an eye on it. So I think JD may well have done this. If they are not taking, well, no, of course, with the GT4, they can do tyres at the same time as fuel. Right, they're heading out now, James. So this looks like it could be the jump. Keep half an eye in the background. You're going to see the car shoot out. Where are they going to come in relation? This is going to be really, really tight, actually. JD just coming off the pit limiter now. It's going to be a straight dogfight up the hill. JD getting through, getting back up to speed, but looks like they've got the move done with a flash of the lights as backmarker come out behind them. JD cut across the track, get right onto the racing line to kill off any momentum that backmarker had coming up the hill there.
Yeah, and I think we're looking at the rundown through the S's. This is where we signalled out the last time that Martin was a little bit quicker than Thomas going down through that S's section. As you see, he's closed right up, coming into the back of 6. He's even going to be trying to stay behind him, Tim, for 6 and 7, and making the run down that long straight into 10, I think, because Thomas is looking a little bit flustered there in JD's car. He's got this looming backmarker racing at the hands of Martin Pearson, closing right up behind him, and I think this is going to be a run down into 10.
It is indeed. They've got a couple of GT3s coming past them. The Porsche, not so much the issue, it's what Arctic are going to do. But here come backmarker. They pull out of the slipstream. They're going to go side by side. Arctic want to get involved as well as they come past. They're allowed to. JD backs out of it, and that allows backmarker through. Arctic are going to kill off backmarker's momentum coming off the corner, and JD close up once again, but it's not going to be enough, and that looks like the move done there for backmarker Racing Blue, and a great move by Pearson.
I think he checked out to what Thomas did to him in the last stint. Thomas come across the track, knew the GT3 was going to take that inside line, so that stopped Martin's run down on the inside. Martin this time jumped behind the GT3 straight away, and he stopped Thomas, closing the door on him, coming down into 10. You can see it there. Martin followed that GT3 through this time. He didn't allow Thomas that room to shut the door to force Martin to go back across the track at him.
You saw him just get onto the brakes a bit earlier, just wary of that BMW M4 GT3 heading on the inside of the Arctic, and wow, I think that's what's cost him, as you see backmarker running it around the outside there. A little bit tricky. What can JD do this time around? Out turn 7 on the run down to 10. Can they repay the favour? As we look back from Deutsche Payment, there are 2 lead cars in GT4 right now. And what can JD do? Mocek really tucked up behind that rear wing right now of backmarker. We're going to see a lunge down into 10. I don't think we are. I don't think it's quite close enough. Not feeling the most confident Mocek into that section of the circuit. As we see, wow, it's happening everywhere right now. This is the lead for Porsche Cup. B-Sim versus Vulcan on the same run we've just literally witnessed in GT4 as Vulcan heads to what's going to be the inside line. They're more alongside. And this looks like this surely is going to be the move done, bar a lunge around the outside. No. There we go, B-Sim yield, allow Vulcan through. They know there's plenty of time left. We've still got 95 minutes, an hour and 35 left of racing here at Road Atlanta. No, but they've still got plenty more opportunities to get that place back.
Yeah, definitely there. That run round, the overtake there from Vulcan there kind of really didn't allow that car at the hands of Ronsani to come back at him. He kind of got the job done, kind of swept across, and it just kind of left Ronsani in the middle of no man's land. He couldn't go round the inside because he wouldn't have been able to stop the car. So he had to kind of rescind the position and allow Vulcan through. There's Emily Howe from Prismatic, taking a very different approach to overtaking there.
Definitely, indeed. And as we see, it's a history repeating itself. But I don't know about you, James, but Mocek of JD seems to be confident into turn 10, the chicane, definitely compared to backmarker. It almost seems like he just backs out a bit. It doesn't feel like he's got the confidence of the car underneath him to get the move done, or definitely get the move done safely and securely, at least anyway.
Well, you know, it does look that way, but I think Thomas was so good at using the traffic to aid him on that defensive backmarker racing. He didn't have that. He had the traffic there, but he didn't react quick enough. You see, and Martin tucked up behind that GT3 and didn't give Thomas the door to close. And now Thomas is looking very wary every time he goes in there. Maybe it is a chink in Thomas's armour that we haven't seen, because we haven't seen him in that situation before, Tim. You know, we've only seen him really running with traffic by side of him all the times that I've been here. So maybe it is a little chink that Thomas doesn't feel confident in that car coming down to where we are now.
Exactly. We're just watching currently the battle playing out in GT3 AM. 4th place. That is Prismatic Motorsport P. Least Main in the car for them right now. Ahead of us, we're riding on board with Timothy van der Berg of Stage 1 Racing Green. Currently in 5th place. These two, 15th and 16th overall. BMW versus Porsche. America versus Holland and Spinner. That is the Porsche Cup car there. That's Isaac Bartley. Fazer Sim Racing. Let's take a look. Bit too much of the curb. I thought he was going to catch the grass there, James, but no grass. Just rotates the car around and sideways on at that point in the track is not a nice place to be.
No, he's just kind of, he's done the right thing. He kind of sat waiting for Zabi to go past, and then he's kind of just edged it forward to make sure that nobody else was coming on the line. So he's done a really good job. Unfortunately, though,
oh wow, that's I mean. Stage 1 Green had no chance of avoiding that one. Prismatic B had, Lisa Main had lost it there on the curbing and did well to save it. That could have been a far bigger incident and more disastrous to the pair of them than it ended up being. As I guess they were still abreast, cheek to cheek, shoulder to shoulder, side by side, not leaving each other alone. They've been at this for pretty much the last 2.5 hours, these two. So we just look back from the RPM Ferrari of Robert Lancaster right now, currently 3rd overall. A great drive from them. They're going to be ecstatic with that one if they can hold on to that last podium position in GT3 Pro and overall. And once again we see it. JD Mocek not looking confident, definitely, James, and I think you said about it earlier, it seems to be almost a bit of a chink in his armour, but if you can't, it's the most obvious overtaking opportunity. So I think if he needs to overtake, I mean, it's well, there's not really enough of a run at it, especially in these Porsche Caymans. But so I think maybe the only potential other opportunity might be into turn 6, but even then that could be potentially a little bit of a struggle, or it's getting lucky with a back marker.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. He's got to be looking at, if he's really struggling in that section, he's got to be looking at where he's quicker. And unfortunately, Martin has got the jump coming down that S's in that first part of the track. Martin has been visually quicker and we've seen it, but Thomas has normally got this kind of middle quarter almost from sort of 6, 7, 8 and 9, but then he's struggling in 10, 11 and 12. So it's we referred to it earlier on as two boxers going backwards and forwards, orthodox and southpaw. It's kind of a punch fest to see, I'm quicker than you here, but you're quicker than me here. So he's got to be looking at other options if he can't get that car sticking into turn 10 that he would like.
Just see the Arctic Racing BMW, they're just clearing it's the Tech Centre GT4 there. Ahead of them, not too bad. The gap is extending out now. The V-Sim Porsche seem just in the foreground there. They are 1.2 seconds ahead right now. Currently leading GT3 AM. And that is actually been a proper change of position. 11th to drop further back. Although they did take tyres at the last stop, so that is what's caused that change for position in the leader GT3 AM, as we see our leader Campbell just head through there, clearing past what would have been the Greenleaf Porsche Cup, and then the FTR GT4. Greenleaf, after they did have a good start themselves, and they've currently just moved down the field a little bit compared to where they were, and maybe a little bit disappointed by that one. Well, of course they had that incident, didn't they, and that's what sent them all the way down to 17th class. And I think testament to everything. Currently only 2 retirees so far. Lost their Next Level Racing Blue in the Audi. That was back on lap 91. Leader Sean Campbell currently on lap 111, so that's about 20 laps ago. And unfortunately we lost the Porsche Cup of Virtual Racing Compound Blue. That was on lap 32.
Yeah, so we've got an hour and 29 minutes remaining, Tim. Brandon Blakesley leading the P Cup class here for Vulcan Sim Sport, so they're absolutely flying at the moment. The lower Glamel in GT3 AM, I think that is generally for position, and he's got ahead of Johnny Elia, so that's an interesting swap. And obviously we've still got the Thomas Mochet backmarker racing battle still heading on as we head up the hill, from turn 1 up the hill into 2.
It is. So 11 tenths. They did take tyres last time around. Just looking at the pit stop time differences, they're stationary for about an extra 25 seconds roughly. So that is the tyres going on compared to B-Sim. So it's definitely some different strategies being played out here. Let's just try and have a bit of a look while we're at it, James. See what the track temperature has come down a bit from when we started. It was out at 29 degrees. We're now down to 26. So that's going to be aiding the drivers a little bit. Currently, local time here in Georgia is just gone 4 p.m. So obviously, those temperatures are only going to continue to come down over the course of just in the next hour and a half by a couple of degrees. And that's really going to help these guys in terms of being able to extend tyre stints, but it's one of those ones if you extend it as far as you can, and it can end, as much as you do save time during the pit stops, if you're not able to, if you're significantly off the pace, you could well end up losing more time than if you had just taken tyres.
Yeah, I think they've got to be looking sensibly now. We are coming into that last hour and a half, so they've got to be looking at that options of taking tyres if they really need to, because it is dangerous not taking tyres. And they do drop off a cliff. They're not. You kind of feel the gradual, and then all of a sudden they're gone. So they've got to be really careful. And you don't want to lose, like Christopher Van der Put here in 7th place. He doesn't want to lose that just because they didn't look at that tyre situation earlier on. So they've got to be really thinking now, Tim, with an hour and 26 to go. Exactly,
because it does become almost a bit of a double jeopardy situation as well, where obviously with that reduced level of grip you end up pushing the car harder because you're trying to obtain the similar level of grip and not lose as much time, because due to that lack of grip compared to what you had earlier, which then just compounds the issue because you end up putting even more wear that you can't afford to let go of into the tyre, more heat, and you end up losing more grip, and it's just a vicious circle of events. As obviously our leader here in Porsche Cup, at 2nd place they are in, and likewise so our 4th place, they Vulcan and Kazar respectively.
Yeah, Stuart Reynolds here for Sim Party Racing doing an absolute stellar job for them. Currently leading class overall. Yeah, it's been an interesting battle really with Brandon and Stuart. These guys have been having their little close battles, then it kind of drifts out again, and then they meet up. We've talked about that so many times during Endurance Sim. Something that can be coming close together might separate for that middle part of the race, and then all of a sudden, bang, they're right up behind each other coming up to the end. So there's still a chance that this battle in the P-Cup will close right back up again. Probably, I'm going to say within the last 45 minutes, I would have thought.
Yeah, I would have thought so as well. As we know, all it takes is just catch traffic at the wrong point in the circuit, especially where we've got the lead 2 in GT4 so close together, and vying for that victory in that category right now. That it really, if you just find yourself getting stuck behind them for a few corners, and there are certain parts of the track, like we can see right now, down through the S's, and you could lose a whole world of time if you're trying to clear them. And that second between them, you can get your car in between them, but that means you've only cleared one out of the 2, and as much as you might have lost time behind the first one you come up to, currently that being JD Sim Racing, you'll then end up losing another chunk of time to behind back marker, and all of a sudden your lead can really start to diminish.
Yeah, it's just so easily done. It doesn't take much in these kind of style of events where you have got you're not looking at like we used to, Tim, of GTs to GT3s, and then we've got an LMP1 and an LMP2, that definitive speed difference. Yes, we have got speed difference, but it's not a massive speed difference where it can make a massive if you get what I mean, they are quicker, but they're not, LMP1, LMP2 style where you've gone past and they're off.
Yeah, you've got a real disparity, but a real stark difference between those three differences. I mean, that's why it's part of the BOP to balance the performance for the Porsche Cup cars. So they had 5% of their power taken off them, as well as an extra 50 kilos of ballast added, and especially these tighter tracks. I mean, at Spa it wasn't so bad. We saw those. It was much easier, but at Road Atlanta, it's not as bad as what we saw at Belle Isle, where the cars were really struggling, and there was very, very little difference even between the top class, and even if you say to the very top drivers within GT3 Pro, incredibly quick, and I mean if you take the bottom drivers within GT4 who are quick themselves anyway, let's not put bad juice onto them. Even with that different in class plus the car difference as well, they were still struggling, and there's a little bit of that, but at least you do have the long back straight right down to turn 10 to really, really help you. Let's go a couple of people into the pit. Zabi, they are in from 3rd place in GT3 AM. Likewise, the leader in Porsche Cup, iRacing, they are in as well. Just see our overall leader there, SIM3D Sport, is coming past 11 tenths. You see one of the prismatic cars, that's the AM outfit. Elise Main currently on board for them, 20th overall, last in class currently, just behind a couple of Porsche Cup cars, but obviously that was from the... I mean, James, did I just see we're overtaken there by the Scania Porsche?
Yeah, I think they must have damage. I think on that one it looked like they were overtaken, but they've had a bit of a rough time with it. We've seen Lilac Zaya, unfortunately, and it was a really unfortunate situation. She hit the wall on the pit exit, made their BMW crash, but what was worse with it, they were catching up to Zabi Racing, and unfortunately just in front as Lilac come out of the pit, Zabi Racing spun, and then Lilac's hit the wall. So it was kind of a bit of an unfortunate situation where they had the opportunity to catch up Zabi, but Lilac hit the wall and damaged the BMW. So it's a bit of a shame.
Also, they would have obtained damage as well from that side impact, which they got collected by. It was one of the stage 1 teams. I think it was Junior, wasn't it, at the time? But let's just see it from one of our sponsors, Go for the Gap. If you're looking for the very best F1 and Motorsport art and graphics, head over to the Etsy store and use code TENTEL SimSport for 10% off motorsport prints. You can also find them on Twitter at Go for the Gap Co. Find out more information, the discount code, and all the links are down below in the description. So you should see Funk Motorsport here getting onto the back of Man Chili, one of the closest battles out on track right now. Well, talking of close, these two have closed up once again. I mean, question is, James, is Mojek gonna be brave? I mean, or does he want to? Is he? But he could well be. I'd be interested to ride on board with him and listen in, because he actually just sat in the draft of Pearson and fuel saving. Let's listen in. It seems like, I don't know about you, James, it seemed like he was lifting there. And
it did go a little bit quiet, but then again, it's kind of that's base of that hill, isn't it, where you start braking. I think it's like 3 or 4 white lines back in general. But yeah, you can hear it there. You can hear it.
Yeah, he's feathering the throttle to stay behind, just maintain this 3 tenths gap to Pearson of back marker. And I think this, maybe, it doesn't feel like, it doesn't want to put the car in a position to cause any damage against, trying to make the overtake, and this Mojek looking to do it through fuel saving, extend the stints out and get the move done in the pits. They've already done it once. They have, looking at it, James, last pit round of pit stops, JD actually stopped 3 laps later than back marker blue, so I think that more and more reinforces the fuel saving strategy going on there. Is talking of strategies, just looking here at the BSIM versus Arctic battle, 6th to 7th overall. Of course, BSIM leading the way in GT3 AM, Arctic in GT3 Pro right now. Both the teams have got Belgium drivers in, Le Mans and Van der Put currently on board for BSIM and Arctic, respectively, as they head down to turn 10. Ooh, and Arctic, it was getting a little bit close between himself and backmarker there, where he turned in, obviously, had to lose a lot of speed on that shallower line, and Pearson just ended up in the back of him, as we see the Deutsche payment car bouncing across the bumps there. Then you move the German there, really giving it some, and looks a little bit uncomfortable, almost teeth shattering there, but at least it's given a bit of a gap between backmarker and JD. But talking of gaps, this one is shrinking between Manchili and Funk.
Yeah, coming up into turn 2, over the hill they go. This is the run down in through the S's. This is so easy section to get. When you get it right, God, it definitely feels good, but when it goes wrong, it can go horribly wrong. And this is where it can go horribly wrong. Exit out of 5 over the curb. No such problem for Corey Peters there, Tim. And he's just sitting there catching up with Morgan Driscoll, predicting turn 10. Funk Motorsport, Corey Peters is going to make the move.
It's just stage 1 green. If they had a little bit of a trip to the barrier, maybe, or was it a spin?
Turn 5, there you go. Exactly what we were saying, Tim. When it goes wrong, it goes wrong.
It does bad.
They proved it there.
I think they've got away with it maybe a little bit lightly, just for that sort of hard spin there. So we saw them. I thought they were just slowing up to let the the 2 cars coming through there, Manchili and Funk, but definitely, obviously, that spin definitely killing off the momentum. Now this is interesting, James. We've got, look who's just ahead of us. It's backmarker and JD, and then you've got this battle coming through. GT3's Manchili, they're going to at least clear JD, and well, they're going to do both of them, I think, potentially here. And Funk and Hansa Peters having to yield massively there. And this is going to get a bit tight, and this is really going to allow Morgan Driscoll for Manchili to extend the gap and really move away here. And this is going to play a large part in terms of this battle between these two. See Driscoll even more time. I mean, this is what I was talking about earlier, James, where you catch the slower car at the wrong point in the track, you end up losing an absolute ton of time. And just looking at what that gap is now, I mean, it was around about 2 tenths between those two. That gap is now out to about 1.8 seconds between them.
That's always the difficulties, Tim. We said this earlier. You guys have touched on it previously as before. Catching the car is one thing, trying to get past him is a different situation, and Corey Peters lost a chunk of time because it just happened he didn't get that move that Morgan Driscoll done. Morgan really put the pedal down going into that turn, and he wanted them move, both of them cars done in turn 1. Corey Peters didn't quite get that done.
I do believe it was the late great Murray Walker, coined that phrase. That's Texans having definitely saving the groundskeepers a little bit of work there with a bit of lawn mowing for them. Nothing too major, so that's not too bad for them. Ian Fedbasket in the car for them, the Scots, and they're currently 3rd in GT4 right now. But see, we've got Sunday drivers where I'm just trying to look where they are. They've done all right, to be fair. They've got themselves up to 5th in class, at least Main just behind them there. Prismatic B 6th in class, but wow. We took this
Corey Long, did it? He's back up behind Morgan again.
I'm not quite sure where he's managed to find that time. That is a big amount of time. Last time around, I mean, big difference in lap time. So it's going to come through on this lap, and here we go for the overtake. No, just backs out a little bit, but we're going to see a lunge down into 10. Peter just thinks about it once more, tucks that Funk Motorsport Porsche 911 back in. Let's go again. There's all Driscoll a bit twitchy there out of the chicane. Peters has a little bit of think about it, but Driscoll just shuts the door on him. He's not letting him have it anyway. Easy. Let's have a look at their lap times as they come across the line. Well, there you go. 1.5 seconds quicker, Peters against Driscoll. And that's how he's able to close up that gap. That is a big disparity between those two.
Yeah, they're absolutely massive. But at least Main has really got issues here. It's losing speed absolutely rapidly, and even needs to go in and try and see what's wrong with the car, or try and at least get it out to the pit stop, Tim, because she's losing. Can't even overtake Sim Party Racing in front. It's just such a vast.
It's got to, surely that's got to be floor damage, which isn't fixable. So you've got to either retire the car and admit defeat, or just keep picking your way through it. As we know with this championship, I mean, anything could happen. We've got just under an hour and a quarter left here. The final round of Road Atlanta of the SIM3D GT series by FTR events, and this is really, really tricky, isn't it? A nasty conundrum to be in. Do you just keep grinding away, as you rightly pointed out, James? Struggling in comparison to the Porsche Cups ahead of them. Can't even in a straight line. Can't make it past, and
can't even catch them, Tim. Let them make it past. Can't even get out the back of them, bless them. So it's definitely a hard situation, isn't it?
It is, and I'm just looking at top speed data for timing software, and with the speed traps, James, it's looking like she's around about 10 kilometers an hour slower into turn 10, obviously in the fastest point of the track, just for the braking zone, compared to the other GT3s, which is actually putting her comparable in terms of top speed, if not slightly slower than the Porsche Cups that are in front of her. And that is why she cannot get the move done. But talking again, the moves done, here we go, into turn 10. Will this be the moment Peters moves out to the inside? He brings the car alongside, and that slots it through, and that is a promotion in place, up into 7th, 6th in class for Funk Motorsport. And what can Peters do with that Porsche 911? Can he pull away from Driscoll of Manchili and that Ferrari and extend the gap? But look who's just come up right behind them while they've been battling. They've been dealing with traffic.
There you go, Jackson Lowry, isn't he? He's from FTR. He's come right into the back, Tim.
He has. He's come right up onto this train, and this is going to be interesting. He's quietly been. I mean, to be fair to FTR Red in the Ferrari and GT3 Pro, we haven't really mentioned them too much this race. They've had a relatively quiet one. They've actually moved up 4 places from where they started. As you see them around in turn 6 and 7 there. The exit now, and this is going to be a Ferrari versus Ferrari drag fest here. They're going to have a bit, obviously, at the assistance of the Porsche 911 of Funk Motorsport in front of them, as well as the TechSense GT4 there. That's going to remain neutralised, but Larry really coming into this fight for 6th in class and 7th overall right now.
Yeah, he's close right on the back of Morgan Driscoll, but we know Morgan is no slouch, so it's not going to be an easy fight here for Jackson. But at the same time, we were talking about it with Seb about trying to catch and keep on the back of that draft, because the draft is so important for Morgan from Corey Peters, but it looks like he's dropping back, and it could play into Jackson Lowry's hands,
I'm just keeping an eye on the gaps, James. Just while you're talking, Emily Howe from Prismatic, she is in 3rd place. Now remember, obviously, she's on an alternate pit strategy after pitting for damage early on. But I think Driscoll, his service is slightly dropping off the back of Peters in front of him. However, it's compounded by the rate at which Larry is catching Driscoll right now. And you can see, I'm wondering whether those... Driscoll really seems to be struggling for grip right out there right now. He's taken the defensive line incredibly early on. The head starts to descend down the hill on the run down to turn 10. Driscoll's going to defend for this. This is going to really help Peters of Funk Motorsport ahead of them, and there you go. Wow. Morgan Driscoll of Manchili just yields there and slots it back in behind Larry. He's now going to try and take the fight to Peters of Funk Motorsport, who is right about 1.5 seconds up the road. Stage 1 senior, they are into the pits as well. They've got a driver change, I believe, as well there. Marquardt has got into the car for them. There they are in the pits. And their sister team just coming in behind there as well. Stage 1 green.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. We've got an hour and 8 minutes left for these guys. So, you know, they're pitting on the hours, aren't they? Roughly round about that stage anyway. So it'll be interesting to see now where we end up with these. But it's going to be an interesting battle. And, you know, Jackson Lowry does seem to be like he's hooked the car up. You know, he's got the grip underneath it. Morgan Driscoll, not so much. And Corey Peters is kind of between the two where the car is working, but other tyres starting to lose it a little bit as well. So it'll be an interesting thing to see what happens over the next sort of, I probably predicted it, but the way Jackson Lowry's moving along, I would say 3 laps. No, my luck, it'd be within 1 lap. So any time between 1 and 3 laps, I reckon, Tim.
Well, already, James, you say that. He's already taken, well, it's pretty much half the deficit. That gap is down to around about 7 tenths. It was 1.5 when he made his way past Mad Chili. If you look back right now from the Motorsport Porsche 911, that's Larry with FTR Esports behind us. You see Driscoll just heading past. I didn't quite catch you. That was a green line Porsche Cup there. So green leaf Porsche Cup. Green line is one of the trim levels on within Skoda, I believe. Oh no, it's the name of their diesel engines, I think, from memory. Use this car trivia fact there for you.
Nice.
But
thank you very much for that. With an
no worries.
minute remaining.
Exactly. I've got to slip one in there somewhere. Where it quite came from, but yeah, he's not been as successful this lap. Now, last time around, it was 8. Larry was 8 tenths quicker than Peters. Peters going to get a bit of assistance off the FTR GT4 there. The slipstream off the initial part of the corner. But no team orders from the 2 FTR cars in GC4 and GC3 being played out there, or any assistance given. And they're allowing them to really scrap it out. But gap shrunk once again, James. We're now down to 4 tenths. That's going to be around about another 2 tenths this lap. And I think you've pretty much predicted this one smack on. As Larry now runs to the back. Well, Driscoll's come in the pits. He's bailed. Let's have a little bit of a look. That looks a bit early to me, James. That's looking at everyone else. I'd say it's probably about getting on for 10 minutes too early, that stop.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. This is kind of where, you know, we discussed this before regarding this last pit stop. You want to kind of get it inside that hour window, and then that gives you the opportunity to not have to stop again. These people doing it just before, 5 minutes before, 10 minutes before, are really in danger. Unless they're going to go out and do some mad fuel saving, they might not make it, or they're going to have to smash and dash at the end. So, yeah, you kind of don't want this smash and dash stop. You know,
well, I think
you can hear it here from Jackson.
Let's listen in. Yeah. Electing just to sit behind right now. The Funk Motorsports Porsche 911 just ahead of us. You see the 97 there as they bail. They've gone into the pits. Now, this is interesting of what's being played out. Now, I mean, I could get it with Mad Chili, just looking at how long they've been stationary for. They've decided to take tyres on as well. I mean, to be fair, the tyres on that Mad Chili Ferrari did look like they were completely and utterly spent. That has put them lap down against the leader, and also further lap down, also by the looks of things. That's the bottom of the runners in GT3 Pro right now, but that's obviously because they have obviously taken the tyres on as well. Now, RD Sport, they've also headed in too. So, I think we could be due for a whole set of splash and dashes come the end based on this, James. Everyone seemed to be running out of a bit of fuel, but the interesting one for me is Emily Howe, because obviously she at Prismatic A, currently in 3rd, the American, because she is on a different strategy to everyone else after stopping for that damage earlier on, and actually could if but maybe that have weirdly, in this bizarre utopian way, actually played into her hands.
Right.
I don't, it is
There's a lot of things in there, Tim. I was trying to process your words.
Oh no! And that's on fresh tyres as well. That is on fresh tyres.
Can't take too much of that track.
Almost Austin Power start turn, then to get the car started again. Well, would it be? I'm guessing that must be straight out of the pits on cold tyres, and suddenly drivers having another excursion across the grass there down at turn 10. That corner has definitely not been their friend today. But yeah, just obviously before we saw those replays, obviously I think Howe is around about 20 laps different in terms of the strategy that she is on. Yes, she's not long pitted.
They're out of sync anyway.
They are.
The damage they got off turn 1, didn't they?
They are. I'm not sure how this is going to, but we'll find out in 1 hour, 2 minutes and 56 seconds to be precise, roughly, how this one's going to pan out. But yeah, it could actually. I mean, she's obviously after that, the repair for all the damage, come out, really, hold that BMW M4 GT3, back up through the standings. She was dead last within category. To get it back up to third and onto the podium, anyway, it is a monumental achievement. We've also got a leader in GT3 and into the pit, Lloyd Lamont of B-Sim Racing. Got their Porsche 911 in. But this could be really, really fascinating, and definitely, well, we've come used to having so many cliffhangers in this series, but we're off for yet another one here.
We always sit back and wonder where we're at with pit stops, don't we? Because we sit here at most of the endurance events and goes, right, we're at pit now until they get inside that last hour. And then we see Lowick come in 1 hour and 2 minutes, and you're kind of sitting there thinking, I don't know. You've got to be looking at it and thinking, it's got to be sort of, is there going to be this little splash and dash run? I don't know if we ever get it right though, Tim, but we do try every broadcast.
We do, but there's obviously so many variables, obviously. And it's how much fuel saving drivers are doing themselves as well, and it's a very, very tricky one. So we've got the two stage 1 cars here, the senior in the Porsche and the junior in the BMW. Currently side by side, 9th and 10th overall, 8th and 9th in class. See, with B-Sim coming in from the lead in AM, that has promoted 11th, 10th into the lead for now in GT3 AM. So just keeping you abreast as we reach that hour mark. Should we have a quick running through the standings overall as things stand at the moment as we head into the last hour of the final round. And well, there's our leader in, Sean Campbell of SIM3D Sport. Looks like the 11th, 10th car there of Johnny Elia heading in from the lead of GT3 AM. But there we go, that is definitely our second place. Deutsche Payments running strong. And then we've got the Prismatic A. They are currently just looking at it, James, just about a lap down, which is impressive from Campbell. Even more so, Jackson Larry, FTR, making progress up into 4th at 9 places so far. Then it's RPM. They've had a really good race. I think they could well be happy to make up a couple more places after the pit stops sort themselves out. Richardson, doing great stuff in the Ferrari. Then we've got Van der Put of Arctic Racing, the Belgian driver. The BMW 6th overall and in class at the moment. Behind them is the Funk Motorsport Porsche in 7th, followed by the Stage 1 Junior car in 8th place. That is just what places with the Stage 1 Senior car. You can just about see it in the background there in 9th place. And then we've got the two leaders in GT3 AM, 1st and 2nd. B-Sim in 1st, 11 tenths in 2nd. They are 10th and 11th overall. 11th, maybe we're disappointed after that strong start. Radi Simsport, they are 10th in class in GT3 Pro, 12th overall, 13th overall. Well, that's mad chilly right now. Also 11th in class and the last of the running GT3 Pros. Let's round out your GT3 field. We've got Zabi occupying the last podium place in GT3 AM right now in 14th. And it's stage 1 green in the Porsche. They are 4th. And 5th place right now is the Sunday drivers. Currently in the pits in our lone Mercedes in the field. And then 6th place and last of the runners in GT3 AM, and definitely suffering with what we suspect is floor damage, because definitely lacking in top speed. Prismatics Motorsport B, BMW, and also they are 19th overall. Let's talk Porsche Cup. So our leader at the moment is Vulcan. They are leading by only 4 tenths over B Sim right now. They were 15th and 17th, so 16th, 17th overall. Then we have got in Porsche Cup the Sim Party car. They are occupying at the moment that last place on the podium. The cars, they have run a lot deeper compared to their competitors in front of them. They stopped on lap 112. They're currently on 129. It was on 106 and 104 respectively. Then we've got Kazar. They are currently in 4th. Kazar Sim Racing team in Porsche Cup, and they're followed by Scania. They are 5th and 11 tenths. The Porsche Cup team, they are 6th and the last of the running cars in Porsche Cup. Then let's. No, I tell a lie. They are. No, they are still alive. They're still keeping going, despite being well down off the pace. It's Greenleaf. They are 7th in class. The we'll come on to retirements in a minute. In GT4, your leader there is JD at the moment, having backmarker Racing Blue just come out of the pits, so that's why there's a gap between them. That's going to be interesting to see how that plays out over the next few laps. TechSense, they're occupying the last podium place in GT4, followed by D-Line, and then FTR Esports White bringing up to the field on GT4. Not the last of the runners. That's currently being occupied, as we just mentioned, by Greenleaf, 29th overall. 2 retirements to talk about. It was the Audi of Next Level Racing Blue, GT3 Pro Team. We lost them on lap 91, and the other teams to get crossed off the list of runners. The marker of doom was the Virtual Racing Compound Blue Porsche Cup car, which we lost all the way back on lap 32, 100 laps ago. Now we've had our leader, Dutch Payments. They've come into the pits, likewise FTR Esports, GT3 Pro. They have headed to the pits as well. And the drivers, they've gone for a tyre change at their stop. And still in class right now. That all means that SIM3D have come back out into the lead with 7.5 seconds over Deutsche Payment, and also they managed to change tyres as well. Just the case, I think, now of Campbell bringing the car home safely. But big question for us right now is how much further JD push out this fuel stop in GT4. As we just mentioned last time around, backmarker Racing Blue stopped for fuel. However, it looks like they have fueled it short at 19.5 seconds. Let's take a little look at something's happened to Arctic Racing, the BMW. Is that turn 6 there, James, I think? Oh, got unlucky, just got onto the grass on the exit, which just rotated the car around even further.
Yeah, it was one of them unfortunate ones, doesn't it? He managed to get it out the way, though, and backed it onto the grass. But, yeah, it was just an unfortunate situation there that Christopher Vanderput found himself in.
While we're watching that, Sim3D Sport just set the new fastest lap of the race, 1:18.48. It looks like they could even be going again for another absolute flyer based on the times that I'm seeing at the moment. But Larry just behind our second place car in GT3 AM right now, 11 tenths. Porsche seem just ahead there, and we know this Ferrari of FTR has got pace, James, and I'd imagine this should be a quick and swift dispatch of Mark Bassett-Jones. But having said that, you know, we saw in qualifying that they got the AM team got that Porsche onto the front row of the grid, and the stunning qualifying lap. But they could actually, you know, end up, you know, working together with, you know, if they're clever about this, with FTR to bring themselves up to the back of BSIM.
Yeah, it's a different situation now because we've got Mark Baxter-Jones who's in second and hands. He's trying to catch up to Loic. You know, there's that chance of changing position, and maybe Jackson is slightly quicker that he can follow Jackson's line and get towed up to Loic. But there's always that chance that he can lose time. So he's got to be a little bit sensible, I think. We have only got 53 minutes remaining, so you know he's got to be a little bit sensible and see what's going to be best for him, I think, in his position, because technically they're not racing, Tim. You know, they're in different classes, they're not racing. So what's going to be the way that Mark Baxter-Jones is going to be thinking about it?
Yeah, I mean, it's longer than, you know, if you talk about if you usually in iRacing, the GT3 races last, you know, what, 45 minutes, you know, we've got less than, so more than one of those left. It's the FTR heading up the inside of 11 attempts there. But a lot of that, Mr. Jones, fights back once more to keep hold of that place. This is not doing them any favours, because this is going to be playing right in the hands of BSIM to head down the hill through the S's out of turn 5 right now. These two need to be working together rather than fighting right now.
Yeah, but Tim, they're racing drivers.
Well, exactly. But James, this is JD in.
He's not going to get that. He's not going to get that because back marker are coming into the chicane.
It's how much fuel? I mean, he's got to put in to get himself home to the end. This is...
He's not going to get it, Tim. He's still there. He's still stationary and he's still 21 seconds. This could be really the other way for back marker. Back marker, we know, we're in a situation where they've got to win and JD has got to not finish.
Now, James... Now, I've looking at the pit stop times. I think I did mention it earlier, but we had a lot going on. Now, Pearson short-fueled the car massively on the last stop. So to put it in perspective, Mochek's probably filled up to roughly the end now. That's his strategy. He's put his, his flag in the ground. That is what he's going for. He was stationary for 42 seconds. Pearson was only stationary for 19.5 seconds. I think Pearson's strategy now, James, surely is to short fuel the car. Let's go for some quality laps. Let's try and really grind out time-wise a bigger gap as we possibly can and make it up that way by double stopping rather than going for the one long stop that JD are.
That's such a dangerous game, Tim. Because you can have, you're short fueling fine and you're under fueling fine and you're going for quali laps, but there's other cars on the track. It's not like it's just your one class, is it? It's not like just all GT4s where Martin Pearson can go, make that thing. He's got faster cars in front and he's just got to be careful that that's not going to jeopardize where they are.
I mean, Pearson has rolled the dice. This could be a double 6 or it could be a double 1. And I mean, we haven't seen one today. I mean, we were saying, during our prep earlier in the week and, in the run-up when we knew this, we were coming here earlier in the season. I mean, obviously Road Atlanta, much bigger runoffs, etc., compared to other tracks that we felt it'd be extremely unlikely that we see a safety car here. I mean, that's could be the only other potential thing that Pearson might be hoping for. Just go out, smash out some quality laps, give it out to hell for leather. Like I said, roll the dice. It might be a double 6, it might be a double 1, but this is really, really fascinating. These two completely contradictory strategies being played out here in Georgia, and as you say, James, because Pearson there's traffic out there. Now,
such a chance, Tim.
That's Tech's sense. So Tech's just ahead of Tim, just in shot now. The Porsche Cayman GT4 in front of them. Ethan Bass currently at the wheel. Now, was this also part of Pearson's thinking? Because looking at it.
Look at the timing tower. He's got the gap out to 31 seconds. It was down at 28, literally a few seconds ago. So the traffic is obviously playing a part. But Martin's going to have to go some to really try and stretch the gap out. You know, he's got a clear track. He hasn't got much behind him currently at the moment. But he's probably, if he can get the traffic right and catch it on the straight, where they can pass him, he might be golden. But, and it's a big but, there's not always that opportunity, is there?
No.
You know, it's up to 31 seconds now, so it's gone up a second again already. And then it just, I don't know, it's up and down, isn't it?
This is, it's tense and it's tight. Now, I believe Mocek has got enough fuel in him to last to the end. So he doesn't need to stop. Now, but based on the amount of fuel that Pearson put in, which was just under half the amount that Mocek did, that total stop for Pearson at back marker blue cost him 46 seconds. Now let's say he needs to add an extra couple of one. Let's call it, to make it really, really safe, I think Pearson needs to get that gap out to 50 seconds. To include getting into the pits, stopping for fuel, and getting back out again. Now he's got it out to 30 at the moment. This is a very, very tall order.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Tim, I would sit here and write it all down and work the maths out, but I don't think this late on with 47 minutes that's going to really make a blind bit of difference.
No.
We know that Martin has underfueled that car. We know he's got to put the laps in, and we know he's got to open up at least, didn't we say? I think it's going to be more around about the 40-second mark, maybe 30 seconds down for the pit, and 10 seconds stop's gone again. But he's fortunate for the last couple of laps, traffic's caught him here. So that hasn't slowed him down. And whereas Thomas Mocek is being caught around the bottom of the S's and turn 5. So, you know, he's having to struggle a little bit more than Martin is. It's a big throw of the dice. And to be fair, you know, it is a massive, massive chance. But if the guys at Market feel that's the best way that they've got to go, then fair play to them. It's going to be an epic 45 minutes.
It is. You know, this is. I mean, just, you know, the extra variable is obviously Bass is for Texans currently in second place. The Scott is. He is due in very soon, so that could probably Mocek. But if they just start battling, that could leave Mocek a whole heap of time. So it's just mad chilly. They're trying to come through the Porsche Cups. There they are right there. Our lead two. After 3 hours and 15 minutes of racing, as they come out of turn 5, these two are separated by a measly 0.4 of a second. Another race that is going down to the wire. There comes the mad chilly Ferrari just darting through there on the outside. Bit of a brave move. Beats him, knowing that they've not lost too much time on the exit. They're going to utilise the slipstream. And that Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo as they head through turns 8 and 9. Or the kinks of 8 and 9.
Yeah, I think we had that discussion earlier, Tim, with Seb. It looks like somebody just drawn the track map and thought, we need 2 numbers there because it is practically a straight.
It is practically. It's a bit of a lock up there from B-Sim on the entry into turn 10. None of the 2 cars that are incredibly close together. Well, Larry has got past 11 attempts. That for night overall. Obviously, FTR, Ferrari, they are in GT3 Pro, currently in 8th. Max Jones on 11 attempts in that Porsche 911 GT3. Second in GT3 AM. Now, I'm trying to think back, James. I think the gap is closing ever so slightly between these two and B-Sim. So we could potentially have 3 of our 4 categories up for grabs at the very, very final stages of the race.
Yeah, I think that's going to, well, We called it with a Blakesley. Hold on.
That's third place in class Sim Party Racing. And that's I didn't quite catch whereabouts that on the track.
It's
S's.
Yeah, middle of one up the hill, I think.
Yes, I think I think you're right. Yes, it is, James.
Yeah.
Spot on there. Yeah, I couldn't tell if it was a bit further along. Oh, wow. B-Sim having to take massive evasive action. That's caused them to lose a whole heap of time. They were right on the back of Vulcan. However, that gap is extending out to almost 3 seconds there, but they've also darted into the pits as well. A D-line were, wow.
It's
incredibly
not really
lucky.
blame, is it, there, Tim? You can't really say there was anything. He hit the grass, and we all know, as drivers, commentators, once you hit that grass, you've hit ice. See you later.
You have, and I think I was thinking it's done really, really well as Sim Party once again onto the grass there. Wow, it's all starting to fall apart for them. See the Greenleaf team just backing out a little bit there to allow Sim Party carry on, but that was onto the grass, and it's again on their friend. I think they've B-Sim have headed to the pits after their excursion. Ooh. So they've spun and then retired the cars. Has that got... I couldn't see any, James. Is it? I mean, the only potential thing is they think it's got suspension damage or something. I don't see what it would do. It's not had any contact.
No, the only thing is that exit curb on the right-hand side that he went over is quite high. So, but...
That's, hold on, that's Emily Howe of Prismatic A. Our third place overall car, spinning. And that is on the exit at turn 7, isn't it? Just before you head down the back straight. She has lost it from third place. Pushing it so. Well, it's all falling apart here, James. FTR, Esports right into the wall there on the start-finish straight. That's heavy damage for them. The bonnet has gone. Lee Belcher just sat there waiting to rejoin the Brit. He's off again, but that's surely going to be a visit to the pit lane for him to get that repaired.
Tim, we mentioned tyres earlier on, and I think we hit that where I said to you they hit that cliff, didn't they? And I'm just wondering if how much of that is paying into effect with the current cars.
Well, we did see that a bit. We saw a period earlier on, James, where it all just suddenly started happening within the space of 5 minutes. We saw a lot of incidents, off-tracks, mistakes, which we just haven't seen from the drivers before, and they're now coming back in again. I mean, let's not forget, we are now also 3 hours and 20 minutes deep into this race. But I think you're spot on there, James. This tyre wear of pushing tyres too hard coming into play right now. And also worth mentioning, just watching Baxter Jones 11th, 10th, second currently in GT3 and right now, the gap between him and B-Sim, Lamol at the Howe, who is the leader in GT3 has come down to, that is just under 3 seconds. And he's also keeping pace with that FTR Ferrari of Jackson Lowry ahead.
Which is what we just said, didn't we? We said that
it is
that possibility of Mark Baxter Jones letting Jackson Lowry through, following the lines, picking up where he's faster, because you can tell, I think, as a driver, when you are following somebody quicker, where you're braking in a different situation. He might have been braking earlier than Jackson going into turn 2. So he's now picked up, actually, I wonder if I can brake that a little bit later, which is making him quicker. And Jackson's pulling it on along to Loic now. It's down to just coming over just above 2 seconds. So I'm pretty sure, further down the line, if we see the straight, you probably see them both in it together. It's closing up. And I think that Mark Baxter Jones used that smart brain of his and let Jackson Lowry through and allow Jackson to almost tow him, in a way, to the back of Loic there.
Well, there you go, James. You said about seeing it in shot. You can just occasionally, you'll see it in shot now. That that Porsche 911 ahead of these two. That is the B-Sim car. Loic Le Mans, currently our leader in GT3 AM right now. These two are coming, and it won't be long before they are right up onto the gearbox and the rear bumper of B-Sim, our leader in GT3 AM.
Yeah, Mark Baxter-Jones has been so smart there, Tim. He's so smart letting Jackson just kind of pull him forward to get up to the back of Loic. And Loic's now got to be thinking, okay, I've only got 38 minutes here. I've got to kind of almost get on my bike a little bit here, son, because Jackson is coming and he's bringing Mark Baxter-Jones with him.
He is definitely bringing along for the ride. I think fascinating stuff once again from this championship here on Total Sim Sport, and just keeping an eye as well. So let's just run through the battles obviously that we've got for the lead in each of the categories. Obviously GT3 Pro, we know what's happening there. This is 12-second gap, nice and easy. Obviously GT3 AM right now, that gap is constantly shrinking. It is well under 2 seconds now, about 1.75, so 1 3/4 seconds between first and second in GT3 AM. The lead, I've just heard someone spin there, James. I'm not sure who that is. I think that's, yes, I think it was, wasn't it? He was currently 9th in GT3 Pro. Yeah, he's definitely running slow. I just heard the screech of some tyres moving past, and
Tim Batmarker are in pits.
They are, aren't they?
Pits. They've driver swapped again to Ed.
They have. Kushkas has got into the car.
And Mojek's gone through already.
So they were stopped for 37 seconds. So that's definitely 100% going to get them home to the end. Now, have they got their splash and dash done out the way early? Because this actually looks like, I think that JD are going to have to stop again. Now the gap is 19 seconds between JD and Backmarker. So it's just extending that, obviously coming out of the pits, it's obviously they're able to just extend it a little bit. 21 seconds is going to be the gap. That is the time difference to make up. And well, if James JD needs a pit again, then this is Backmarker's race.
Yeah.
They have won. As we see stage. Stage 1 green, and just keeps it out of the barrier there.
Yeah, very nicely done. Left some pretty pictures in the sand there for everybody to enjoy. Where was I've lost where I was going to. Where was we going before that?
We were talking whether Mojek for JD would. I'm not sure whether he will stop again. If he does, then the race, the win, victory, as it stands right now, goes to Backmarker Blue.
Yes, but they also need, obviously, with the point difference, and we spoke to Martin earlier, kind of, they're not wishing it on JD Sim Racing, but kind of JD need a DNF.
They do.
The
yes, they do. Yeah, in terms of championship, yeah, definitely. In terms of the victory here today in the final round, then it is looking towards potentially Backmarker if JD do need to pit again, but can they eke it out potentially? Now, well, we've been chatting about that, James. So the gap between first and second in GT3 out was 1 3/4 seconds, 1.75. However, that has now shrunk to 1.3. That's another 4.5 tenths gone out of Loic Le Mans of B-Sim Racing's lead in that Porsche 911. And look, there they are, right behind. The lights are on. Somebody's into the barrier. I just heard a big crash there.
I'm glad it wasn't just me.
Oh no, it's all coming apart from actually. Oh, that's a nasty hit with a wall. That car could well be. Oh, it is crabbing horrifically. Wow, it's not crabbing. It's more. It's waving around like a fish's tail.
It's having a little bit. It's just having a dance there. Look at the state of that. Get it in there, Morgan. Oh, no, not another wall.
Well, I think it's.
No.
Oh, and again, that is in a horrific state. That is lots of suspension damage there.
Yeah,
possibly.
I'd be surprised how long the repairs would be.
That could well be race ending for
But
them.
then again, did they use their fast repair? Have they used their fast repair? Can they get in and they still might save it? I don't know. Maybe. I'm just trying to make a best of a bad situation, Tim.
No, I think you are there, James. And I think they may well have done.
They're out again.
They're out again. So clearly, they couldn't have. There we go. That's just that one there, James. Fantastic. Great news for them. However, it's not great news right now for B-Sim, because look at that gap now. The gap between first and second is down to 7/10 of a second. Obviously, Jackson Larry of FTR Esports in the middle of these two Porsches in that Ferrari. He is from GT3 Pro. The other two, GT3 your first and second places. They come across the start-finish line. 33 minutes. 15 seconds is all that is left here. The 4 hours of Road Atlanta, and you can see just how racy Larry is as he's going to head to the inside. And look, it's just really slowed up. The 192 of B-Sim. Hold tight. Here we go down through the S's. And this is surely, no, they almost banked us. Larry's off. And is he going to collect as we come across the crest of the hill on the exit of the corner? They all remain as they were somehow. And FTR have dropped a little bit of a gap off the back of B-Sim, who's clearly, he's put his flag in the ground. He's stating his ascent is Loic Le Mans and saying, if you want to come past, I'm going to make this sure as eggs so hard for you. Because I know full well that Matt Baxter-Jones of 11 Temps is going to be following through and picking off that move as well. Wow. That's JD into the pit. Why are we seeing a replay of this, James? Has something happened to them? This is going to be interesting. Has something happened on pit exit? Now, that is the change for the lead, isn't it? So JD did need a splash and dash. They were stationary for 9.68 seconds, but they have come out and they are 6.1 seconds behind our leader in GT4, Backmarker Racing Blue, your new leader in that category. And we said Pearson it was a roll of the dice. It was a double six or a double one move. And right now, this looks like a double six.
Well, Martin's in chat. He said Ed is in the Backmarker GT4 for the final stint. He's done a cracking job all day. And I reckon, this is the statement, I reckon we've got the strategy spot on. Well, clearly they have, haven't they? Because it is clearly showing that they've got it right. If they knew that JD had to go and splash and dash, then the guys at Backmarker have got it done. Short fuel in, bringing it in again.
They have indeed. I mean, that's that short fuel quality style session. It's clearly played dividends through them, and you had the feeling GT4, the way it was going to be separated was in the pits. And through strategy and through a bit of thinking outside the box, and that's definitely how that one is shaped up right now. So that, I mean, still half an hour left to go here in the GT Series by FTR, so SIM3D GT Series by FTR events. It's the finale. And we now watch what is going to be an enthralling battle right to the end. Oh, that's a D-line GT4 in the way there, James. When I say in the way, it's perfectly allowed to be there. And look, everyone's going to pile up here as they all scramble around, trying to find the inside line. Everyone fighting to get to it first as FTR tries to squeeze that Ferrari through once more. But once again, going defensive is B-Sim, hugging that inside line like Le Mans, but now they're all following along in one snake of 3 cars. Jackson Larry, that FTR Ferrari, is sucked up right behind. He pulls alongside Loic Le Mans B-Sim Porsche 911. They're going to have a drag race down to the inside. He just has to cover up, spotted in his mirrors. Mark Baxter-Jones on the attack. They're trying to make it a 3-wide party down into turn 10. That says that you're not having any of it. Oh! It's contact!
No!
Wow.
Oh,
It was
what?
getting feisty, and wow, that is so Loic Le Mans, the B-Sim Racing, sent spinning there. And that, wow, we get another view.
It was the smallest, wasn't it, Tim?
It was the smallest of contacts. And that's what sent him spinning. And I mean, Le Mans was defending for his life. How gutting is that? Because the gap is now 13 seconds. What looked like we were on for a grandstand finish with 28 minutes left to go. This is surely gifted the victory. And GC from the AM to 11 temps. And Mark Baxter-Jones just needs to bring the car home now. But I mean, Le Mans was he was moving around. I mean, he was allowed to, and I think that's just where he just ended up tripping. You know, Jackson Lowry just ended up tripping over him. I think it was a horrific, unfortunate, a devastating for us as being viewers at home. I mean, there was only this coming into the championship, James. There was only a point between these two teams. As it stands, 11 tenths. I mean, even I've just looked up in the chat right now in YouTube, James. 11 temps have put themselves. No. They want it. We wanted it. I'm sure the viewers at home wanted it. Even 11 tenths, and I'm sure it's no different at B-Sim. They wanted the fight right to the very end, and it's gone.
That is harsh. That slightest contact on the back of Loic's car from Jackson Lowry, and now it's just unfortunately dropped him so far back. It was the minimal amount. You see him cut, and it must have been almost a brush, Tim, and he's just brushed him, and he's off. And, it was so small as well. Absolutely gutted for Loic, and I thought we were on for it there, Tim. I thought the last 26 minutes was just going to be mad, but yeah, not to end that way. Gutted.
Wow, what can we say? The dramas, the stories we've been able to tell this season. And there's been so many twists and turns, unexpected moments of joy, moments of devastation. And once again, here in the final round, it's played out once again.
Definitely has. And we're talking about dramas. We've got Martin Pearson coming out waiting again. How small was this contact?
Let's take a look. So this is the super slow-mo replay, and he's already gone. We're not going to get too much from that angle. I mean, maybe from above might show it better, but
or even trying to get off the bonnet of Jackson Lowry or something, because we literally just missed it. It's so minimal. It's just devastating.
I mean, was it even? I mean, here we go. Let's take a look. It was
front right, rear left, and that was it. It was. I mean, Le Mans. He was wearing his heart on his sleeve, defending that position for
every which way he could, just trying to cover it off. And like I said earlier, James, I think literally all they've done is just tripped up over one another in such devastating circumstances. While we've been talking about how from Prismatic, she is into the pits right now for third place. Blancois from stage 1. Senior is also in as well. Let's have a little chat to one of the drivers in GT4, Martin Pearson, for you, James, from Racing Blue.
Martin, welcome again.
Thank you very much, James. Good to be here.
Come on, you're in YouTube chat. You're telling us you got your strategy spot on. We had doubts when you changed over because you didn't have a very long pit stop. It was very short, very sharp. You were in and out within about 19 seconds, I think it was, all in all, and stopping, and you had pit lane exit time. So what was your strategy going in, and did you know that JD had to stop again?
I'll answer the last question first. Yeah, we did know that JD had to stop again because their fuel strategy was only offset by 2 laps to us throughout most of the race. So we knew that they weren't extending that gap, and therefore they would have to make another stop. So, excuse me, rather than pitting early and taking on all of the fuel, we decided to take a little bit of fuel to do our final stint early, if you like, and I'd continue to bang out the laps on the low fuel and try and pull that gap, because just before the end of my full stint I managed to pull about a 3, maybe 4 second gap, which was the first time this has happened all race, as I'm sure you're aware. And then it was like, right, okay, here's the time to pounce and try and make the gap even bigger, because we saw Thomas put in a full tank of fuel like a normal stop. So we're like, okay, right, let's pounce and make this good.
So you short fueled, in a way, kind of reversing your last 2 stops then? You kind of splash and dash before you kind of needed to?
Yep, absolutely that. Our thinking was as well that if there was a safety car in the final stint, then we'd want track position. So if we're ahead and everybody stopped on that safety car, then it would just mean that everybody keeps the same positions. So yeah, a lot of thought went into it between me and Ed whilst I was driving. We banded around quite a few options, but I think we settled on a good one. Not saying that there weren't other options that might have been the same trick, but we're happy for now.
Well, it definitely did sort of gazump us up here in the booth. I know me and Tim were discussing, what could we do? And we're not in the car, so we were just summarising about everything and anything, Martin. But, with 22 minutes remaining, Ed's in a great position. You're going to get to the end. Bar, obviously, any major incidents, shall we say. Your plan is just to get to the end of that race, isn't it? 22 minutes remaining, take the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's anything else that can be done. Ed's got so much fuel, it's ridiculous. He'll be fine. He doesn't need a fuel save or anything. We didn't cut it tight. We knew we had strong pace. We just couldn't break the toe to JD Sim Racing. So now that we've done it, and it's good. We've got 12-second lead at the moment.
Yeah, so we were discussing that earlier on, actually, me and Tim ourselves, going down into, I think we're coming down into turn 10. We were saying earlier on that JD was very smart on using the GT3 traffic. He would allow them through and then chop the door off, so you guys couldn't get that room on the outside, which would allow you to come through. But on your overtake that we saw, it was kind of the other way. Thomas let the GT3 on the right go through, and you kind of jumped on that GT3 and followed him straight through. Was you aware that Thomas kept closing you off so you couldn't take that inside line, or was it just a racing thing that it happened to fall that way?
I think it was just a racing thing. I'm genuinely trying to think of my final overtake, and I for the life of me, I can't.
So would you like me to remind you, Martin?
Yeah, sure, go on.
Going down turn 8, I'm saying 8 and 9, going down the back straight, GT3 cut in, Thomas took the outside line, GT3 took the inside line, Thomas took the inside line, GT3 took the outside line. What Thomas was doing previously, he was slotting straight in behind that car. But you were too close and he couldn't close the door on you, so you kind of had that line going in, and Thomas had to really kind of hit the brake and take it a little bit sharper than normal.
Yes, okay, no, that does bring it back a bit now. So what has happened is, because we've stopped a couple of laps before Thomas throughout the race, he's come out in front of us on cold tyres, and any time we've overtaken him. So I got a really good run, was right up his rear wing going round the first half of the lap, and then got a better exit out of turn 7, and had the slipstream. And then pulled out, and he couldn't do anything about it. Fair credit to him, I wouldn't want to be 3 hours 40 into a race right now driving solo, but he's done an incredible job, and he's been incredibly clean. We've had absolutely no contact between the two of us all race, and only sensible moves have been made, and racing room has been given where it's required to keep that up. It's been fantastic.
I think that, to be fair, Martin, that's how racing should be. That's how we would like every race in iRacing, every official race in iRacing to be like that. It isn't always. You guys have put on an absolutely amazing show. This has been absolutely incredible for us here, you know, to commentate on. I'm not going to say congratulations or anything like that because we do have 19 minutes remaining. So I'm going to let you go. Jump back in with Ed, settling down. Make sure mistakes don't happen, please. And then we can all have this after-party celebratory interview at the end. How about that?
Let's hope so. I think if we do get the win today, it will be a little bit bittersweet, however, as JD and Thomas will win the championship at this rate. But, yeah, credit to them if that's how it goes.
No worries, Mike. Well, thank you very much for joining us again. Go and enjoy the last 18 minutes, and yeah, maybe we'll catch up at the end.
Yeah, it's nice. Thank you.
There you go, Tim. Martin Pearson, planned strategy. So, you know, it was all good.
It was indeed, in the end, for them, inspirational bit of strategy from them. And fascinating to hear from, you know, what's going on inside of the cockpit, to be fair. Really fascinating stuff. Now, just having a bit of a look, James. So the incident that we saw earlier between B-Sim and FTR, obviously coming down into the final corner, that was under investigation. However, the stewards deemed it as no further action as the contact was a result of a racing incident, which I think was what we'd pretty much said from the start as Mad Chili find the gravel down at turn 10 once again. It's not been Morgan Driscoll's afternoon, and I think he'll be glad to get out of that Ferrari at the end of the race. I think, yeah, so
Is that Mark Baxter Jones in the pits?
it is. He is in the pits for a splash and dash to get him home. Let's take a look at how long he stops for. That top is currently ticking.
Where's Lowick?
Just looking at it, James, this could be a little bit close here. So he's heading out now.
Oh yeah, Lowick's in turn 10. He's coming through the chicane, so he's got it done.
Well,
I thought we were going to be in for some more drama there, Tim.
I'm not sure if we can either. I think we've had enough to. It's a lifetime, definitely across the endurance of this championship, but fascinating stuff. We're down to 16 minutes is all that remains here at Road Atlanta in round 7, and what a race we have seen. The season finale, the SIM3D GT Series by FTR event. We've had it all. We've had drama, we've had excitement, we've had overtakes, we've had, wow, big moments that have shaped victories and positions in every single category. It's been another absolute classic from this absolute gem of a series. It's brought so many twists and turns to the tales that us as commentators are able to tell and share with you and describe it. What's been, you know, fantastic action and really kept us guessing constantly. Add in the safety cars as well, something that's completely unique to this series that really just adds to the spice of it. It keeps the drivers thinking, let alone us and yourselves at home, of how things may well play out. We bring down Curtin here in Georgia at the end of another amazing series in this championship. That is SIM3D. That is, isn't it? He's gone for a splash and dash with incredibly close to the end there for 15 minutes.
Are we predicting Deutsche Payment? I've got to do the same thing.
Let's take a little look, James. Let's take a little look. So, this is
they're getting on 136. We're now on 166.
No, I think Deutsche Payments, they got to stop, haven't they, James? I think they've got to. But obviously, the longer that they run it, the less time they need to remain stationary. But having said that, James, with the 13-second advantage that they currently have over SIM3D Sport, and I mean, just alone the pit transition time. I mean, Sim3D, they did a splash and dash only stationary for 16.5 seconds. During the race, it was around about 30 seconds. So very, very much a splash and dash for them. They were still the whole time from entering the pits to exit, and cost them 44 seconds, just under. Obviously, that 13-second advantage that is still leaves them around about some 20 odd seconds to try and find, and even with qualifying fuel. And Daniel Moe, the German, is an impeccable driver with a lot of pace. That is incredibly, ridiculously tall order with 13 minutes left, and a massive chunk of luck. I think this looks like it's heading Sean Campbell and Sim3D Sports way.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. But we've still got 30 minutes remaining, Tim. I'm sitting on the fence, Tim. I really am, because I'm so scared of saying that yes, it's going to happen, and no, it's not going to happen, and then something dramatic happens like we saw in Spa. So
yes,
yes. I'm hey, sit and enjoy the 12 minutes, enjoy the racing. I'm not predicting. My Mystic Meg vibe is gone right now. Like
you said, James, who could forget Spa and what happened right at the very end? That was drama right into the very, literally the last lap. And as you see, Dodge Payments right now on your screen, coming round down through the S's. On lap 168. We've had 3 hours and 38 minutes of racing. We've got Morgan Driscoll from Mad Chili. He's back in the pits. That car has a lot of time in the pits, more than any of the other GT3s, unfortunately for them. And devastating for them. Absolutely devastating.
It's definitely been a tough afternoon for Morgan Driscoll.
It has been a tough day at the office for those guys, and massive respect for them.
Sorry,
you are spot on, James. Morgan Driscoll has soloed it, so that is an impeccable effort from anyone. A few of the other drivers do that as well. Emily Howard, Prismatic, another one of them.
Obviously, Thomas Bocek's done it all day today as well.
Yes, I'm trying to think who else we've had. I think that's pretty much it in terms of lone drivers. So Deutsche Payment are into the pits, James, for their final stop. They're splashing our Stage 1 Junior. Kevin De Winter has headed in as well. That is Prismatic A's Emily Howe. Where is she? She's at the start of the lap, James. So that is, I think, especially after that spin as well. Deutsche Payments, they are on the pit exit, so that is definitely looking, well, never say never. I mean, as it stands at the moment, that's looking like a victory for Sim3D. Deutsche Payments second, Prismatic A third, and the last place on the podium. Overall, adding GT Pro, GT3 AM. You can see a leader there right now, 11-10. Smart Bax Jones currently at the helm of that Porsche 911. Yeah, 8th overall, and they're not far behind, are they? Really, Stage 1 Senior, and be a bit of bragging rights of getting themselves up another place here in the overall standings. And Stage 1 Senior, as Blanquart, currently in 7th overall right now. Just having a little look up and down the field. B-Sim, they're getting caught, aren't they, by Kazar, who are currently in third. And tell you what, they've had an eventful race themselves, and I can see they're coming back into the mix and looking like they're, well, even as it stands at the moment, the last place in the podium in Porsche Cup, but that gap is closing between themselves and P-Sim. So, what for RPM running there? They just changed colour on our timing software, so it's just a slight blip in the software there.
I've got to wonder, and I'm going to wonder because, you know, I'm allowed to. We've got 9 minutes remaining. Mark Baxter-Jones has got Hans Blanquart right behind him. In front of him.
Yeah.
Sorry, the other way. He's
Sorry.
got 9 minutes. He's leading GT3 hours. As we've seen with Loic Le Mans, anything can happen. Would you race Hans? Tim, I've got to ask, would you race? Because currently you're leading the class. Currently you're going to take the championship, right? We know that. There was only 1 point different. Would you put yourself in jeopardy and race that car in front? I would.
James, logic says no. Racing drivers doesn't always work like that, as we know, James. We've seen it so many times. I mean, you know, we think of all the commentaries we've done over the past year between us and together, and we've seen, you know, people just push it and push it and push it right to the very, very depths, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We have seen others, you know, back out and play the, you know, the logical, easy game. But I'd imagine, you know, the guys over at 11/10 will be telling Mark, just bring the car home safely now. You know, this is going to be ours. We've got 16-second buffer behind us. You don't need to race him. Yeah, everyone's just cruising home right now. But
is that
there is a bit of bragging rights up for grabs.
Yeah, definitely in that one. But 11/10, you are in chat, okay? So you've been in YouTube shouting no earlier. Are you telling Mark to settle down? Let's get some information. Entertain me and Tim for the last 7 minutes, because we do sit here at the last 7 minutes and we babble more than we should about things that really don't need to be babbled about. Probably like I am right now. But tell us, is Mark Baxter-Jones racing Hans Blanquart, or is he going to sit behind him for the last 7 minutes? There you go.
We just see Sunday drivers having a bit of a battle here with our leader in Porsche Cup, Vulcan. Having a bit of a tussle.
Sunday drivers, haven't they? At least the bonnet is back straight, so that's always good. They've had the repairs made. The bonnet, I don't know if you saw it earlier, Tim. I think it might be one of your
did.
had a little bit of a pyramid shape going on at the front. So.
You know, it's definitely been in the wars, has that Mercedes. I mean, obviously, quite brilliant technical insight as he always does, as to why, you know, the Mercedes is definitely a challenge to drive at the moment due to issues with the way it locks, and then that can still instantly send you into a spin. And I think one of the more challenging GT3 cars at the moment, by its absolutely epic soundtrack that it does provide, that burbling V8. But just in front of them, that is Loic Le Mans, second in GT3 AM right now, currently 10th over all. Did I just see a load of smoke then, James?
I didn't
think
see
that might have been
anything.
eyes. What's that? Now.
That is a Bartley.
I just caught it out the corner of my eye. Yeah, the size of Bartley of KZL Racing. Third in Porsche Cup, not GT3 AM. So many Porsches, it confused me at times, but big up for them. I mean, they, excuse me, they did come into a bit of earshot at one stage of B-Sim, who are currently in second, but so I'm sure these guys are going to be really chuffed to bits with finishing on the podium in Porsche Cup. Also inside the top 20 overall. I think in these closing stages, James, big shout out to the guys who've retired, unfortunately, from the race. As we so Sim Party Racing in Porsche Cup, we lost them back on lap 139. Lee Belcher of FTR GT4, that he left us on lap 133. Next Level Racing in the Audi, obviously some great races for them, especially if you think back to Charlotte Roval as well, race 1. Wow, they had an absolute epic outing. Lost them on lap 91, and Virtual Racing Blue in Porsche Cup, they left us all the way back on lap 32. We're currently on lap 173. We've got just under 5 minutes left to go here for Atlanta.
I'd like to point out, we are watching Loic now go up the Christopher Van Put from Arctic here, going down into turn 10.
I think Loic almost feels like, you know what, there's nothing to lose here. Let's just go and really gets the elbows out there. Shoulder to shoulder and really pushes that Arctic off there. Definitely no love lost there from the fellow countrymen, both from Belgium. And, well, I mean, never say never, but 19 seconds is the gap between first and second with 4 minutes remaining. And having said that, James, I tell you what, in response, the AMs are having a right go at it, because I can tell you that 11 temps are having a go at stage 1 as well. Right at these steps, and do you know what? It's great to see the AMs really scrapping out. As here comes Bax. So yeah, it is Baxter Jones out the slipstream, past the stage 1 senior of Hans Blancois. He's going to defend that inside line, or is he going to yield? No, he doesn't. He keeps the car in there. Cancels off that inside line. We've got 3 minutes and 30 left to go. This is our winner. It's our leader even. He's not winner yet. He hasn't got the car across the finish line and seen the checkered flag. Our leader in GT3M taking on the car ahead that is from GT3 Pro. This is only for positions overall. I'll tell you what, the AMs are looking to really get in amongst and really show the pros how things are done around here. And we're seeing it still here right to the death. Wow, James, I think you were asking the question earlier.
Did you see YouTube chat, Tim?
Funnily enough, James, I've just looked up on that. I was just about to say about that. 11 Temps Racing Team over in the YouTube chat thing. No comment to James earlier. Question of, what are you telling Mark Baxter Jones just to bring it home safely or race? They put no comment. We're letting him do what he does best. And right now, he's having a good old scrap with the stage 1 senior car, and this swings up into the D-line car. They've taken wow, big tag slapper in front of Arctic and a bit of a nudge, and hits the wall. Back across the track into Sunday drivers.
No, poor Sunday drivers. They looked like they were doing so well. And then they just got a flying D-line coming straight across the track. Oh, there's another one there, look. Where's it going? And then poor old Arctic just didn't have a clue where D-line was going, and it was just, well,
I know
that was terrific.
A phrase that Seb likes is, I think it's from Martin Brundle, the whole, there we go, getting airborne. A phrase Seb loves to use is, I think it's all from Martin Brundle, was, if they didn't have any bad luck, they wouldn't have any luck, and I think that really does sum up the poor Sunday drivers. Preston Rudkirk, well, currently at the wheel was they've headed to the pits with 1 minute 24. I don't think we will be seeing them again. Oh, wow!
Such a bad luck for them, isn't it? They're just cruising along.
However, James, look at that in front of us. While we were looking at those replays, look who's made it past. That's 11 attempts. Have made it past stage 1 senior to get themselves up to 7th overall right now. So we just see our leader just coming in behind them.
Last lap. It is last lap.
It is, James.
Last lap as it goes across the line.
It will be. This is going to be the white flag. Even there you go. It's being flapped around by Barney there. You can see him up on the tower.
The strongest left arm in iRacing.
Wow, how that man keeps going as we see out onto the grass there. Is Funk Motorsport. This is right at the end here, so this is going to be interesting as we see for the. Oh, Funk lost it. Was that contact, or they lose it by themselves? It's always hard to tell due to, well, the engine is in that Porsche 911, but
there was also a lot of caravans in the way though, Tim, as we saw from that camera angle. We went round the corner, I couldn't quite see. Let's have a look. He's on his own.
He's lost it by himself.
He hit the grass on the inside as he was turning the corner, and unfortunately just over-rotated the front. And around he went.
Absolutely devastating stuff as we're on board with Mad Chili. They head round on a rotation. But coming through the final few corners here to take the victory. The final round, it's SIM3D Sport at the hands of Sean Campbell coming across the line to win the 4 hours of Road Atlanta, the final round of the SIM3D Series by FTR events. Who is going to take? So Luke Lamole, he is taking second place in GT3 Am. And I tell you what, great drive from Zabi, third in class in GT3 Am as well. Which payments come up runners up in GT3 Pro and overall Porsche Cup. That has gone to Vulcan. They have taken the victory. Mocek, second for JD in GT4. Texans, third in GT4. There we go. We've got a confirmation in Porsche Cup. Just waiting on of our top three. Barkley taking that last place for Kazar. As we just wait on our winner in GT3 our winner in GT4, which you can just see right now, backmarker Racing Blue, and also our third place in GT3 Pro. There you go, there is our winner in GT4, and here comes our winner in GT3 Am. After what's been an incredibly eventful day for him, 11 attempts, take the victory in GT3 Am, and 6th place overall after getting past Funk right in the depths there. And Prismatic take the last place on the podium. Wow. Wow. James, just an average day in the SIM3D GT Series by FTR events, and
it's a cruising 4 hours for us, Sim. We haven't been up, down, nerves rattling all over the place, people spinning, pit stops driving us absolutely crazy. It's been a great 4 hours. I don't know, how about yourself?
Yeah, it's been emotional, and it's definitely been, like you say, it's been up and down. But I'll tell you, just being two people who are definitely being on the up, joined by Calvin Dent and James Armstrong of SIM3D Sports. Welcome along to the commentary, and congratulations. I think it's definitely well deserved and in order.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it's been an awesome series. You know, especially I only did the first few rounds myself, and it was a tough fought round at the start, and then we've got James in for the last few races, along with Sean, who's been helping out with the season. And yeah, absolutely, you know, the last half of the season we've kind of steamrolled it.
Yeah, well, I think James can probably remember it fondly as well. We think back to your performance personally, Calvin, at Zolder. You just seemed to be tearing through the field, and then you drop back down and come back again. It was a really slow performance. Obviously, James, we not really had a chance to speak to you much yet. Obviously, you're new to the series. How have you found it, and what have you enjoyed most about it?
The series is, the 2 races I've done, the series has been very good. The live stewards on the incidents is a thing that I enjoy. I've not seen it in any other leagues. I think it's really good.
Yeah, James is a man of few words.
Everything's just good.
He's not much one for talking. I think overall this series has been really well run, really well organised. You know, you guys have done a fantastic job. Like, for me personally, I think the competition's been really good. For the most part, the driving standards have been awesome. There's been some really good action, some really good battling. You couldn't ask for more. I'm just looking forward to speaking to the guys and seeing if I can get involved for next season personally, obviously with SIM3D, to see if we can make the next season even bigger than this one.
Definitely, yeah. I think it'd be fully well deserved of this series. And before we both let you go, is there anyone you want to give a shout out to at all? Although I know you've technically already half done that one, Calvin. Jumped the gun there.
I did a little bit. Just one quick shout out to a sponsor who's joined on with us, who's not on the livery for this season because we couldn't change the livery at the last minute. Man & Race Products, based over in New Zealand, is now sponsoring the team. They've come on board and they're helping us out, supporting us both with coaching, hardware, etc. So they've been a massive help with helping us develop setup. So big shout out to them, all of the boys at SIM3D, SIM3D Sport. They've been helping the boys develop setups to get everything ready for the race, which is why we've been able to have the pace we've had. And thank you to all of you guys. It's been awesome. James, anybody you want to thank with your?
I guess Sean for racing with us for this season. He's been really incredible pace, consistent. Yeah, I guess that.
Great chat, James. Great chat.
Yeah, I know.
Amazing.
Amazing.
I've spoken to James many times over the last year or so, and yeah, fully used to it. Calvin, don't worry about that one. It's Calvin Dent there, and James Armstrong from SIM3D Sport, your victors here today. So let's have move those guys across, James, and I'll tell you what, James, should we speak to what you may well call them the dynamic German duo. As I've moved probably the wrong person across there. I've got Johnny and Lyra across. Apologies, Johnny. I'll move you back. The dynamic German duo Deutsche Payments for you, James.
Daniel, Vin, welcome in.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you guys? How's it been for you guys? You know, you've had an epic season. You've done really well. Have you enjoyed yourself?
Yes.
Yeah, it was an awesome time. Was a great race today, and yeah, overall a really great championship.
Now, Daniel, you did the first couple of rounds solo. You know, you brought Vin in. He's done an excellent job. How did you find this year's? You know, it's a different scenario working solo and sort of teammating, really. How did you find it across yourself? Because you did Zolder, the 4 hours Zolder completely solo, didn't you?
I did the first 2 rounds solo, but then for the Spa race, because it's a 6 hour, that's a little bit too much for me for solo. So I brought Vin on board, and at the same time, that's where I got into this new team, Deutsche Payment, and yeah, that was a great opportunity.
Vince, how did you find it since you joined in? Did you enjoy yourself? Have you had a good time? Are you looking to come back again? Are we going to see Deutsche Payment back on the grid if there's another season of FTR?
Yes, of course. I enjoyed very well. It was a lot of fun, good fighting also, and I would see next season also a Deutsche Payment car again.
Awesome, no worries at all. Daniel, before you go, last word from you. Do you want to thank anybody before you leave the booth?
Yeah, I probably should. I want to thank to Deutsche Payment that they brought me in the team, and the management over there that's doing like a superb job. And yeah, I hope we have a great future we have a great future, and hopefully we can get some more cars into this championship here next season.
No worries, Vin. And the same question to you. Is there anybody you'd like to thank?
Yes, of course. From Daniel's side to ask for the 6 hours race and trust into me that I can do it with my first triple stint at Spa. So yeah, thank you also to Daniel to bring me into.
How could I forget to thank Vin? He did a great job. So yeah, thank you to you too.
No worries. That is the guys. That is Daniel and Vin, as Tim aptly named them, the dynamic duo from Deutsche Payment. Thank you guys for joining us. Hopefully, we'll see you next season.
Yeah, thank you guys for the great broadcast.
No worries there, mate.
No worries at all. But now, next up, we are joined by our winner one of the winning members of the winning team in GT3 of 11 Temps Racing. It's Johnny Elia. Welcome along, Johnny. That was, I don't know, at the end, for the neutrals, a bit devastating and gutting, but surely it must have been a big weight off your shoulders.
All I can say as well. Indeed. It's been an incredible season. A lot of work's got into it, and beating him, I feel absolutely gutted for him. I was absolutely gutted because they've been pushing us the whole season. And fair play to Lamar, he was quick today, and it was quite tough to keep up with him. And he did the whole drive as well, and that was quite impressive. And he must feel absolutely gutted. So if he's hit, big thanks to him as well and his team for pushing us.
I think he's definitely someone in need of a good arm around him, tonight. But I mean, you say about his pace. I mean, yourselves, you qualified on the front row of the grid. I mean, how did that feel? You're almost sort of getting vertigo for being so high up and really taking it to the pro drivers.
Yeah, well, we unleashed our secret weapon of MBJ. So yeah, obviously Mark's a very quick driver, and he's been keeping us on that top spot. And fair play to him. He's done an incredible drive throughout the season, and the incredible drive on that last few stints as well to get us ahead. And yeah, incredible for him. Also Byron as well. Absolute incredible drive for those guys.
Definitely did. For yourselves, if you could pick one, a standout moment from the season.
Oh, that's a tricky one. There's been some really good races. I'd probably say this last race up until that last moment with B-Sim, it was nail-biting stuff. I was stamping my feet, and it's really tense, really tense moment.
It was nail-biting for myself and James. We didn't know which way it was going to go, and do you think it was for yourselves and B-Sim as well? So before we let you go, Johnny, anyone you want to give a shout-out to at all?
Yeah, shout out to the Porsche Cup guys as well, Paul Stout, Colin Wynn and Oliver Cardwin. They've been absolutely helping us throughout the season, and they've had an up and down season, but they've been there for us and looking after us and keeping us motivated. So thanks to them, and thanks to the organisers. It's been a really good season. You guys, the broadcasters, and also the sponsors, obviously, that helped make it happen. So yeah, big shout out to everyone. And the drivers, of course, everyone for keeping it safe as much, and B-Sim as well for pushing us all the way to the end.
No worries. That is Johnny Alliant from 11 Teps Racing Team Black. Obviously, Victor's here today at Road Atlanta and also taking the championship in GT3 AM.
Thanks, guys.
No worries. So let's. The perennial royal we, James, as always. For yourself, Martin Pearson from Back Market Racing Blue in GT. I've got all GT3s on my brain. GT4. Apologies, you're Victor here today.
Oh, Martin, how are you? Are you a lot more settled now? Because we were talking to you earlier. You chewed your legs and arms off. You were nervous. Has the stress gone?
Yeah, it's good. It's all gone. It's all relieved. The season's over. We won a couple of races. It's been a thoroughly good time. Some very hard and good racing. It's been really, really good fun, and everything. All my stumps have grown back now, I think.
The nerves are settled. You got your beer in your hand now because you can drink and you don't have to worry about the driving. You've had a good season in hindsight, haven't you? It's always been there or thereabouts, and you've always done really well. So, is this something then that you're going to look at coming back and joining us next season?
If the FTR guys are hosting a season, I'll definitely look into it. Ed did say his parting words to me. That is one of the best races he's ever had, or that he can remember. However, he feels as if he's been there, done that with the car. So if he does come back, then it'll have to be in another class, which I'm absolutely open to. I think it'd be interesting to try another car. Fundamentally, partway through this race today, I was like, I wonder if I could solo a season, but actually, I don't think I could. No, we'll find a teammate and find a car and go from there, hopefully. 6
hours? Could you do 6 hours Spa, Martin, on your own?
Done 4 hours of the Nürburgring. So therefore, 50% more, a third of the length of the track, it'll all be fine, right? But no, I think I'd be absolutely mad to do that, especially in VR. And I don't think my bladder will last that long, I'm afraid.
No. I think we've had loads of incidents throughout the year of people running off to the toilet who've been trying to solo events. I think Paul Busby done it a couple of times. We know of other people that have done it as well. And to be honest, I at my old age, I struggle to get through an hour, Martin, without needing to lose. So you can imagine me doing ESS is basically get it driven and get out again. But I couldn't do 6 hours either, to be fair. But you've had a great season. Is there anybody now then, before you leave the booth, you'd like to give a shout out to?
Ed Cookstus, former league organizer of a league that I used to own. thank you very much for driving with me, and Peter Elson as well. This is the first championship I've been involved with or as a driver for Backmarker Racing, so that's been really cool. They're a really, really nice bunch of guys, and yeah, I hope to do more racing with them in the future. And yeah, shout out to the sponsor GRM as well. You're rude not to mention him.
No worries. Thank you very much, Martin. Thank you for a great season, and we'll hopefully see you again next season.
Cheers, guys. Take care.
Take care. There you go, Tim. Martin Pearson.
Yes, indeed. And let's we'll round things up by having a little chat to ladies for Prismatic. We're joined by Emily Howe and their team manager Jess Martin. Emily, well, I think definitely an eventful race, even by your own standards. Who's definitely been caught up in your own fair share of action so far this season.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, from what I saw, that was netcode, so, you know, obviously not much anyone can do, but put us on the back foot pretty quickly. We were up there up front racing with Moth and all them, and so it put us on the back foot and put us into recovery mode, and so we managed to recover all the way back up to the podium, which is, you know, pretty good for us, so happy with the day and happy with the season.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen you involved in some, you know, absolutely epic battles with some really mammoth stints where you've dragged and hauled and, you know, kicking and screaming that BMW M4 up through the standings, you know, on recovery drives and different strategies. I mean, has there been sort of one standout moment that's really sort of stood out in your head, or one moment that you've really, really enjoyed so far? Well, say so far, just from the season in general, because of course it's over now.
I think the highlight of season 3 was probably the Spa fuel stint and just saying, you know, throwing the last minute Hail Mary and trying to get the fuel home, and the excitement that was both for me and, you know, everyone watching at home. So I think that was a highlight of our season.
I don't know how you stay so comfortable about that. I was having an absolute panic attack at that during that race.
Myself and James, obviously, we're not involved, and I think we were having a panic attack at the time, if I remember rightly, James.
I think I panic every time I see Emily running solo on big, long races of 4 hours, and I sit back and I just think, how? I barely go an hour without needing a loo in a race. So how you do these long 4-hour things? And I think we ended up coming up with it's just a machine, Emily. You're literally just a machine to get through all of these races solo. It's been an incredible season.
Yeah, basically, just once my hands and my feet touch my wheel and my pedals, I just become part of the machine, and it just, you know, as far as I gotta go, I go.
Wow.
Oh, definitely. Jess, let's talk about, obviously, Prismatic B. Obviously, Lilac and Elise, they've had a bit of themselves been caught up in their own fair amount of action, and it has some really eventful races, and I'm surely something, you know, you've definitely got to be proud of as a team manager from their achievements this season.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, Elise has not Elise has not done an event at this level, and Lilac certainly hasn't. These two came in, we believed in what they could provide. Emily believed in what they could provide, and as such, we decided we wanted to give them an opportunity and a shot, and they've paid dividends. Yeah, sure, maybe we wish we probably could have had the rub of the green sometimes, but we got a massive rub of the green right at the very end of the race when unfortunately Sunday drivers got caught out in that incident with D-Line. It meant that we ultimately secured a place above them in the AM category, which ultimately I think was our goal. And but I can't be prouder, and I know that Elise will definitely be back. Probably not in the AM category if the iRacing stays how it is. I believe that Lilac does want to come back, but I think she wants to give the GT4 category a bit of a go. So we've definitely got looking to stack the field a little bit next season.
Definitely, and yourself, Emily, I assume, all assuming, which I'm sure there will be, due to the popularity and the great feedback this series has had. I'm sure we're going to see yourself return, and I suppose the question will it be in the BMW as well?
I'll definitely be back for season 3, but hard to be determined. I've kind of I love the BMW, it fits like a glove, but I also really love the Porsche, so we'll kind of see in the offseason what I kind of gravitate towards and who drives what. It's going to be different next year, not being a solo entry, having to actually hand the car off to somebody, so having a teammate adds a different dynamic, so we'll see what happens.
Before we let you both go, is anyone you want to give a shout out to at all?
I'll start off with allowing Emily to give her thanks, because I know I have a bit of a list.
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone who puts us on FTR, Go for the Gap, SIM3D for sponsoring. I want to thank everyone at Prismatic, everyone back at the shop. Everyone works together and supports us, and so it's a really, really good time.
Okay, from me, I want to say a huge thank you to everyone that's been a supporter of us over our first year. We certainly have been able to grow exponentially, and it's been the help of everyone that's supported us. And of course, thank you very much to everyone that's put on the series. FTR events, fantastic job, and obviously you guys over at Total Sim Sport, absolutely phenomenal. Internally, I just want to say a huge thank you to all of our mod teams. That's going to be myself, Emily, that will be Claire, Alexis, and Judy. I can't remember names now. All of those guys, all of them have been absolutely fantastic and have helped us grow. And a huge thank you to our sponsors. That, of course, is Go for the Gap and Kodan Computers, and also our new sponsor, who isn't on the livery at the moment, but certifiably diverse. Without any of them, we certainly wouldn't have had the opportunities that we've had this season. So, yeah, unbelievable.
Okay, so that's Emily Howe from Prismatic A. He's some performance finished third today here at Road Atlanta, and Jess Martin, team manager for both Prismatic A and Prismatic B. Wow, James. I tell you what. Do you want to take us through for the final time this season the race results here from Road Atlanta?
Yes, I will do that, Tim. So the final race results are SIM3D were your winners this evening. Deutsche Payment in second, Prismatic Motorsports A in third, RPM Racing fourth, FTR Esports in red in fifth, 11th Racing Team Black in sixth, Funk Motorsport in seventh, Stage 1 Racing Senior 8th, B-Sim Racing 9th, RD Sim Sport 10th, Arctic Racing 11th, Stage 1 Racing Junior are in 12th, with Zabi Racing Team, who had a tough day, in 13th. Mad Chili, another one who had a tough day today, in 14th. Stage 1 Racing Green. Prismatic Motorsports B, and the very my unlucky team of the season goes to Sunday Drivers. Such a shame. And then in 18th, we got Next Level Racing Blue. So that's the GT3s. In the AMS, we got 11th, 10th Racing Team Black, who come ahead of B-Sync Racing after we saw B-Sync and FTR involved in a very dramatic incident at the top of the hill. By the pit lane entrance, Zabi Racing in third, Stage 1 Racing Green in fourth, Prismatic Motorsports B in fifth, and the unlucky Sunday Drivers in sixth. In the P-Cup, we've got Vulcan Sim Racing in first place, B-Sim Racing #S in second, Quasar Sim Racing Gemini in third, Sicania Endurance Motorsport in fourth, 11th Temps Racing Team Red in fifth, Greenleaf Racing in sixth, Simbai Racing Esports in seventh, and Virtual Racing Compound Blue in eighth. So into the GT4 we go. We've already heard from Martin Pearson for Backmarker Racing Blue. They are win first. JD Sim Racing in second. Texans Flitzy Areas in third. D-Line Racing Red, who had a very, very tough day and a very dramatic accident, in fourth place. And FTR Esports, also with the hands of Lee Belcher, had a very unfortunate accident as well. Finished in fifth place, Tim.
Here we go. As sort of mentioned, sort of half alluded to, but confirmation. So your winner, championship winners obviously are SIM3D Sport taking the GT3 Pro category. GT3 I'm going to 11 Temps Porsche Cup. Went to Vulcan, and JD Sim Racing taking the championship in GT4. Wow, I think that just leaves us to say a big thank you to the two sponsors for the series, SIM3D. So it's been mentioned, I spoke to their owner Calvin Dent earlier. If you're looking to enhance your sim racing experience with custom designed parts with the sim racer in mind for both durability and ease of sim racers, you can head to sim-3d.co.uk to find out more. And also go for the gap if you're looking to find the very best in F1 and motorsport arts and graphics. You can head over to the Etsy store now and use code 10TAL-SIMSPORT for 10% off motorsport prints, and you can find them on Twitter as well at Go for the Gap Co. As always, all the links and codes, etc., in description are in the description below in this video. Wow. What a season this has been. The GT series presented by FTR events. So many highs, so many lows. If we said throughout this racing, it's been an absolute pleasure to present it here on Total Sim Sport. I think that just leaves to say from myself, Chris Rollins, who's been with us early in Winchester, Seb Bosher-Williams, who was with us earlier, producer Sean as well, and myself and James. Thank you very much. And we will see you very soon.